And I'm just rhetorically, questioning out loud.
Right, but that's all right. What would the point of it be if this is all there is? Why,
Right.
why would there have to be a point?
Oh, I see. Why would there have to be a why you know what's funny? I always wondered this. Why people need a creator? And I suppose that this is the same type of question. Why do people need a reason or a purpose?
Mhm.
I don't fucking know, man. That's great.
That was another great I don't know.
Yeah, that was guttural also. Oh man. I think that beliefs maybe just make life more exciting because it would be kind of boring otherwise. Those haunted locations we go to, man, I almost could swear to you those things answer our questions intelligently, though. Whatever it is. I will say that.
They almost answer intelligently.
Yeah.
Almost. Is it
Yeah.
just the consistency just not there? What is the almost?
Well, meaning I don't know what it is. It could be, just the sequence lining up and it being a coincidence. That would be a shame.
Would it be more of a shame for this to mean nothing and for you to cease existing when you meet your end? Or would it be more of a shame for you to wander a darkness waiting for someone with a torch, like a EVP equipment?
Yeah, because now that I'm questioning my belief as a whole, I'm figuring out that that thought actually stresses my ass out even more than the thought of being in the womb. Because if I'm scared of just the end, then if the afterlife is just darkness waiting for somebody to talk to me, isn't that the same? Oh,
Do you want to exist eternally, forever?
I suppose if there was something in place similar to reincarnation of some type, maybe not coming back here to Earth, um, but maybe the chance to experience other planets as something else, like an avatar. That'd be cool. Maybe if we get to come back and do different things.
Mm. And what about when you've experienced everything?
Then you get some weird reward.
What do you do with the reward?
I don't know.
Put it on a display case for all the other souls that did everything to see.
Yeah. Yeah, it absolutely makes no sense. But also our existence here doesn't either. So
Mhm.
I suppose that I need to question why I need a reason to be existing.
I think that's a great question.
Yeah, I think I need to be definitely looking inside myself, figuring out why I need to exist and why the thought of not existing is so scary.
Mhm.
because I haven't really had that great of a time here either. So why would I want to exist forever? Who knows what the next time would be? Oh my goodness.
Sounds like eventually it would get exhausting.
Yeah. So one of these days I'm going to come up here and talk to you about the Mothman.
I'm definitely going to want to question you about the Mothman.
Well, you know that the Mothman exists, okay?
Well, I know that there are stories.
I
I've
definitely
heard
come in
some of
here
them.
every single night and say hail the Mothman because I'm absolutely obsessed. So we'll have to question that one time. But this has been I'm really happy that I came up.
I'm glad you did too. This has been a great conversation. I really appreciate you coming up and demonstrating, actually questioning your beliefs. You did a great job.
I appreciate you, Thrayle, and I meant what I said that night. How important your lives are to me. For some reason, I know what I should be doing in questioning, and this has opened up a whole new thought process for me, and I'm very grateful. And you have replaced my Calm app.
Well, that's good. I think I'm a little cheaper than the Calm app. You don't have
Listen,
to pay to be here.
I definitely am a super fan, and I'd much rather be here. And I'm very grateful for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Crybaby Monster. Was that was incredible. That's how you question your beliefs. Really taking time to think about the questions, really considering the alternatives, and and letting your mind actually consider what that means for you. So brave, yes. And if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning your beliefs, it is that easy. Go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not looking to tear you down or burgle your gods. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And while we wait for your face in the queue. Hello, funny mama. Did you mean to request up?
I did. Cute.
I'm hearing a little bit of
Oh,
Rage Against the Machine. I muted you just for the moment so you can pause the music. It started playing as soon as you came up, I realized. I recognized the song. Um, but if you can mute the music, then you can unmute. And I've got some questions for you.
yes,
There you
absolutely.
go.
Sorry, I did not mean to do that.
That's okay. Some apps just do that when you push certain buttons. So it's good to see you again. Can you remind us all your age for TikTok TOS?
41.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
And which god is that?
Jesus and our Lord.
Is it?
Yes. However,
Is it Jesus or is it Jesus flavored?
Jesus flavored. Jesus flavored. I think you know that.
I do. That's why I asked.
Yeah.
Because my next question normally should be, have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
And do you believe the stories within it are true?
Yes, I believe people don't take it correctly, but I do believe myself that Old Testament and New Testament should be read separately.
Do you think the stories from the New Testament are true?
I mean, probably not 100%, but yes, I believe they are. I believe we should be living the way the New Testament is written for the most part.
For the most part.
Yeah.
Are there things in the New Testament we shouldn't be living by?
I mean, I'm not going to say hard yes or no. I could question things if they were brought to my attention, but I do believe we are seeing a lot less of how Christians say it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm. I am instantly reminded of a passage from the New Testament.
Okay, I'd love to hear it.
In 1 Timothy.
Oh, I love 1 Timothy though.
2nd chapter. I'm going to start at 11 and I'm going to read this out. Let a woman learn in silence with all submissiveness. I permit no woman to teach or to have authority over men. She is to keep silent, for Adam was formed first, then Eve. And Adam was not deceived, but the woman was deceived and became a transgressor. Yet woman will be saved through bearing children, if she continues in faith and love and holiness and modesty.
Yeah. Okay.
Most people will say read 2:12 and they're just like 2:12 and it's rough, but I like to give the whole context there.
Yeah. I hear ya. Yes, I would not agree with that. There are things to take from it, though.
So there are things in the New Testament
Yes.
that we should live by, but there's also things that aren't.
Yes. Yep. This is why I love you so much.
Could that be true of Hansel and Gretel? Or
Absolutely. There's dangers in anything any story you're gonna learn from. Parables.
So then if there are things that are good to live by and things that are bad to live by within the Bible, and even in the New Testament, do you believe that there's truth in there, or is that just more usefulness?
It's usefulness, and I'm a cherry picker.
A proud cherry picker.
Proud cherry picker. Yep.
Do you believe Jesus died for your sins?
I do, actually.
What does that mean?
I believe that, if you, that's where I actually have been able to read the Bible, and that's the true feeling that I got from it was look at the Old Testament, and there's a lot of war, killing, hate, division. And yes, this sounds like I'm in a land that I'm not in right now. But Jesus was bringing it all back together. And that's what he presented to us. What we do with it, again, is free will.
Sorry, what he presented to us was what?
The fact that we could all come together and learn from each other and love each other.
Is that what he told us to do, was come together and learn from each other?
Well, learn from him that no matter where you come from, what religion you are, the differences we have, foreigners, all of that, we are supposed to love each other.
Where does he give that lesson?
In most of the New Testament.
Are there not parts where he refers to people who are not Israelites as a dog? Let me find it. It's Matthew. It's Matthew 15, I believe. And the same story is told in Luke, but I think...
I'm thinking Good Samaritan.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have my Bible right in front of me.
Yeah, it's when he is, let's see, and his disciples came and begged him, saying, "Send her away, for she is crying after us." He answered, "I was sent only for the lost sheep of the house of Israel." But she came and knelt before him, saying, "Lord, help me." And he answered, "It is not fair to take the children's bread and throw it to the dogs." She said, "Yes, Lord, yet even the dogs eat the crumbs that fall from their master's table." Then Jesus answered, "O woman, great is your faith, be it done for you as you desire." And her daughter was healed. This is the Canaanite woman coming to beg for healing. And first his servants or his followers try to turn her away, and even Jesus tries to turn her away, saying that he has only come for the lost sheep of the house of Israel, and says it is not fair to take the children's bread and throw it to the dogs. It's only because she agrees and calls herself a dog that he relents, says that she has great faith, and heals her daughter.
I mean, I guess I could take that both ways.
It is an interesting piece about the character of Jesus. If he is supposed to be all loving and accepting, why is he trying to turn this woman away? And why does he refer to her in this sort of
Sounds like she's
diminutive way?
kind of trying to starve children a little bit.
Right. How does it sound like she's trying to starve children? She's asking for healing for her daughter.
Give the bread to the dogs.
What is the bread in the metaphor?
I mean, I guess I'm thinking literally like
In this case, he's saying it
being
is not good.
selfish.
Yeah, he's saying it's not fair to take the children's bread and throw it to the dogs, meaning the children would be the lost sheep of Israel, and the bread is his ability to heal, the miracles he's come to perform, the message he's here to tell. He's saying it's not good to give his gifts to someone who isn't a lost sheep of Israel.
Who isn't worthy, essentially.
Someone unworthy, exactly. A dog. But she's already showing faith and reverence. She's already kneeling before him and begging for his help to cure her daughter of, I believe it is possessed.
I think I'm jaded. I mean, if anything, I'm a jaded Christian.
Why is that?
Because there's other people that call themselves Christians that I guess if we're reading the same Bible or just have the same feeling, like I don't need to know the Bible inside and out, which leads me to my family that is apparently all atheists now.
All of them.
Well, most of them, but to do the right thing.
Has Freaksing been hard at work questioning everybody's beliefs?
Yeah, so that, yeah, I'm just jaded. I'm like, then there's still like a very strong faith that just comes in and is like, every once in a while, even though disfellowshipped and not able to talk to them because they're is what Freaksing and I like to call it. We're the devil, and say things like, oh, just no strings attached if you, I'm sorry, now I'm getting real personal, but I have to have a hip surgery, and so family members are saying no strings attached, can I help you, which is so sweet, but then it starts compounding into a bunch of other things and
feeling like strings,
a lot of strings, a whole lot of strings, and
Jehovah's Witness flavored strings.
just, yeah, either you're in or you're out. I don't know. Either you're neighborly or you're not. Anyway. So I am jaded, but I still believe that we should do the right thing according to something, whatever higher power you have. Doesn't matter.
And for you, that's been the version of Jesus that you've held on to.
And I don't know, but I
cherry-picked parts.
Yeah, cherry picking Jesus lover. What?
If you were to find some reason to believe that Jesus didn't exist in the way the Bible describes him, would it matter to you if he was just a fictional character?
No.
Why not?
I just have it instilled in me. I don't know. I do think it's easier to raise a child to not believe like there's afterlife. Like The Last Guest was so amazing, but like when you think of the afterlife, I don't ever want to raise my child to be like, yes, there's an afterlife. Yes, we're so for sure there's heaven, hell, paradise. But I do think it's important to know that your time spent here is the only time, like really the only time, whether you're going to be judged by God or not. It's the only time you get. That's guaranteed. So it's really important to treat other people kindly and make the most out of what you have.
I think that's a good way to look at it. Even if you don't know if there's an afterlife, to act as though this is the one you know you get.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
Even if you do believe there's something after, treating this one like it's the only one would make the most sense. Do you believe that there is an afterlife?
I don't really think about, I mean, I have thought about it, obviously. So I shouldn't say I don't really think about it. I don't really think about that now, but I don't know if that is, I don't.
Does it matter?
It doesn't. I mean, like once you really think about it, you're like, okay, so there is a heaven or a whatever. Like, if there was anything, it would be heaven for me. And even then, it's like, okay, I would go meet everyone that I know. And I've thought about this since a young child, actually. Like, so I would go and meet my grandma, as an example. But if my grandma had the love of her life up there, but then she remarried after her husband passed away, like, how awkward would that be? Take my name in stride, people that are watching this. Get comments. I get a little loopy. Yeah, so it's like that would be a whole conundrum of drama in the afterlife. So I don't know. And then me being sick and knowing, like, yeah, if I pass, like, I'm leaving behind the people that I love, right? Not looking towards heaven or so that.
You're not worried about who has gone before when you're going.
Yeah.
You're worried about who you're leaving behind.
Yeah. And that's another thing is I've always known Jehovah's Witnesses beliefs very well, I felt, until Freaksine's mom said, here's the picture of the house that I will gift to you from his grandma, which we knew she was going to, but we're gonna give it to the other brothers. But she said, when/if I pass away, you will get this. That one got me. When/if.
Oh, because he might come back before she passes away.
Right.
Of course.
Which I knew, but like hearing someone say that is it's like, okay. When/if.
What a very unique view of things.
Yeah.
Do you have, somebody's having a lot of fun in the background.
Yeah. It's our daughter downstairs playing games.
Do you have, well, I mean, you have a cherry-picked Jesus, an if afterlife, which really is an if, but more of a maybe. And what is it that you actually hold to as a belief as far as a God goes? Do you think there should be a judge? I mean, if there's no afterlife, why have a God judge at all?
Well, is there any way you can say that in a different way? Yeah.
What is your God's job? What's he do?
Oh, that is a good. Okay. Huh. I mean, I do think there's a judge and a jury in how you lived your life.
Why?
I don't know. Once you said it that way, I'm like, maybe there's not. Or maybe I do kind of believe in either reincarnation or I'm gonna sound, but and this is maybe just a comfort blanket for me. Like I joke about like being able to come and haunt not ghosts necessarily, but like not ghosts necessarily, but like I do believe the afterlife can talk to you. Heaven.
What do you mean?
I mean,
Crybaby is cheering in the comments, by the way. But what do you mean by talk to you?
they can be with you. They can like you're playing music. I'm gonna sound like a crazy person, but like you're playing music, someone passed away, and they can talk to you through music or signs.
Are they talking to you through music, or are you thinking of them when you hear it?
No, like I feel like legitimately be like, this is so-and-so that is completely playing my music because I don't even have this song on my playlist.
How can you indicate that it's them and not just whatever music player?
Because I don't have it on the playlist.
Is this a Spotify thing or
No, this is a Amazon Music thing.
Amazon Music? Does it have an algorithm sometimes guessing what you would like to hear?
No, it's legitimately through my playlist. Like
Just
I
a
say,
playlist.
play so-and-so's my name's playlist.
How would a ghost have access to edit your playlist?
I mean, I don't know. Obviously. I'm a sound human being that is like, I do not have this on my playlist. But my whole family uses Spotify, and I use Amazon Music.
I wonder if there's some way that a particular song makes it into the playlist without ghostly interaction. I wonder if there's some way to track that. If there was, and you tracked it down and found that it was added by you in an altered state of mind or when you were tired.
No, I don't add anything. I mean, honestly,
I understand. But if you were to find that it was added at a particular date and time when you don't remember doing it, would that tell you that it was a ghost? If you don't remember doing it?
No, but I can say that I like literally never add music to my playlist. So
What would indicate that it's a ghost?
just not me ever touching my playlist. Like for years, I have not added a song to my playlist. Probably a decade, actually.
Could the app malfunction in any way?
Could, yeah.
You think them if it malfunctioned to play a song that meant something from someone who passed, would you assume that that is the person who passed causing the malfunction?
Only if it's like multiples in a row.
Mm-hmm. So as it stands, it's more fluke occurrence that kind of
Yeah,
indicates.
it doesn't happen every. I know it's very woo woo.
It is very woo woo, but it also um, it sounds both woo and mundane. It sounds like as if the app could glitch or some other reason that a song plays off list. Um, that doesn't necessarily need to have a ghost behind it, but I would wonder what kind of existence is that ghost uh, having where they are interfering with Spotify play or Amazon Music playlists.
I mean,
Kind of like I was asking Crybaby about waiting around in the dark for someone with an EVP detector.
yeah, I mean, it's not like I believe in it. It's one person that
Mm-hmm.
when a song does show up and then it's multiples, I'm like, okay.
Feels like it could be that person, but it also could it be just a chance
Someone like
occurrence
my daughter
reminding you?
fucking with me.
Yeah, could be that.
Yeah. Yes, it could be. We do not know.
I don't want to blame your daughter, but I wouldn't put it past anyone in your family.
Yeah, she wants the robot in her house. The pet robot. No, but this was before that. Yes, it's obviously very possible. So I don't believe in like an afterlife necessarily, but I do. Maybe God judges and is like, you need to hang around for a bit more and taunt people. I don't know.
Hmm. Would that be God saying that? What kind of God is leaving souls here to
I mean, I don't know.
taunt the living?
It's kind of funny. No?
It raises a lot of questions about what system of afterlife is in place.
A funny God. I don't know.
A funny God.
A funny God. That's what I'm hoping for.
Well, funny mama, I don't know that I have any more questions for you right now.
I know.
It
You can
sounds
put the
like
what the fuck up sign.
I was thinking about which one to use.
I love you so much.
I appreciate you. I really do. I hope that you keep asking questions. I'm going to go ahead and I think move on.
Okay.
But
Yes.
thank you so much.
Yes. Have a wonderful night.
You too. Absolutely. And big W's from the chat for Funny Mama. She can question her beliefs, and she does a great job. I hope that she keeps asking questions, and who knows, maybe she'll find some reason to either believe or not believe in the ghosts of the playlist. And if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking for a debate or an. I'm not here to tear you down or burgle your god. I just want to know if and why do you believe? Crybaby Monster, that's a really good question. I don't know. How many former JWs believe in ghosts? So far, we are 2 for 2, but I know several former JWs that are not believers in any kind of supernatural. Hello, Anne. Can I get your
Hello.
age for TikTok TOS?
Say it again.
Can I get your age?
I'm 36.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do. I converted to Islam.
To Islam?
Yeah,
Have you read the Quran from
I
beginning
have.
to end?
Yes. I haven't memorized it, but yeah, I've read it a couple times.
Fair enough. Do you believe everything within it to be true and literal?
Yes.
And that it is the breathed word of Allah as told by Muhammad?
Yeah, the revelation sent down. Yes.
Why do you believe that?
I was a Christian, and so I followed the Abrahamic religions. And when I learned that Moses, Jesus, and Prophet, peace be upon him, Muhammad was sent by the same God. It's like chapters just set down, right? It's like a whole book. If you look at the Abrahamic religions, it's just one big book, and he sent down chapters, which would be the Torah, the Bible, the Quran. That's what got me. And yes, we're encouraged to question our religion, actually, to make sure that we stand firm in what we believe.
You said that because you were raised Christian, something about that.
Well, I wasn't. Well, so I was baptized Catholic, but we weren't really practicing.
So you weren't practicing.
Right.
And you believed that these were chapters, the
Not,
Torah, the Bible, and the Quran.
not at the time. At the time, I just knew the Bible. But when I got older, I started learning about other religions. And when I realized these three major religions, aside from some Christians, believe Jesus is God, we all pray to the same God. And they all were sent down revelations by Gabriel, right? So that's what
Were
clicked
they
for
all
me.
sent revelations by Gabriel?
Yeah, like they all got sent down
Who
their
else was
message.
given revelations by Gabriel?
Well, was it Gabriel's the one that came to Mary, right? Saying that she was going to have a son. I'm not sure about the Torah. But they believe, even the Jews will say they believe in the same God as the Muslims. They won't say the same thing about Christians just because most
Will
Christians.
they say they believe the same God as the Muslims, or will they say they believe in their God, Hashem, and that the Christians believe in a version of that, and the Muslims believe in another version of that? Will they say it's the same God?
Yeah, so what I've learned is that they consider us like their cousins in faith because we do pray to the same God.
Interesting. I would be very interested to know what Jewish doctrine or policy that is to consider Islam brothers in faith. But so you believe that you have the third chapter now of this
The final one,
saga.
right? The whole book.
Why do you say it's the final one?
Well, because he said that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, would be the last and final messenger.
Did he say last and final, or did he
Yes.
say he carried the seal of the prophets?
Yeah, the sealed and the last and final.
Where does it say last and final?
Like I said, I'm not like wicked, I'm a layman, but it does say last and final messenger. That's actually in our testimony of faith. You say to become a Muslim is that you believe that Prophet Muhammad was the last and final messenger.
Interesting. Do you think that that was always included, last and final, or could that be an interpretation based on hadith?
As far as I know, like I said, layman, it's always been like that to become
Have you
Muslim.
studied any hadith?
Yeah,
Do you follow the hadith?
I do.
Do you consider yourself to be a Shia or
No.
a Sunni?
So I have an issue with the label thing because we were told that it says not to break up into sects, and they did. So I think even calling yourself a Sunni, Shia, or there's so many, right? I just say I'm a Muslim that follows hadiths and the Quran.
Are you familiar with the Prophet Baha'u'llah?
No. Are you saying Bilal?
Baha'u'llah.
Oh, no.
So you haven't heard of the prophet or man who claimed to be a prophet after Muhammad?
No, I haven't. Oh, you want to tell me about him?
Well, I mean, just that there was a man who claimed to be a prophet after Muhammad. He claimed to perform miracles and bring a new revelation from God. That
I'll
he
have
was
to look
also
into it.
the second coming of Jesus.
Oh, well, there's a lot of those, though, throughout the years that claim to be the second coming, yeah.
He provided his own evidence according to his followers. But I was curious if you had heard of him and why you wouldn't accept him if he is in the same sequence of progressive revelation.
Yeah, I'd have to look into it and see, just
What
learn
about
about him.
Joseph Smith?
I have heard of him. That's the Mormons, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you believe he is a prophet of God?
No, I don't.
Why not?
I don't know too much about that, but I did watch a documentary on that and since forgotten so much. But yeah, I don't know. It just didn't seem. Nothing was convincing for me at the time. So
Nothing was convincing at the time. The documentary you watched, was it actually produced by Mormons, or was it more something to kind of mock?
no, they weren't mocking them. It was just telling about their religion. I don't know if it was Mormons that did the documentary or if it was just somebody that was doing different religions.
Interesting.
I did have a question though, if you don't mind, because I've scrolled through TikTok and I've noticed your room. I am curious on your beliefs.
My beliefs don't make too much difference to the live. They really don't. And generally, just presenting them results in someone trying to argue against them, which is not the purpose of this live. It's not a debate.
No. Yeah, I was just curious.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, they don't really matter.
All right.
So, how recent of a convert, revert, what would you call it?
I say revert.
How recent of a revert are you? How recently have you taken Shahada?
So I did when I was 16 years ago, but I haven't. I've been practicing now, like actually practicing, like 9 years.
For 9 years.
Mm-hmm.
And what is it that led you to Islam?
I was 18 and I was really interested in religions. I knew I believed in a God, but I just wasn't convinced that my religion at the time was the right one, saying that Jesus was God and just different things I saw. And then I studied with Jehovah's Witnesses for a while. I never converted. I just really enjoyed talking to someone about God and religion. So they would come, you know how they come to your doors? So they would come like every Tuesday. And then I moved in with my mom for a little while, and her neighbor was an older gentleman from Egypt, and he was Muslim, so I just started asking questions. And yeah, I actually had a dream that was the biggest thing that inspired me, that I was on the right direction.
A dream.
Yeah.
So you had a dream that inspired you and convinced you were going the right direction
Right.
with Islam. Was there something that convinced you or compelled you that this version of Abrahamic faith was true?
Yeah, like I said, the big thing to me that really stood out was that they all followed the same God. And it's just how I understood it when he was explaining, so it's just chapters, different chapters.
Is it really the same God, though?
Originally it is, because even we believe in Jesus, we call the Bible the Injil, right? And the reason why we don't take that face value now is because even Christian scholars say it's been corrupted so many times. But there at one time was the correct Injil Bible.
What do you mean, Injil?
The Bible, that's what. So Injil just, yeah, it's the Bible.
There would have been a correct Bible.
No, right. Well, yeah, the Bible.
In which language?
Is it Hebrew? I don't know what Injil is. I don't know the language.
So, in what way is it the same God, other than being referred to as the God of Abraham?
Because the one true God. So all of it, it's called, I'm sure you know, why it's called the Abrahamic religions, because they all lead back to Abraham. And we all believe in Abraham, and we all believe in the God of Abraham, the one God.
Do you know that Abraham existed?
I believe he existed, yes.
How do you... Well, why do you believe he existed?
Because I believe in God, and I believe in the books that he sent.
So because you believe in God and the books that he sent, you then believe Abraham existed?
Yeah, because it's in our books, and our books are from God, so...
How do you know your books are from God?
I guess it leads down to faith, right? You have faith that what you are following after questioning it, which is very important, and looking into it, that you have to make a choice to have faith or not.
And you've chosen to have faith in that God.
Like I said, it kind of goes to the dream. And just because I've always so when people get scared, even atheists, for the most part, when anybody gets really scared or terrified, they all have that thing where they're like pleading to something, right? Please help me, please God. What are they pleading to? Like, why is that instilled in us to do that if nobody's around?
You say atheists do it when no one's around.
Yeah, like
what makes you think that atheists do that?
I have a cousin that's atheist.
So you have a cousin, one atheist, that you know, and I'm assuming you asked them if they plead to something when no one's around.
Yeah, I mean, you can see them in like certain things in life, and they'll be like,
when no one's around.
I know, how do I say it when no one's around? It's hard to explain, but do you agree? Like, if you're in a situation where you're really scared or about to be in a car accident or something, you're like that, like in a moment where you're like, please help, like, oh, no.
I don't know. I don't know that I plead to or pray to anything. I don't think I do. I've been in situations before, and I don't recall thinking about God. I remember thinking about surviving, if thinking at all.
Okay, I hear you.
So, for you, you had a dream after meeting this Egyptian man and asking him questions.
It was a while into it, like I was studying it, yeah.
And how did the dream convince you that there was this God?
So I had a dream, and it was like very vivid, right? It was just basic things. My mom came into my room. She asked if I wanted to go to the Walmart. I'm like, yeah, let's go. She drove. We were talking about something red and white. Um, and she was driving. She pulled into the parking lot, and she parked right next to the thing where the cart, the cart holder. We go into the Walmart. I wake up. It was regular. So not the day that I woke up, but the next day. And I didn't tell her about this dream. Like, it was just, I didn't tell anybody. And then same thing. She comes in, wakes me up, asks me if I want to go to Walmart. I'm like, yeah. On the way to Walmart, we're talking about Marlboro cigarettes, the lights and the full flavor. So the packages are red and white, right? And then she parks right next to the cart thing, and the license plate in front of me said "Trust in God." And so I felt like that was my sign. How am I going to dream like exactly the events?
Is it dreaming the exact events?
It was. I'm telling you, it was like exactly the thing.
You
It's,
said in the dream you went to the store, you parked next to the cart return.
I wasn't driving though. She was, and I
Right,
didn't
she
tell her.
drove.
Yeah,
And then in real life, you went to the store and you parked next to the cart return.
right. And same conversation about in the dream. I didn't know what the red or white was. That part wasn't clear. But in real life, it was the cigarettes.
And how do you know that the dream was exactly the same as the events?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
How do you know that the dream was exactly the same as the events?
Because I remembered
And
the dream.
did you remember the dream before or after the events?
No, the dream happened, and then not the morning that I woke up from the dream, but the day after that is when everything happened.
Really quickly, I'm going to talk past you, but it's not to be rude.
That's
I
fine.
just got to make sure that I thank Everlasting God Stopper, Funny Mama, Anki Bubs, and Danny Grax for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. Really do appreciate you. Do you think that it's possible that um, you remembered the added details or any details to the dream after the events occurred to make them fit better?
No, because the dream was so vivid. I woke up thinking, "Wow, that was odd." Like I remembered the dream perfectly.
So shopping carts and talking about red and white, and then in real life, you looked after the dream, after the events that took place in the dream, you looked and the license plate in front of you said "Trust in God."
Yeah.
And so that felt to you like a message from God, not some occurrence that your mind could have easily constructed from common events.
It's not common for my mom. It wasn't common for my mom to just come in my room, wake me up, say, "Do you want to go to the Walmart?" Right? And then the conversation. I just, I don't see how you can dream something, and if there's no God, if nothing matters, how are we dreaming things and then they come true, like exactly how it was?
Well, you're saying it came true exactly how it was. How do you know that it came true exactly how it was and that you didn't add details to it later? Have you ever looked into the way our memories work and the way we actually process them?
No, but again, I have to go back to I remembered the dream like clearly. I'm sure you've had dreams where you remember it. Like even now looking back, you can think of a dream where you remembered it.
Sure. And I also know that if I right now try to remember the dream that I know I remembered, I can easily, without even meaning to, add, subtract, or alter details in my memory.
Yeah, I hear you. I don't, that's not what happened, but I hear you.
So you understand that it's possible for a person's mind to alter details of a memory, especially in ways that fit things that are comforting or cause them to make more sense.
Yeah, I agree that's possible. Yeah, that
And
doesn't
yet
fit my situation because
you
I
leave
know.
you leave no room for the possibility in your mind that this was anything other than a message from God. I
Yes.
wonder why, Anne. I wonder um, if you can't leave room for any other possibility, then can you even really question your beliefs?
Maybe because I lived it. It's my like experience that
Mm-hmm.
I can't convince you of an experience you went through to try to tell you it
I'm
was
not
something.
trying. I'm not trying to get you to convince
No,
me.
I
The point isn't to convince me. Um, what I'm asking is, can you even question your beliefs if you are holding so firmly, so dogmatically to this experience being um, a sign from God and leaving no room for any other potential explanation? Is that something dogmatic?
I don't feel so. I don't feel like it is. I don't. I feel like a record saying it, but just having lived it, having had the dream, and remembering it so clearly, and then it happening. There's, I would.
How long ago was this?
That was 16 years ago.
16 years ago.
Yeah.
So you were a teenager.
Yeah, I was 19. No,
Mhm.
I was 20. I was 20.
So you were 20 years old, and how long after these events um, did this stick to you as a message from God, or was it instantaneously when you saw the license plate?
Well, yeah, I sat on it I didn't take my Shahada for a few weeks after that because I did sit on it, right? And I continued reading and learning. And then I'm like, yeah, I find this to be true. So,
So you had already been studying Islam,
yeah.
and you don't think that there's any possibility that you could have um, influenced yourself into seeking a sign or some excuse to uh, believe or partake in the religion that you've been studying?
Well, I was searching for the truth, like, not just there. I was just
Were you
searching.
searching for the truth, or were you searching for God?
Well, yeah, God, I find God to be the truth, you know?
Right, so you had the presupposition already that God was the truth.
Yeah, so I believed in a God, yes.
Why?
I guess there's no scientific answer or fact answer I could give you. It's just a feeling, you know, just like there's a God, there's a creator, there has to be, you know, all this didn't come from nothing. That's, in my opinion, silly. But I respect everybody else's beliefs, you know.
Do you, you said when you first came up here that you were encouraged in your faith to question.
Yeah.
Can you question the Shahada?
Yeah, so we can question the prophets, we can question why we do anything, why we believe it, because it's good to question things because then you find your answers, and for the most part, it answers the questions and it brings you more firm in your religion, if your religion is correct.
Do you leave room for the possibility that your religion might not be correct?
I did. Yeah, I did.
You did,
But
but you don't now.
well, because I've dived into it, right? So
So in diving into it, you found that there's no room for error in the Quran.
Yeah, I've found nothing that would convince me that it's not true.
Fascinating.
Good morning.
Good morning, Tavium.
How you doing, Thrayle? And Anne?
Good morning.
I'm doing great.
Doing well.
We've just been talking to Anne about her belief in Islam, brought on by and I don't mean to make it sound diminished at all, Anne, but conversations with an older Egyptian man, further studying into Islam, and then a dream about parking in a particular parking spot and reading a license plate. And I don't think I strawmanned too much there, Anne, but is that about the gist of what we've discussed so far?
Yeah.
What did you actually? Okay, so that's the beginning. Are you Shia or Sunni?
So I don't label it. I'm just a Muslim that follows the Quran and Hadith.
Which hadith? From Ahl al-Bayt or from the Sahaba?
The Sahaba.
So you're a Sunni.
Well, yeah, people.
Okay, so you take all the hadiths, literally, metaphorically, whatever you want to call it.
So I'm a revert, so layman, right? But I have Bukhari. That's the one. I have that book, and so I follow.
Bukhari, yes.
Yeah.
I think I heard you said that you studied the Quran as well. Is that true? I don't want to make any assumptions. I'm just going through.
Yeah, so I've read
list.
it, right? Yeah, I've read it a few times. Yeah, a couple times.
What do you think of 434?
You'll have to, like I said, you'll have to read it to me.
Okay.
Do you have it?
I do.
Thrayle? I could bring it up. I have to turn up on my laptop.
Yeah, I can pull it up.
It's okay, Anne. We can pull it up here. Anne? I'm a bit sick today.
That's not good. That's what
Allergies.
happens when it freezes in the desert.
Well, no, we've been getting some, what's it called? Dirt storms. So my allergies are really flipping out.
Okay. Oh, you're gonna laugh. I have, Quran.com has a terrible translation of that verse.
Yeah, I know.
Gently? Where is gently in the Arabic?
There's no gently in the Arabic. If you want, you can just give me 2 seconds. I'll find my tablet somewhere.
So is it the women being caretakers of the men? I'm sorry, the men being caretakers of the women?
That is where it starts, yes. It does start with that.
The rest is the problem, though.
It's what it says after that. Let's see if this is a better one.
Okay, I brought up the verse in an actual physical Quran this time.
Oh, wow.
I have it in Arabic and in English. Yeah. Do you want me to read it in Arabic, then translate it, or read it in English and tell you where they missed the translation? Which one do you prefer, Anne?
English.
Yeah, that's up to you, Anne.
Yeah, we could do the English because I don't understand Arabic.
Okay.
So, it's a long verse. Okay, we'll start from here. It's a long verse. You can read the rest of it if you want, but let's start here. And if you sense ill conduct in Arabic is translated from وَإِن خُفْتُمْ نُشُوزَهُنَّ. نُشُوزَهُنَّ means disobedience, usually, but here it's translated ill conduct. But it's okay, we can switch the words. From your woman, advise them first, If they persist, do not share their bed. If they persist, it's this is a mistranslation. It's not discipline them, it's fit them. And also they added the gentle. Yeah.
Yeah, Quran.com adds
How do
gently.
you know they add gently? Because I heard that it's
I'm a
just like,
native Arabic speaker.
but I heard that it's just, because I've heard these debates also on another app where they say it like, not actually hit them, but like with a, what is it? Like a, not a stick, but like a
Miswak.
little, yeah,
Miswak.
yeah.
That doesn't make it better.
No, but
Now, now you're hitting them with something. So
No,
the
I know
translation
what
I'm
she's talking
looking
about.
at,
She's talking about one of
yeah,
the tafsirs, one of the explanations of the verse says to strike them with something called miswak. Miswak is like a toothbrush they used to use. However, that's an also mistranslation.
it's also not
It's
in. It's not there in the Arabic, though, right? It's just
yeah, it's
the translation I'm reading
so
says, advise them, forsake them in bed, and strike them.
yep, that's
That
more
is the
accurate.
order given. It adds in the words first, then if they persist, and finally. But it simply just says, as far as it directly translated, is advise them, forsake them in bed, and strike them. Um,
I'm not trying to like get a gotcha or anything, but I'm asking you, what do you think of this verse?
oh, well,
Is
as
it
for
okay to hit
me,
women?
yeah, I mean, I listen and I obey kind of thing. So there's knowledge behind everything, and I think they
So
give
it's okay to hit women.
warning. It doesn't say like beat them, okay?
It literally says beat them in Arabic though. But okay, we can move past that. So a god given permission to hit women is okay. How about contradicting? Can God contradict himself? Would that make you question it?
Okay, where does he contradict himself?
Thrayle, I don't have the Discord on my laptop, unfortunately. Can you remind me of the verse?
yeah, let me
There is
pull
a
up the.
verse that said, وَخَلَقْنَا مِنَ الْمَاءِ كُلَّ شَيْءٍ حَيٍّ, which means we brought forth everything living from water. There are two verses to contradict this. First one, it says, we created the jinn from smokeless fire. So that's a living being created from smokeless fire, not from water. And the other verse, it says, we created men from mud. So that's another contradiction. Men are living beings. So
How is that a contradiction?
mud is not water.
By the way, can I ask you, linguistically, you're using the word we, and presumably it means one,
Yes.
right? Like, that's something that often comes up when people ask about, like, Elohim being plural. And I'm wondering how Islam apologizes for that and what you think about it.
It's more, in Arabic, it's when you use the word we, when you're referring to yourself, it's more of a royal thing. It's an honorary
Right,
badge.
right, okay,
That's in
yeah,
Arabic,
that's
but in English, it's a bit finicky.
exactly, yeah. Okay, just curious. Sorry to interrupt. It just struck me. Like, I had heard it before, but then it just
That's
struck
okay.
me.
The let's see, it was 55:15 for the jinn from Smokeless Flame, and 15:26 for the man from Sounding Clay.
So, is that a contradiction, Adam? Or is that okay?
You're saying that mud is not water?
I'm saying mud and smokeless fire are not water, no.
I'm just not comprehending. I'm sorry. So the jinn was made from smokeless fire,
Smokeless fire. Yes.
and then man was made from.
sounding clay molded from black sand or black mud.
So what's one have to do with the other? That's where I'm confused.
Which one is water?
Mud.
Mud is water.
Well, you need water
Mud is
to
water.
make mud.
I thought
Right.
mud was mud.
No, but
I
how
was
do you
pretty
make
sure
mud?
mud was mud.
Maybe it's one of those things where, like, at a certain point it becomes mud, and at a certain point it becomes water. You know, because there could be muddy water.
Yeah, but what makes mud mud?
If you do find the muddy water, just make sure you give it an electric guitar.
The muddy water of Theseus.
What about watery mud?
The watery mud of Theseus. It's got to be. I came up with a great joke today. What came first, the chicken or the egg? The rooster.
Rooster.
Exactly.
Yeah, I felt that was going to be the rooster.
I thank you.
So no contradiction in mud and water.
No, I can't find it.
She doesn't see it as a
Well,
contradiction
no.
because mud requires water. So in her mind, that would mean it's made from water.
What about smokeless fire then?
Smokeless
That
fire.
water? Yes.
If something is
You need water to
mostly
make
not,
smokeless fire?
if something is mostly not something, how can you call it that thing?
But you would still need it as an ingredient.
Yeah, but I
That's very interesting.
don't call a cake a flour.
No, but cake has flour in it, so
Would you, if you were to come across a pile of mud, would you think to yourself, ah, yes, water?
yeah, I would think water helped create this mud.
That's, you look at a mud pile and you think to yourself, water.
I think mud, but then you have to go beyond that. And how'd this mud become mud?
Is going beyond that reflective in the verse?
Well, I mean, sometimes we got to use our brains, no?
Wait a second. I'm asking. I don't know enough about the verse. I'm
No.
asking, is that the intent?
No.
Is this the one that goes on to say that the clay is turned into semen or sperm, and then that is turned into a clot, and then that is turned into a flesh lump?
Yeah, well, if you believe in a
That's
God,
the rest of
That's the rest
That's
of the
the
verse.
next verse.
So this is the one talking about gestation of fetuses.
Yeah,
We're
but
made
also,
from
I just have
sand and
one
clay.
question. Sorry,
Go for it.
I'm gonna cut you off. I just have one question. You said I'm the type to listen and obey. Where's your brain in listening and obeying? You can't analyze the orders or whatever, but you can analyze mud to water.
yeah. What's wrong with that?
Doesn't that apply double standard to which things you like and the things you don't like?
I didn't say I don't like it. I said,
Yeah, but it's contradicting. Therefore, you're giving it a shake in your brain, but that's not contradicting in the ticket. Okay, sure. Of course, it's not contradicting. I get it. Chalk and cheese. I'm not talking about that verse. Okay. If you want to go through that verse, we can go through the hadith that comes with that verse. Like when Muhammad said the sun goes down in a literal muddy pool,
Don't
goes
let
to
it get
God,
under your skin.
prays to God, lets it go. Yeah, okay.
He's just trying to get under your skin. Good morning, Hell. How are you doing? Haven't seen Hell in a while.
Good morning
Same
from Egypt.
You're in Egypt.
Yo, you're in
Wow.
Egypt.
I'm in Egypt.
We're literally neighbors right now. Literally
It's
neighbors.
literally like I see the sea. I don't know, is it the White Sea or the Red Sea? But I see.
You don't know what color it is, but it's a sea.
I don't know what color it is. It's just a sea. Good morning, everyone. Hey, Rav. Hey, Tav. Hey,
Good.
Anna. Hey, Batcolyte. Hey, Thrayle.
How was your flight?
It was so exhausting, but finally I reached.
It's a long one. I just basically did the same one.
It is, but it's worth everything. Like, I don't know, somehow people here are so friendly.
It's amazing.
They are.
How long are you there for?
I'm planning to stay here for 10 days, then I'm going to Morocco afterwards.
To Morocco afterwards?
Yes.
Nice. That's on the bucket list for me.
So, Hal, I want to ask you: is mud water?
No, hell no, mud is not water.
Hmm.
Mud is a sand and water mixed together.
So when God said وخلقنا من الماء كل شيء حي, and then he said خلقنا الإنسان من صلصال, that's not the same, correct?
It's not the same.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought my Arabic was kind of icky there, but thank you for correcting me. As you know, North Africa is not famous for being Arabic or good with Arabic.
It's not.
Tav, where are you from again? Sorry.
I'm from Libya.
Libya, that's right, that's right.
But I want to ask Anna a question.
Go for it, Hal.
Anna, why God didn't mention how he created Eve?
He did. He said he created her from the rib of Adam.
It's not in the Quran though. That's from the Jewish books.
Also, it's not in the Jewish book either. It
It's
says
not even
from
in
the
the
side.
Jewish book.
It's not how it's
Really?
understood. Yeah, it's the way it's written is the side. In other words, the common commentators will say that the first being was androgynous, was both male and female, and then split down the spine. Like it had one face on one side and another face on the other side, like androgynous.
Funny thing, they always say we have something called Israeliyat, which is this is from the Jewish, and we took it from them. So it's not mentioned in Quran how God created Eve though. He created Adam. Then how he created Eve?
Well, because Adam just means being; it doesn't even mean man. And so the Adam is split, male and female, because it
You know,
says,
Raf, your translation makes so sense when you read the Quran. Because in Quran it says, وَخَلَقْنَا مِنْهَا زَوْجَهَا لِتَسْكُنُوا إِلَيْهَا, which means like God created man and female, two couples.
mm-hmm,
So that translation you made makes so much sense than the translation that Eve was being created from the rib of Adam.
exactly. It doesn't make any sense. It makes sense for Christians, but it doesn't make sense for Jewish people.
Or Muslims.
All Muslims too, by the way,
Fair enough.
because
Yeah.
none of the Muslims can even elaborate or even think about it or read other books that how did that happen, where we came with the conclusion that God created Adam and Eve. God created Eve from the rib of Adam.
So, Anne, why do you think that God created Eve from a rib? Where does that come from for you?
Well,
So there's a hadith. Where would the hadith have gotten there from?
In the hadith it said the Jews say that,
I see.
or following the Jews' example or something like that. That's why we call them the Israeli explanation or something like that. It's one of the mufassirin, the tafsir, the explainers, whatever you want to call them. They always
Tasvir?
go back to the tafsir, yes. The people who
The-
do the tafsirs or write the tafsirs always go back to the Bible and what the Bible says. And sometimes they go to the Jews around them, the Jewish people around them, for traditions to what that specific thing meant.
So, in Hebrew, there's hasbir, which is to explain. Um, and I wonder if they're the same root, like etymology. The
It's
hasbir
very
is to
possible.
explain.
Because
Yeah,
we also, I've heard you talk about nafsh once, or nafash once, and
yeah.
it literally means the same thing in Arabic, just different wording. It's nefas in Arabic.
So,
Amazing.
so the hadith took, as Mateo's pointing out, from the corrupted book and the corrupted traditions, according to the Muslim view.
I'm just kind of
Can I?
listening, taking it all in.
That's fine, Anne. I was kind of curious where you would have gotten the rib from, and I guess
Maybe that came
Tavium's.
from my Christian background.
Go ahead, Hel. I think you've got a question.
Yeah, I want to ask you. I didn't know. I didn't came earlier. I didn't know you are from a Christian background. My question is to you: is like, why did you decide to convert to Islam?
I was just learning different religions, and I found Islam to be true.
True in which way?
So how I, at the time, and still now, follow back just to Abraham, right? I believe in the God of Abraham. The Jews believe in the God of Abraham. The Muslims believe, the Christians believe in the God of Abraham, and then I learned that the Muslims did as well. So to me, I looked at it as one big book, right? And we all were just, he sent down chapters, which would be the different books, and that would what convinced me that that was the final chapter of the big book.
Do you know that? I don't know if you know that or not, but do you know that Muslims, or not even Muslim? I'm not talking about the common Muslim. I'm talking about the Islamic mythology itself. Does not believe that, and they disagree with that because that we consider it shirk. I don't know if you know what's the meaning of shirk.
Yeah, I know, but I don't understand how that would be considered shirk.
Okay. A Muslim theology believes that there is only one God and there is nothing called God of Abraham. Is one God for all the prophets that
Yeah,
come
but
in the religion.
what I meant by that was the God that Abraham followed.
It's really only
No,
Christians that say Abrahamic.
exactly.
Like nobody
Go ahead.
in Judaism would say Abraham's God. Like we would say
No.
Elohe
I'm not saying
Abraham, Elohe.
Abraham's God.
Wait, but the only Christians use the term Abrahamic. Jews find it to be offensive and supersessionist and sort of piggybacking, and Muslims are like everybody was Muslim anyway. It doesn't make any sense. They're all prophets of the same God. And so it's really only Christians that use this term Abrahamic.
Because when you say God of Abraham, what you're saying also in another word, like there was another God and other prophets follow. In Islam, I'm sorry, my voice, I have the hoarsening voice again. I'm so sorry. But in Islam, there is one thing, there is one God, that all the prophets coming down from Adam itself, the first man in the earth, all the way down to Prophet Muhammad, all of them believe in one God, and that God called Allah, and it has no other names.
Yeah, I'm not sure where I said he had another name.
No, I mean, like, it has also no other names when they say, like, it's only one God. Even when you do the Shahada,
Mm-hmm.
when you do the Shahada, you don't say the Shahada, God of Abraham. You say La ilaha illallah, Muhammad Rasulullah, the God and the only God.
Right.
So that's why I'm saying that Islamic theology, they will consider that takfir. No one of Islamic theology they will say there is a God of Abraham.
So I'm confused on why you're stating it like that. So you're saying Abraham didn't believe in God?
No, what
So
I'm
his
saying is
God.
like, so
No, because what I think you misunderstood my point. The
God,
like the God of Abraham, the God that Abraham followed, the one that told him, that he was to like stop all the idolizing and all that. And then even
but
Jewish people,
there was other prophets before Abraham.
yeah,
So what those prophets used to believe, which God?
in the one God.
So he's the same God.
Yeah.
So it's not
The,
only the God of Abraham. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, well, so I think the argument is that when you say the God of Abraham, you're acknowledging this singular monotheistic God, like Abraham's innovation or addition, or is that it is the acknowledgement that this is this is the only God, um, and like the smashing of the idols as a midrash to Abraham's story.
Mm.
Um, but the issue is that what I'm trying to drive home in is that nobody in Judaism or Islam would say Abrahamic God. Like it's just God. And like that each generation has a unique relationship with this God, you might say. That's very much, at least in the Jewish tradition, but it's like the attempt to unify Christianity with Judaism and Islam is a very Christendom sort of thing. I don't know how to explain it other than that.
No, I hear you, but I've actually heard Muslims say that the Abrahamic religions.
Maybe ecumenical Muslims, but like never within Islam.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go back and have these conversations with
I don't
them.
know. I mean, hell, let me know if I'm wrong. That's just my understanding.
The religions came through Abraham itself. That's why in Islam, we have something called prophets and messengers, and the both of them has a different rules from God, and God give them like a description. So, when we say Abrahamic religion, what they are trying to say is not the God of Abraham. It's only like those religion considered Abrahamic religion. It's because within that time it came out those kind of religion, all the three religions.
Mm-hmm.
But Tav, you are right. None of the Islamic theology that I know, or I have read, or I have even followed, none of them during my study, I came across something called God of Abraham. None. Because Muslim consider, if you see God of Abraham, or we are saying that the other prophets before Abraham, they followed a different God. We are unifying the God of Abraham by saying that this God is only specific for Abraham. And that's how it comes shirk. But I have another question for you, Anna. Have you read the basic of Islam before converting to it?
Yeah, I learned the basics.
So, what's your opinion on the basics?
That there's one God, and like I'm just gonna repeat it, right? There's one God. He sent his prophets, the messengers, gave us basically the manual on how to um, live life properly, so we could go to heaven, right, Jannah, and
True.
that's.
What do
So,
you get in
Anna,
Jannah? You get Jannah.
wait, before the Jannah talk, Anna, my question is to you now. I'm sorry if I'm rude or something,
No,
but I have a question. Is
listen,
like
guys. I'm just learning, and then everything I'm hearing here,
100% true,
I'm gonna go
true,
back and
true,
ask them too.
true. Uh, how would you? What if something from Islam you learned, and that something is not, let's say, is not recite or is not like aligned with your morals and ethic, what would you do?
If there was something that I learned that wasn't aligned with my morals, I think because I love Allah so much and I trust in His all-knowing, I would follow it as long as I know it's not something unjust, right? Which He can't be unjust. So if you could give me an
Is hitting
example on what you're heading towards.
What do you mean by
women?
unjust?
He can't be he can't be. That's His one rule against Himself. He can't be unjust,
So you're saying God cannot be unjust?
right?
Okay. So what if I told you, do you read Surah Al-Kahf every Friday?
Not every Friday. I know I should, but not
But
every Friday night.
okay, no
But I've
worries.
read it.
Good. There is an ayah in Surah Al-Kahf. Atav, if you could help me with the phrase of ayah in Surah Al-Kahf, where God says that there was a child who was being analyzed by God, who God ordered Khidr to unalive him
Yeah.
because this child, he will cause his family to be a disbeliever. Do you think that's unjust?
So, do we know how old the child was?
Oh,
We don't know
jeez.
nothing about the child.
Okay, so if
Wait.
the child, hold on, can I say this? If the child,
I can point something out. If you would just give me a second, everyone.
Okay.
Give me a second. It was way too young because he said that if I don't do this now, he'll grow up to be disobedient.
Right. So, what do we know about children that die before puberty? Where do they go? They're not accountable for
Okay,
anything.
so okay. We started off by hand waving, hitting women, and now we're going to it's okay to unalive children.
No, but you have to know that.
That's where we're going.
Hold on, calm down, sir. I'm saying, in Islam, we
Fine,
believe
calm,
that.
ma'am.
Thank you. In Islam, and I'm just playing. I'm not like feeling any type of way. In Islam, we believe that children that die before puberty, they're not accountable for anything, right? Because your deeds don't start until after puberty.
But what
So if
about the person that unalives the child before puberty?
well, in this circumstance, with this one incident, he was like told to, right? Like he was inspired to
By
from
God.
God, right? So he wouldn't be. He's just doing as he was supposed to.
So
Just
why would
following
God?
orders.
The kid went to Jannah, right? So the
No,
kid's
but you
not.
don't know. You don't know where the kid went. We cannot argue that. We don't know where that child went or will go.
But by
What
what
we
we
know,
know is that
okay,
kids that die
but
before
no,
puberty
no, no,
go.
no. What we know that God ordered Khidr to unalive a child because he is afraid. That's from the ayah, and I'm not saying something that he is afraid that this child will grow up to be disbeliever and he will disobey his family. Is only because of fear. He doesn't know. He's not sure.
The
No,
injustice is that a child is unalived.
you said that God told him that well, not told him, but inspired him, right? That he would cause his family to be a disbeliever. So that's not
He
him
was
just.
afraid that he will cause his family to be a disbeliever.
And that part was inspired by God.
Yes.
Okay,
Do you think that's unjust?
I have to look into it, and then if I ever come meet you
I have
again,
another one if you want.
I will come get back to you on my
No, I
thoughts
mean,
on
like,
that.
sure. Good, go look into it. But my question is, do you think that act is unjust?
I feel like not knowing everything, because I can't take face value on everything you're saying. No offense, obviously nobody should.
100%.
Right. So just looking at it now from my knowledge, God is all knowing, all just, and if He knew that that child would grow up to be like not a good person, and He wanted to save his family as well, and like taking this child out of the world, and obviously, obviously, but we know as Muslims what happens to children if they die before puberty, then I would find that just, yes.
What happens if you find out that it is exactly as Hal and Tab are explaining to you? Like, how does that shift your perspective on
You're gonna have
things?
to. I didn't hear that part. I'm sorry. The beginning.
Yeah. What happens if what Hal and Tab are telling you uh, comes to be accurate? Um, how does that shift your perspective on things?
I don't know. I don't know. I can't answer that right now. I don't know.
You can't or don't want to, just out of curiosity.
I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to answer right now.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if you guys would allow me one thing before you go, Hell. There's also a hadith on the Prophet. One of the night, they were in a war, the state of war, and one of the Sahaba, a bunch of the Sahaba were raiding the position, of course, and one of the raids was at night, and they came back to the Prophet saying, Prophet, we accidentally got some women and children, is that okay? The Prophet said, they are of them. So, meaning they're of the kuffar, so it's okay to unalive them, basically. God has no intervention here. Is that just?
I'll have to look into it. Yeah, I'm just taking it in right now. I have to look into these things.
Okay. So that would get you to question that disbelief, this only gain belief. Is that right?
That would get me to question what?
In Allah, in the Quran, and the Prophet. Yeah?
No, I don't think. I won't ever question there being a God. Ever. I know that.
I'm talking about the God of Islam, Allah.
Yeah, no, I don't think I will question. I don't know. No, I won't. No.
Out of curiosity, Anne, why did you question Christianity, but you will never question Islam?
Christianity, it comes back to like what sits well inside you, and it didn't sit well inside me. Even I remember as a young child, my father telling me Jesus was God, and it just didn't sit well with me.
Okay, but Jesus being God, it didn't sit well with you, but unaliving of children and women, and the hidden of women, and all of that, it's okay, it sits well with you. You can't even question whoever commanded that.
Well, I've never heard of what you're saying, so that's why I don't want to.
I've literally pulled it from the Quran directly. I've given you even the verses. You want the verse? I can give you the number of the verses.
Can I ask, Tab? I was going to ask this earlier, and I guess it goes for Hal also. Like, what is it like for me? I have a reaction that I have internally when people like basically say that they don't believe that I understand how Hebrew works, and I'm wondering what it's like for you to hear that and experience that for Eric.
Almost exactly the same.
You know why? For me, Tav, Rav, I always think, especially for the converts, I always ask myself a question. You already change your religion and you join another religion, but you're refusing to question the new religion, but you question your older religion.
I didn't say I won't question it. I said I'm good. Everything I'm learning right now, I am taking note, and I will go question. I will go find people of knowledge and ask them about it and hear their interpretations, because I know a lot of times people of other religions, even if like any religion, they'll take things and twist it, or like,
And I was Muslim. I grew up Muslim. I born Muslim. I studied Islam. I followed Islam. I learned all the way from all the different parts of Islam. So I'm not waiting for anyone, especially, no offense taken. Don't take any offense from me. But I'm sorry, but like, converts has zero knowledge about the religion. What they do, they always go back, they will ask the mosque, and they will take the words from the imam as if this is a true word.
No. See, I don't do
And
that.
that imam itself, I would have even debate them.
Okay, I don't go to imam. I find, I ask different people. I also look on YouTube, different
You
opinions.
don't have to ask anyone. You can just Google the stuff we talked about.
Well, we shouldn't believe Google, We should look into the book and then...
No, I can give you books where you can look in. I can give you websites where you can find all the hadith you want, every single hadith you want, and that hadith also has citations. It's not about you saying why we need to trust Google, because Imam Ibn Baz or Ibn Uthaymeen, which they consider the Sheikh al-Islam, which in Arabic is, sorry, I'm saying in Arabic, in English consider the head of Islam, the people who tell you what's halal and what's haram. They have their websites on Google. There's book on Google about Islam, about Muslims itself. Bukhari is in has website, Sahih al-Bukhari.
So there's a site called sunnah.com and there's a site called quran.com. Both have almost every hadith and every verse in the Quran translated to multiple translation, numbered citation and explanation, sometimes even translating the tafsir. I would always recommend going with Ibn Jalil al-Tabari. If you can't find the Tabari, go with Ibn Kathir.
Do you speak Arabic, Anne?
No.
So when Allah said in the Quran, Quran Arabiyyun Mubin, that means you need to learn the Arabic to understand the Quran.
Mubin is to understand?
Yeah, Quran Arabiyyun Mubin. Mubin is clear.
Mavin, lehavin is Hebrew to understand. Lehavin is
Yeah,
to
I told you
understand in
there's a
Hebrew.
lot of
It's so good.
similarities. I'd like to have a conversation with you about it one day.
Yeah, sorry, I love it every time. Like Shalom Aleichem and Salam Aleikum is a great one. Sadak and Sadaka both mean charity.
True. So, do you need to read Arabic to understand?
Well, they say it. You read it, you understand it better if you can read in Arabic and understand it. But they have the translations. Obviously, that's what I read.
Do you think? Have you ever questioned yourself? Why would God bring a religion to the world? Or exactly, send a clear message in one language only.
Then he's taking a break. We're not talking anymore until the end of times.
Well, to be fair, isn't the goal for everybody to speak this language?
And also,
So
God's
God is a
all-knowing.
neo-colonialist? That's interesting.
God's all-knowing, so he would know that in the future it was going to be translated.
And you're assuming that God's all-knowing, but that's okay. It's okay.
No, but
And you're
okay, let's
assuming
say
he's
even
not. It works both ways.
okay, let's say what you're saying is true. But why did he send the last message? The last message of all the messages he sent it in one language only. Mind you, back in time, Arabic was not the well-known language was being spoken at that time.
And the Arabic of that time is not the Arabic of this time. It's very different. That's why we need multiple translation, explanation, tafsir, etc.
Yeah,
Have you
Arabic
ever
was
questioned
very
yourself
young.
that? It is a young language, true.
It was back then, yes. It had a lot of Syrian words as well. Syriac, Syrian words, yes.
I'd imagine some Aramaic too.
The start of the second verse, I think. Ayah, whatever you want to call it in English. Alif Lam Mim. Alif Lam Mim doesn't mean anything, it's just some words scattered. Some letters scattered. But when I got a friend that was studying Syriac, the Syriac language, he said that could also translate into and the God of all told me that this book has no etc. I could finish with the rest of this. But yeah, it's very interesting. It was a really young language. It wasn't known outside of Arabia, and it was even it's not even as close to this one, to the Arabic we speak right now.
Trade languages spread. Languages of exchange.
Yes.
I have only last question for you, Anne. And I think before we get out another guest, would you go for a war to fight for God?
Yes.
Why?
Because what's more worthy of fighting for than God?
But God didn't ask you to fight.
Pursuing peace, probably.
You said God did not ask me to fight, then no, I wouldn't. What do you mean? I don't understand.
My question is, Would you go for a war to fight in the name of God?
If I knew my side was correct, just as people fight for their countries, you know.
Can I rephrase that question?
Yeah, please.
Real quick. I'm sorry to cut you off. I just want to rephrase the question. Let's say the caliphate was established and the caliph was trying to unite the world or under the banner of Islam, and that caliph is coming to fight or to war with your country. Which side are you taking, the caliphate or your country?
That's a good question.
The caliphate meaning.
The state of Islam.
Okay, but why are we doing that?
What?
Why would
Why
we
are
just
you
go
doing
fight?
what?
Why are they coming to fight my country?
To establish a unified state under the rule of Allah?
Inshallah.
Did Allah ever say to do that? To go fight other
Yes,
countries?
that's why we had multiple.
What?
Yes, that's why we had multiple empires rise and fall throughout the history of Islam, up until the
You
Ottoman
don't
Empire.
even know your own din.
Calm down.
Yeah.
Listen. I've said many times I'm a layman, so you don't have to be rude.
Tell me to calm down. Oh, calm. You're the one who doesn't know anything about the history of their religion or their religion at all.
Anyway, I would fight on the side that was right. So if somebody is in, like, for not
How
good
do you know
reasons,
which side is right?
from my own thoughts, my own values and morals, and what I view right and wrong.
When did you begin to make your reversion?
I've been practicing like 8 or 9 years.
8 or 9 years.
But I'm also human, so I'm not perfect. I don't
Of course. Who is?
dive into it every
Nobody's.
day, you know?
Yeah, I'm not like, life is not a competition. Even though life competes.
Does anyone else have any questions?
I'm done.
And does it matter to you if your beliefs are true or not?
Of course.
Does it seem at this point that you assume a lot of your beliefs to be true?
I think we all assume our beliefs to be true. But
Do you think there is any?
like I said, I'm taking notes, and I will go ask all these questions, and yeah.
I hope you come back if you find any answers, and I want to question those too, Anne. But at the moment, I don't have any more questions for you, so I hope that you keep asking questions, and maybe we'll see you again.
All right, take care.
Take care.
Signature Thrayle drop.
I do it to everybody, so don't be offended, Anne. But yeah, we are going to move on, and if somebody with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that is capable of questioning their beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I see a few of you in queue. Look at that, right in time for the poll to finish. Hello, Colby. You've got a lot of background noise. Can you get somewhere quiet? Let me go ahead and mute you for a second while you figure that out. Oh, well, I guess you'll go ahead and drop yourself. Guess you didn't want to be up here.
But seriously though, if that wasn't God's command to unify the world under the banner of Islam, why did we have like a fuck ton of empires rise and fall and fight each other to control the world under a unified banner? Like what? Excuse me?
A little strange.
Why do I, North Africa, know the Quran and speak in Arabic fluently? That's...
Where your Qurans are different than other people's Quran. Just saying.
Yeah, I know. No, wait. أنا عندي حفص قراءة حفص. So it's basically similar. You're talking about Morocco.
Oh, Morocco, yeah.
Yes, Warsh, I think. Yes, different Qurans through it. There's about 31 standardized versions of the Quran. All printed in Saudi Arabia.
31 different versions.
Yes, standard versions. There's the non-standard as well.
Right. That's not including like the Quran of the Moorish Science Temple of America.
No, it does not. No.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
I guess it's more of like a statement that I am thinking about, but I'm posing it as a question to be responded to in any way you see fit. Islam, to me, is like the caliphate. That is the goal of Islam, the ultimate caliphate. For Christianity, the goal seems to be twofold, but it's like Christendom, which I would compare very much to the caliphate. And I think there's also this sort of, well, actually, I think Christendom is actually more like Rome, the idea of the caliphate, like the idea of this expansive empire. And then I think there's this also religiosity sort of piece of like saving souls or something like that, or like, and I guess the question is like, do you think that one is a guise for the other, the second is a guise for the first, or something like that? Or I don't know. I don't know what the question is.
There's a saying in traditionalist Muslim circles that it's and I'm paraphrasing because translation to English is a bit hard. It usually goes something like, "We'll drag people even if they screamed and clawed their way out into heaven in chains." So that's the main goal of the caliphate. Probably that's what you're asking, more
Yeah,
towards Christianity.
right. And I guess I was wondering where maybe that was the question of where is it in Islam? Where does that sentiment exist? Oh man, how do you see this playing out in the world today? Like, what is it like? What is happening that you see this sort of mentality playing out in the world?
Honestly, most of it was dropped. No one thinks like that. Like real politicians don't think like that. We're
Right.
talking about very minor scholars, quote unquote, in the mosques. Very little. What?
Somebody came in unmuted. OBX Jewelry, I need your age for TikTok TOS.
199.
Okay. I mean, you made a choice.
Yeah, don't see a doctor.
So yeah,
I don't know what that
the
had to do
last
with a
times.
doctor, but
Well, I'm just saying, like, you know, clearly if you're 199 or whatever, you're doing it right. Whatever you're doing.
Yeah, you need to be studied.
Yeah.
Rap, the last time those groups, the minorities that I was talking about, got together was in that nation in Iraq and Sham, the Islamic State in the Iraq in Iraq and Sham. You know, the people with the black flag. And somehow all of the world dropped everything and went after them.
Mm.
But currently, people are 100. Even the traditionalists, they say you don't gather around or gather with someone. You only follow the leader of your company. There's a huge shift in perspective as of late.
What do you attribute that to?
People saw the horrors of that state firsthand because the first thing they did was turn around on people within. They called the enemy within, literally. The hypocrites and people that deal with the West and people, they started unaliving everyone around them. So people saw the horrors firsthand. That's why you see a huge surge in apostasy, quote unquote, in the Arabic region. And even like the people that support that stuff, they start to become like, when you think of a moderate Muslim, you're probably thinking of the person who was thinking of that stuff but grew older or saw the horrors firsthand or something like that, and then just went on with their life. That's if you're talking about an atheist at this time, you're probably talking about someone who was more on a liberal Islamic side, and then saw those horrors and decided, "Fuck no, I'm not part of that." Sometimes we even have a word for that. Surgeon Coronist is, we call them khajlanin, the people who are ashamed of their religion, because they're trying to, you know, try to
Account
change
for
stuff,
themselves.
and yeah, not really. No, they don't do that. They try to squeeze the other meanings in words because ancient Arabic is not spoken today, so no one knows what those words are meant. So they try to shift the meaning around. It's only cool when you read about it in history books, not see it firsthand or have it done to you.
Yeah.
I wonder if we actually have a guest. Look at that.
Hey,
Hello,
so
Big.
I have some questions on my religion.
Oh, that's unfortunate. So, if anybody has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. But if you're just gonna come up here and be an obnoxious troll, then we'll move on very quickly. Yes, guilty or not guilty, and free music. What are you talking about, OBX? Hey, we get to try again. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
43.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, some things like that.
Which god do you believe in?
Which one do you prefer?
It's too bad. I mean, I thought he was going to try again, but he didn't want
Which
to.
one do you prefer?
He decided he didn't want to try again. Gotcha, Tav. Appreciate you for being here, as always.
Gita.
I will never understand people either, Toaster.
You
Why
said
would you?
one more time.
I know. He wanted to try. think there might be some impairment going on there. The comments are certainly indicating that.
It is Sunday night, so
Mm-hmm.
technically still the weekend.
Technically. That's not my hellhound, Sebastian. That's some other dog in the distance. Hello to everybody just joining us. Good morning, good evening, whatever applies to you. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and join us up on panel. We're not here to debate or argue. We're not looking to mock or belittle you. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Round 3.
Begin. Fight!
Hopefully there won't be any fighting. So do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
Which god do you believe in?
The Almighty.
Which one is that?
The highest of high.
Which highest of high is that?
The one you hear in your head.
And if I don't hear anyone in my head,
Then your eyeballs could
then
possibly not be able to handle the situation at hand.
my eyeballs would not be able to handle the situation at hand. What does that even mean?
Yes. Huh? Can you tell me? Your eyeballs see. Do you see?
Do I see what?
What you want or what you don't want?
So which god is it that shows you what you want and don't want? Which god is it that you believe is there?
Number one.
When you say number one, do you mean Commander Riker or do you mean urination?
Do I mean commander or
What do you mean by number one?
divide that?
Are you drunk?
Drink?
I think that my questions have all been answered sufficiently, and I'm ready to move on.
I think we're alone now. There's just a thrill and grab around.
Are you drunk?
No.
Someone's been hitting the
No,
Sacramento
honestly,
wine.
that's so funny. We've had the nicest weather the last 2 days, and I'm just like floating. I'm just having a grand old 48 hours.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
We have not had the nicest weather. I mean, it's been better, but not the nicest.
Yeah. Good to see you too, Barfing Toaster. It's good to see you too.
Oh, we lost the YouTube for a moment. There we go. We're back. Don't know what happened. We were gone for just a moment. He wants back again. Oh my.
Somebody else thinks I'm Tip Sereno. Brandon is in the chat.
You mean Sebastian?
No, Brandon was somebody from the Why Are We Here days.
Oh, I see. That's a lot of cheek power there, Trip. A hamster can hold a quarter of its body weight in its cheeks. That is, it's
It's a lot.
rather impressive.
Do you think you can fit a lot of D's?
I think a hamster might be able to.
Yeah,
Not. Yeah.
it's fair enough. That was really what I was asking. That was the curiosity there.
Do you want to try a round with OBX? See if
Look,
they
yeah.
yeah. Maybe they'll be more clear in their answers for
Try
you.
around with the champion.
You so far have failed 3 times OBX to question really anything, so I don't know what you mean by champion, but Rav might have a question or two for you about your ambiguous number 1 god.
Ambiguously gay duo.
Is
I
it like?
saw. It's a Saturday Night Live
No, I was just gonna say,
reference.
is it like a brain filter
Reference
problem?
point.
Like thoughts just come out without any consideration as to whether or not they should.
Unfiltered.
I
Wrong.
see.
I don't think it's unfiltered. I think it's free association. Like you heard the word ambiguous, and you're like, that popped into my head. Gotta say it now.
Right. It's the
It's
lack
in your
of
head
the
or my
ability.
head?
The lack of the ability to stop oneself from saying it, I think, is the interesting feature here.
I took a community college class one summer, and there was a
Community college.
girl in my class that was the exact same way. It was fascinating.
She didn't
Just
pass the
literally
class, did
everything.
she?
I don't know.
Did you follow her?
No, didn't have any interaction with this person outside of this, whatever, 8-week class, 6-week
But you
class.
remember her. What do you remember about her?
I remember that she was not capable of like allowing a comment to be made without contributing another comment on top of it.
Interesting.
It is interesting. What do you think about reputation?
Where's your reputation seen?
Yeah,
Here
like, yeah,
or
well,
in
just,
like daily reality of life, like hours,
well,
minutes,
I don't
Like if
know. I
seconds?
you've
mean,
owned
you
an
can't.
online business and you presented yourself drunkenly all over the internet. That kind of reputation.
Do they have a breathalyzer for that type of reputation?
I don't know. I don't know that it's required.
You offered a pretty ambiguous theology, I guess I'd be curious to understand your theology. Are you able to explain any of that?
Theology, theory.
No, like your understanding of God. Like, what is God? What is this? Why'd you, certainly you came up here, right? Thought to yourself,
Not being overzealous.
that's what God is for you, not being overzealous.
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm full of zeal.
What does zealous mean?
I don't know. Give me a definition. I'll take the English version.
For 200, Alex.
I mean, first of all, you use the word. Second, it's interesting because it is a Hebrew word. Its etymology is Hebrew. Um,
Interesting.
I
Isn't
just
it
was curious.
interesting?
Yeah.
One might say it's fascinating.
Doesn't meet the standard.
Oh, it doesn't meet the standard of fascinating. I see.
Somewhere between interesting and fascinating.
An area between there.
Yeah. Somewhere between interesting and fascinating lies every other conversation besides this one.
um. So, I mean, I cannot believe that we've had a full-on conversation and we have not progressed
No,
in any
there's
way,
no
shape, or form.
progress. I don't think OBX is actually here to engage. I think he's just here to kind of breathe commentary over the top of questions and kind of make mouth noises. I don't think he's actually here to communicate anything. But that's fine. He can do that from the comments. And we have a new guest. Hello, Pix1971. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 54.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
What did you say, sir? I was.
Yeah, do you have a belief in a god or
Uh,
gods or anything
you
like that?
know, I do, and I'm gonna just, I've been talking for the last few months. I'm a Christian, but it's just like I don't know, man, anymore because you can't even talk to these Christians anymore. Everybody's calling everybody something. It's just the craziest, nuttiest stuff they argue over now. And I don't know what to say anymore, dude. I really don't.
Interesting. So, why is it you
Uh,
follow Christianity?
well, the Bible opened up to me years ago when I
Did
was
you
in my 20s,
did you read the whole
and
Bible?
I
From
just kind
beginning
of
to end?
stuck with it.
Did you read it from beginning to end?
Yeah, I've read it from beginning to end a few times.
Do you believe the stories in it to be true and literal?
I'd like to say I do. Yes, sir.
So, like the 6-day creation or Adam and Eve, those are true stories for you.
I'd like to believe that. Yes, sir. Well, what do you believe?
Oh, what I believe doesn't really matter to this conversation. But why do you believe those stories to be true?
Um, well, Well, first off, I mean, I've done a little research on the genealogy and stuff like that, going all the way back to Adam and Eve, from Noah's to Adam and Eve, from where we are today, and so it kind of adds up mathematically.
You're
How
saying,
with the
sorry,
population? Go ahead.
it adds up from Noah to today.
Well, I'm sorry. From where we are today, back to Noah and his family, and then from Noah back to Adam and Eve, the genealogy that they have that's listed in the Bible. If you mathematically do that, you'll come up to a population of about what we have today.
How do you come up with a population that we have today? I'm not
Oh
sure how
well,
the. Well,
you know,
here's what I'm saying is you're saying that if you do the math from Adam and Eve to Noah, that
yeah.
somehow you'll come up with a population today. Didn't everybody between Adam and Eve and Noah get wiped out?
No. Exactly, they did. Yes, that's
So,
why I
what do you
stopped at
mean?
Noah.
Well, then what? So then, from Noah to today, you somehow come up with our population.
Well,
Now,
from Noah
what does
till
that have to do
today.
with Adam and Eve?
Okay, well, I'm sorry, I'm not as articulate as I should be. Okay, so, like, the Bible, it's kind of indicating like it indicates a 6 day, or yeah, creation event, right? And so Adam was built on the 6th day, and
Are
so
you sure about that?
well, this is what I'm telling you based off math.
I'm sorry,
This is
based
what
off
I'm
of
trying to
math.
explain. Yeah.
So, based off math, Adam was made on the sixth day, or is it just based off the words in Genesis?
Well, that's what the word says. Yes. You
Well,
asked me why do I
so,
believe?
so if it says that in Genesis that Adam was made on the sixth day, but if it also says in Genesis that Adam was made before the plants, which are made on the third day, which day was Adam made?
Where does it say that, by the way?
Genesis 2:5. Oh, well, 2:5 through 8.
And Genesis 1:30 something, like
You got to
comparing and
read that out.
contrasting between.
If you don't mind. I don't have a Bible.
Oh, I can get you one. Hang on. Which translation do you prefer?
Um, I like the KJV.
Sure, I'll pull it up in KJV. So, in
What do you like about the
the
KJV?
Well,
Not much, you. Sorry.
um, what do I like about it? I like the archaic language.
Okay, well, here it is in the archaic language. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew, for
You're
the
so
Lord.
quiet, Thrayle. Thrayle, it's hard to hear you, buddy.
Oh, yeah, my mic's turned the wrong way. Hang on. There we go, that should be better.
Yep.
Okay, and in that archaic language, we have, of course, I lost the page. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. But there went up a mist from the earth, and watered the whole face of the ground. And the Lord God formed a man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living soul. So what we read there, it says that, and every plant of the field before it was in the ground, and every herb of the field before it grew, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man. So because there wasn't rain, and there wasn't a man, there weren't plants. But then he makes the mist, and he makes the man. Still
Tell me what
before the
happens after
plants.
that.
Oh, right after that, when he plants a garden eastward in Eden. and he puts the man whom he had formed in the garden.
Mm-hmm.
And then he makes the animals.
Sure does. So, if the first chapter says that the man comes a day, and the second chapter says that the man comes before the plants, we know the plants came on the third day. Which one is, like, which order is correct? Is it plants, animals, man, woman? Or is it man, plants, animals,
I
woman?
think with this, you're kind of talking about the style of the writer there, which was Moses. And if you read through the entire book of Genesis and the other 4 books he wrote, he kind of follows the same pattern, like with Genesis 1 and Genesis 2.
How does he follow that pattern?
Like
What pattern?
he'll lay out in detail in the first part, and then in the second part it'll be in a fashion like the second part of Genesis.
I don't.
And
What do you mean?
I'd
It'll
have to
be out
go
of
back.
order. It'll
Huh?
be out of order and sound like a different story. Is that what you mean?
Well, it sounds that way, but there's a
So if I go to Leviticus 1 and read through chapter 1 of Leviticus and then Leviticus 2, it should read like a recap of Leviticus 1 but out of order.
yeah, it's a couple of different places he kind of uses the same style of writing there, like he did there. And I'll have to go back and look at that. I'm kind of at a truck stop at work right now, so I can't do that here. But anyway, as according to Genesis 1, now he was created on the 6th day of creation, and the 7th day was the day the Lord rested, right? And sanctified that day. And Genesis 2
The day of
goes.
rest is in chapter 2.
Oh, okay. And then in Genesis 2, he goes into where he's talking about where he places this man that he created in the Garden of Eden. And it's kind of telling the whole ideology of him being placed in the garden and him being excommunicated out of the garden.
Well, that would be in Genesis 3 now.
Okay.
So in Genesis 1, it tells the order of creation, the number of days. And then in Genesis 2, it begins with the 7th day. Then it says these are the stories of creation. And it tells a story about a man coming before the plants and before the animals. And then a woman being made after all of that.
Okay. All right.
So is it possible that these are 2 different stories?
No, sir. No, it's not. That's an old argument that has been debunked.
How has it been debunked?
Yeah, it has. Trust me, it has.
How has it been debunked?
There's several commentators on that subject right there that you could turn to.
And the commentators have found a way to debunk the idea that these are 2 different stories.
Well, I don't say debunk. It's more of a literary.
You did say debunk, though.
Okay, I shouldn't have said that like that, but it's more of a literary style of writing.
What literary style of writing?
That's what I'm trying to tell you, the way Moses was writing that.
I just asked you, for example, if I open the first chapter of Leviticus and read it, would the second chapter of Leviticus just recap that in a different order?
I guess I would have to say, in a sense, yes.
Have you read Leviticus?
It did that. I've read the entire Bible. I can't really, to bring back everything from memory.
Is it possible you're just kind of talking out of your ass at this point? With all due respect.
No, no. I'm just
Well, you've said that these were debunked, but not debunked, but that there was certain commentators had
Yeah.
ideas that somehow fixed it. How have you verified that these are not originally two different stories?
Well, I never really fully have I guess was expecting a conversation on Genesis 1 and 2, and I'm not thoroughly equipped to get into it, but I can say that I have in the past, and I don't remember so well. It's 3 in the morning over here, and, it's kind of one of them nights, and
Is it
I know
possible that
that
you've
enough for
never
a fact
really
that there's
satisfied
several.
the question?
I know for a fact that there's several commentators you could probably pull up right now, or Google,
I'm sure there
and
are.
and
I'm sure
they'll
there are
explain
several
it.
commentators that I could find that would give
Yeah,
reasons why it is
yeah.
two different stories.
So I mean, if I just went ahead and bowed out of the whole debate on that with you, because I'm not the guy for that.
Do you
Yes,
think do you think my questions are presenting a debate?
well, you're kind of pushing it in that direction, wouldn't you say so?
In what way am I pushing it in that direction?
Well,
What is a debate?
you're asking me if it is, and or challenging me how to prove it isn't or is.
Not quite.
Okay, well then
I'm
I'm
asking you about what you believe, and I'm
okay.
asking why it is that you are able to say certainly that these can't be two different stories.
Okay, well, you did ask me why I believe that, and I was telling you, well, I know that
You
there's.
said it was debunked, and other commentators talked about it. So that's why it sounds like a debate, is because you're present about those.
Is that okay?
What was
Is that
that?
okay?
I
I
didn't
said
hear
the
you.
best answer that I could give you is to look into several commentators.
And say that I have looked into them. That doesn't
Okay.
answer my question as to why you accept it.
Oh, I accept it because I'm a Christian.
Is that why you accept anything? Is that why you believe anything? Is because you just identify as a Christian, so therefore you'll believe what's in the book?
I believe the Word of God to be the Word of God.
How
Yes,
do you, why do you believe it is the Word of God?
I believe what it says about itself, its promises, and its message of salvation.
Why?
And well, I've experienced a lot of it myself personally.
How have you experienced anything from the Bible personally?
Well, hang on a minute. So I got to straighten up. Well, there's a scripture that says, "Ask and you shall receive; knock and it shall be open." Well, I was at a point in my life where I needed answers, and I needed that are personal, and I needed something to happen right away, and immediately the Lord come upon me in my life, and the Lord and opened, delivered me.
What does that mean, the Lord come upon you? Did
Uh,
you
the
have to
Lord,
clean it off?
the Lord made contact with me.
What does that mean?
Okay, so like you allowed me to make contact with you on this stream right here, and I'm in contact with you in communion.
What does that mean?
Uh,
Advice?
it was in my spirit. Yes,
What
yeah,
is
it was.
spirit?
Yep.
It's spirit. What is
Uh,
spirit?
what is a spirit? Well, a spirit is the best way to define that would be an intangible. Um, um, the in the Bible, it kind of it typifies it with like wind. Okay, and let's
You
see.
heard the Lord God speak to you through your wind. What does that
No,
mean?
through in my spirit, in my mind. Yeah,
So now it's your
it was a
mind.
supernatural thing that happened.
So your spirit is your mind.
The spirit of the mind.
What makes you think there's a pilot of the mind?
Well, actually, you could go back to a lot of different other beliefs. There's some stuff I was looking at a while back about the pineal gland in the brain. Are you familiar with any of that?
I'm sorry, the what gland?
I think they call it the pineal gland.
I think you might be mistaken on that.
Okay, what's it called then?
Pineal.
Pineal gland. There you go. Forgive me. I'm sorry. I mean, for not, whatever. But anyway, yeah, the pineal gland. There you go. And
What does that have to do with spirit?
well, it's an empty place inside of the brain, right? And the scientists who first discovered that said it seems as though it's like a chamber where you have these two glands that are just connected to nothing.
I'm sorry,
What are they?
two glands.
Yeah, inside of your brain, there's these two glands in there, right? They're like that are fixed to your eyeballs, similar to the
I'm
ones.
sorry, they're fixed to your eyeballs.
No, the ones that are similar to the glands that are fixed to your eyeball. They're inside of the pineal gland, right?
Pineal.
Pineal gland. Well, anyway, I believe some of the first scientists that had discovered it, so one of them made a comment. It's run by us by the spirit, or it's something a ghost is running.
A ghost is running. So a
Yeah,
scientist.
something to that.
So,
They,
so a scientist made a comment once
yeah, it's
that it
like
was something a
unexplainable.
ghost was running, and so
Yeah, have you ever heard
therefore,
that?
therefore, you say that has something to do with the spirit.
I believe that's where your spirit is there.
Have
It's
you ever researched the pineal gland to look into what its function in the brain is?
well, this is where a lot of people they have a lot of spiritual people other than Christians. Like shaman and people like that. They,
So the answer then is no, you haven't looked into what the pineal gland does in the
well, it's
brain.
what I've understood about, the pineal gland and what it's been associated with in the spiritual
Pineal.
realm.
Are you drunk right now?
No, sir. It's just early in the. It's just I'm overnight, and it's late. I don't. I'm this past my bedtime.
Can you question your beliefs, Pig?
Yes, I can. I could
What does that mean?
to question my beliefs, like to check and see if I believe what I believe because it's true, or
To check and see if what you believe, because I don't even know how you phrase that
okay.
sentence. Can you try that
Yeah, I
again?
don't even. It's. I believe what I believe because of because I know it is the right belief. I think it's something like that.
You believe what you believe because you know it is the right belief, and that's what
Yeah,
questioning your belief means.
yeah, yeah. What? Yeah, is that
That's really unfortunate. I don't
okay?
think that's what it means. Why do you think that's what it means to you?
Well, I'm just throwing something out there, bud. Why don't you tell me? Why don't you enlighten me or something?
That's the unfortunate part here. I'm not here to enlighten you. I'm here to
Oh,
see
really?
if you can question your beliefs, and so far it doesn't sound like you really can. Rav, are you still awake? Yeah, I didn't think so. Otherwise, I'm sure he would have had some questions, but I don't have any more questions for you. And I appreciate you coming up, Pig, but I think I'm going to go ahead and move on. I
Yes,
hope
sir.
that you keep trying to question your beliefs, and I do appreciate, well, that you did come up and you were honest at least. Rav, I hope you rest well. And if it's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Pineal. And you're back again. Why'd you
Oh,
come
man.
back?
It's like drawn here like a magnet.
It's interesting. You know what happens if you turn a magnet away, right? Sometimes you gotta turn that magnet around. That's a lot of echo there. A whole lot of echo there, night visitor. If you got headphones, please put headphones on or something like that. At least turn the speaker down. Oh, did you not mean to request up? Okay, well, no worries. You're welcome to request back up if you have headphones and a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. But there was just a monstrous amount of echo right off the bat. We have had some good guests today, Sebastian. We've had some very good conversations. So, full moon or not, Michael V. Renner. Yeah, I'm not going to read that one out. Yes, that'll psycho. Our first several guests were great. Now we just wait. Who knows who will stumble through here with the curiosity or the courage to question their beliefs. But I do notice that we are sitting at only, 25,000 likes. I think we could be a lot further along than that if we'd all just tap the screen a little bit, share the live little arrow at the bottom corner of your screen, which I know I just realized I didn't. There we go. You can add to your story, or repost the live, or just send it to somebody who might enjoy it. Maybe somebody who can question their beliefs. A certain Aerosmith song just played through my head as I looked at the guest queue. I don't think I'm really interested in taking a ride in an elevator this evening, but maybe a new guest, maybe somebody with a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, and the capability of questioning that belief. Maybe that'll happen. Yeah, both sides. I'm not sure I'm interested in living it up while I'm going down. Not right now, anyways. Hmm. I don't know what is happening down there. I mean, OBX is still doing a word association game with himself, I think. Mhm. Static says I be questioned my beliefs. Right, all the time, every time. I don't think your grammar is right there, Static. I think you should question that, maybe. think that's the mistake you made, both sides. Saying if you were knocking on heaven's door, then you were doing it wrong. I think you're supposed to knock on heaven's door. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you did it wrong. Yep, and OBX is back on a word association run again. Yep, gotcha. Jim, sometimes the associations you make are a little troubling. Not sure how you got there, but you do you. Yeah, yeah, I did. I did. Because I don't think he's really there. I think he's asleep. Which I think is, fairly interesting. Isn't that interesting? I think it's interesting. It might be OBX, it might be, I'm not sure. But it is fascinating, isn't it, Toaster? Interesting and fascinating, and it might even be intriguing. It might not be intriguing. I might be overdoing it. Yeah, I don't want to get ahead of myself. Intriguing might be a little much. Michael V is dumbfounded. How? Why are you dumbfounded? I mean, my thoughts might be provoked. I don't know if I'm dumbfounded. I mean, wouldn't you feel like you're being measured, judged, weighed? Or would you feel like you were measuring, judging, and weighing? How uncomfortable would it be? How long would it be before it became uncomfortable to be in an elevator with Jesus? With Jesus. The next time New Lamp is on panel and sober enough to answer questions. But if you have a belief in a God or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate you. I'm not looking for an argument. I'm not looking to tear you down and burgle your gods. I'm definitely not trying to pry them from your fleshy fingers as you hold on desperately for your last grasp of comfort. No, I'm just trying to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
How's it going, house? How you guys doing?
Hello, Zeusy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 32.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
And which god do you believe in?
My Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
No, sir.
And why not?
I don't think I need to feel saved.
You don't feel like you need to read it to feel saved, but
yeah.
Is that why you haven't read it?
No, that's not exactly why. I'm just not much of a reading person. Why did that sound like it stumped you?
It didn't stump me. I was trying to decide which direction to go.
Choose a direction.
Do you believe that the stories within the Bible are true and literal?
Some are. I think, personally. I don't think every single story is true, but, you know.
You don't think every story is true? Do you think the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in the garden, those are true?
Yes. I'll go with yeah on that one, because it's more like leaning towards our creation and what our ideals are for the world.
I'm sorry, because of our ideas of creation, what does that have to do with it being true?
I said our ideals of the world.
Our ideals of the world, what does that have to do with it being true?
You said Adam and Eve, so like the male and female, the creation of the entire world, so our ideals of the world.
Well, I'm not
because
sure
yes,
I'm following.
there's
Why
men
does
and
that,
there's women, so
why does that
Adam and
convince
Eve
you?
plays far into that.
Why does that convince you that it is true?
I mean, there's nothing that convinces you that it's true. It's all about faith.
Why
Men
does
and
that?
there's women
Why does that convince?
convinces you that it's true. You don't. I can't make you have faith. You know what I mean? Like,
That's
I'm
not the
not gonna
goal of
make
this
you.
conversation.
I'm not
That
gonna
wasn't
make
the
you like
question.
what?
So, what is faith?
What is faith?
Hmm.
Your belief in something that's higher than you.
Faith just means belief in something higher than you.
Yes, that's what you have faith in. So let's say I made
Stop,
like
stop,
a.
stop, stop, stop.
You don't
You
like
said
that?
that. No, stop. You said
Okay.
that's what you have faith in.
Yep.
I thought faith was the belief in something higher. Now that's what you have faith in means that you're using it in the definition. Like, what does that mean? That's you have faith in the things you have faith in. What does that mean? What is faith?
What? I literally just told you.
Belief in
It's
a
having.
higher power.
No, faith doesn't necessarily have to mean like a higher power.
Then what
You
does
can
it
have faith
mean?
in a lot of things, but
What does it mean?
generally, like, it just means like you have, like, man, why are you trying to stop me right now?
Can you read the prompt on the screen?
Can you question your beliefs? I can't
Can
question
you?
my beliefs.
What does
That's
that
okay.
mean?
I can question my beliefs.
What does
That's
that
fine.
mean?
What does that mean?
Yes.
What do you mean? Like, can
What
I
does it
question my beliefs?
mean
I just
to
answered you.
question? What does it mean to question your beliefs?
Oh, like whether you're gonna turn from them or whether you stick by them. I mean, I would say for me, like I started from the side of like I didn't believe in anything. I was not even agnostic. I was really atheist for a long time, and then I
What
said
does
I went to
atheist mean?
agnostic, and then I
What does
went to
atheist mean?
you believe in like a higher power. Like something dictates things.
Atheist means you believe in a higher power that dictates things.
That's my belief anyway.
That's
Like it
what
doesn't have to be
atheism is.
yours, but whatever. I don't
Is
need
that
to
what
have a
atheism
dictionary to
is?
tell me what it means.
Okay,
What'd you
Susie.
say?
So I don't feel like you're actually listening to me. I feel like you're just trying to. I don't know
Well, we're
what you're
having a
trying to do.
conversation.
Yeah, I don't think we are. So I'm trying to see if you can question your beliefs. You're demonstrating that you can't.
No,
So
but
is that all you came up here to do?
no. I mean, I'm up here to have like a conversation with you. But I
To have a
mean,
conversation?
yeah, exactly. Isn't that what you brought me up here for?
I accepted your request because I thought you could question your beliefs. That thought is slowly starting to prove false.
Well, at the same time, my thought was proving false in the beginning. So
What do you mean?
so we're here to have a conversation.
What thought was proven false in the beginning?
But you don't even know that yet.
You haven't answered the questions and now you're speaking vaguely. Are you inebriated?
Only slightly.
Okay. Well, I find that these conversations go much better on a clear mind, so we'll move forward. Some things explain themselves, don't they? Oh, we ended up with 2 for 1. Let me just mute you for just a moment there, Fish. Hey, Antoine, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
What's good? I'm 24.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I believe we are all cattle for elites that has orchestrated our life
I guess you didn't
and
hear
our
the
position.
question I asked, so you're just really up here to say what you want to say and not listen to what I ask. That's fine.
You set up.
So, Antoine, you can request up when you're actually capable of hearing the questions. Hey there, Fish, can I get your age for for TikTok, TOS?
32.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I guess I would say higher power.
What do you mean by higher power?
Just I know that there is a force in this world, this universe, that is greater than myself.
Just force greater than yourself. What do you mean by force?
That's really like the best way I could explain it, which is why I call it a higher power.
The best way you can explain it is force greater than yourself.
A power greater than myself.
A power greater than yourself. By power greater than yourself, do you mean like a car? Or do you mean like the wind? Like, what do you mean by power?
I don't think a car or the wind has greater power than me.
Oh, they don't have greater power than you.
No.
I see. Interesting claim.
Well, I mean, that's not to say a car couldn't deliver more force than me.
Well, we had started with the word force. So a car could have more force.
Yeah, that's why I changed it.
The wind could have more force.
Yes.
But what is power then?
Power is the ability to change.
Power is the ability to change what?
Honestly, whatever you like.
What do you mean, whatever you like?
Depending on the scope of your power, it depends on what you can change.
So the wind can't change things more than you?
The wind doesn't have a better chance of changing someone's mind than I would.
Changing someone's mind?
Or even just making someone smile. Whatever it may be.
What does that have to do with?
I would say that is power.
You're saying that it's power that you can change things by communicating with people. And so you think that there is when you say higher power, what is that?
A power that can do and be more than myself, that can change and create, and it has more power to do than I do.
To do what?
Whatever it chooses to do with its power.
Do you think that this thing that has this power is sentient, has a mind, an agency, a will?
Honestly, I never really thought about that, but because I would probably say no on like having a mind.
So it's more powerful than you. It can do whatever it wants, except for wanting. It can't want.
That's interesting. You know what? That's wild. Well, not necessarily though, because what if you have like the power to do absolutely anything, even if it's not naturally occurring want, you would still have the power to experience want.
How?
Well, I don't have that power to do that, so I couldn't explain how that would work. But
Why do you assume that this power exists?
To make this that we live in happen.
So it's not even really about it being a higher power or a greater force. It's about it being a creator.
I mean, I guess you could put it that way, but I think that's part of what helps me to see the power that this belief of mine has.
I'm not sure. Say that again.
Well, I'm saying that the ability to create is just part of me seeing the power and the capabilities. I wouldn't solely say that it's a creator, and that's why I'm saying it has this great power. But being able to create what it has is attributed to the great power.
So it's not about it being a creator of everything, but it has the power to create things.
Yeah, I wouldn't solely say that it. I would like deem it a creator because that really just I feel like that kind of like dims the power that I see in this higher power.
Um,
So the thing
do
is,
you?
I had a foundation in Baptist Christian, right? Coming up
Okay.
when I was being raised, I would go to church with my mom and grandma. They were
Mhm.
Baptist Christians, so naturally I would go to church with them, and I got a nice understanding of the religion. And throughout my life, I furthered my uh, thirst for the information and the truth of what this power they were teaching me was. And I came to a conclusion that I have to go deeper than just this book.
So is so you're saying that you found that you had to go deeper than the Bible,
Yes,
and deeper than the Bible has led you to a higher power that is creator, but not the creator,
a
that is
higher
a
power
force
possible of creation.
possible of creation. Why do
But
you think that
we would be
such a higher
deemed
power must exist?
because whatever that power is, even if it was like a big bang, whatever you call it, that would be
Hmm.
my higher power. But whatever had the power to create this is without a doubt, no questions, of greater power than I hold.
Why do you think that this was created?
Honestly, that's just, I guess what I've pretty much like been taught is like a logical thing to think.
You've been taught it is a logical thing to think.
Yeah, I've never actually even questioned whether or not like this has just been like an eternal thing, just like an infinite time that it's always been here. An interesting concept. I know that music is a nice touch.
Could it be infinite?
Well, yeah,
If it were infinite, would you have any need of a creator, of a higher power?
the higher power, yeah, creator, no. That's why
Why
I
a
don't.
higher power?
Well, because even if it is infinite, then the scope of the universe would be the higher power. I'm not an infinite person. I'm not immortal. So that in itself attributes the universe to having more power than myself.
Hmm.
That's just where I'm at now. I feel like my ideology and my thoughts
So
on
higher power just means anything higher. Doesn't have to be sentient, doesn't need a mind, doesn't have to have intended things. Just something either powerful enough to have created this or the act of this existence existing.
I feel like I would put a distinction as there are also greater powers than me, but my
Your higher power is seeking the greatest power.
you know,
Why? Why?
I guess curiosity as to like what it was that made me like able to be here. It all really stems just from curiosity.
Are you a friend of Bill?
I think I know what you're talking about. Kind of. I'm more like an associate of yours.
Is higher power important to you for
I mean,
for reasons other than curiosity?
I'm not. Maybe gratitude
Gratitude for what?
for making my life possible.
If all that exists is just existence, what is what is it that would need your gratitude?
Whatever that higher power may be. Again, I can't really like define or like really pinpoint exactly. I don't really feel comfortable using like the term God, you know. There's always been like a lot of is a true God, who is the true God, what is the name of this true God? But there is no debate that if this God person, right, is this God entity, power, whatever, is God, then without a doubt, I am safe saying my higher power.
If it is a God that is specific, requiring a specific kind of recognition, would you actually be safe saying higher power? If it is
Yes,
Jesus or if it is Allah?
I believe so.
Why is that?
I feel like the majority of the focal point of most all religions is the way you live your life and how you carry yourself, the morality you have, you know.
They don't specify that you must have no other God but this God.
That is
That
specified.
only
Way you live.
but this God, and you must have no other idols. Wouldn't your higher power, this sort of broad bet that you are placing, uh, count as an idol against the God of Islam or the God of Christianity?
I wouldn't believe so. I feel like it would be more of I would agree with that more if I chose either or. But if you would be able
So
to say
you could see how a follower of one of those beliefs might say that you are um, just hedging your bets and not really honoring their God.
absolutely, but I wouldn't agree with them. I
You say
I
you
would
wouldn't agree with them, but
I would agree that they would say that, sure, but I wouldn't agree with how they're viewing it
mm,
because I would like to think that whether it's a devout Christian or a follower of Allah, they both see their God as the highest power. It's their higher power. I would like to think so anyway. So what would be the issue with me saying higher power?
because I think from those perspectives, it might be not acknowledging that Jesus is the Lord and Savior of one, and that Allah is the only God um, in the other. I think that in either of those, it may be uh,
Well, but that
argued, and I'm not trying to put you in that position. I just
no,
was curious if you could see it from that angle.
No, this is perfect because now I technically don't even have to answer the second one. No, the third one. Oh wait, no, which one? Oh no, that's the first. Question your beliefs. This is questioning my beliefs. But for me, I believe that either which way, the fact that I hold this higher power to the same status that they would hold their God.
So it doesn't matter to you that they wouldn't say that. It doesn't matter to you that they would say that you're just hedging your bets and worshiping an idol.
No, why would I care how they feel?
Mm-hmm. It wouldn't matter to you if that's what the doctrine says.
The doctrine says to believe that that God is real, right? That this higher power is real. I
Is there not
believe
more? I'm sorry, is there not more to it than that? You
there
don't
is,
think
but
the doctrine says more than that?
it does, but
That by worshiping, I'm sorry, but that by worshiping Jesus, for instance, or saying that your God is on par with Jesus, that you would be committing a kafir according to the, I'm sorry, no, it would be shirk according to Islam, and you would be, if you were to say that this was the only God which would deny Jesus, you would be blaspheming the Holy Spirit, or at least blaspheming
not
Jesus
necessarily.
in the other religion. So you don't see that if you were trying to make your God on par with all of them, that there it might fall short according to the doctrines of either.
That's the thing. I'm not trying to make a God on par with them. I'm not trying to like create a new God. Used to fall into either which category, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they're all. That's the thing. I'm not trying because rewritten by man. The Bible, right? The King James version. Why is it a version? You know, why were their books removed? Why do you have the option to pick and choose what goes and what stays? So already right there, you've manipulated the image of the God, right? So who am I to say that they haven't taken out pertinent information? And real quick, to touch
Um,
on Jesus, right? All things are possible through God. That's in the
um,
text, right? So as long as
so,
I have faith, then
okay,
I'm also praising Jesus. I would like to.
you could say that, but I don't know if Christians would agree with you, or if that's quite what the text says. But so
Yeah,
for you, you're saying that it doesn't matter to you if either of these religions are true. You think you are in line with either of them somehow. That you have found the magic middle ground.
no, I don't think there is a magic middle ground. There is only one plateau to stand on.
Does it matter to you if a God exists or not?
Not really.
Then why do you believe in one?
I don't know if I believe in a God. I believe in a power greater than myself.
When you say that you believe in a power greater than yourself, um, are you saying, hmm, you know what? I think we've kind of come full circle here. Um, your belief that a power greater than yourself exists is ambiguous, could be creator, could just be existence itself, could be a god. This, for you, satisfies your uh, uh, logical requirements to to not be at odds with any of the major religions. Is that what's important to you?
And it's not even to be at odds with either one. It's to separate myself from all of them and have an outside perspective because these are all
If you're
translations
separated
from
from
read
all of them,
ideas.
I'm sorry, but if you're separated from all of them and having an outside perspective, then how is it that you think that your belief also satisfies those religions?
Because I don't have to be a religious person to be a spiritual, like, connected to my higher power.
What does that mean, spiritually
The,
connected?
the way I believe all people should be, the same way that everyone views the church as the building they go to, when it really is the congregation, right? So
What
the
does
power is
what does
within.
spiritual mean?
For me, it means to grasp on to the things that make you better and make you better for those around you.
The
It's a
things
it's a
that make you better. So
it's a
just to
like
grasp onto the
a
things that
deepened
make you
care,
better according to who?
according to me.
So the things that you think make you better, and doing that somehow feels like a spiritual connection to a higher power. How is it higher power if it is according to you?
Well, because all the texts say that we are connected to this higher power, right? So this part must be
Do
true.
all the texts,
This higher power, right?
3 of them, or like how many religious texts are you actually referring to here?
I would say, honestly, in a sense, probably like all of them for real.
All of what?
In one way or
Like
another. All religious texts,
all
in one way
religious
or
texts.
another, connect you to whatever this higher
Have
power
you read
is
all
within you.
religious texts?
No.
Have you read any of them?
Yes.
Which ones?
Mostly just the Bible and the Quran.
So then how can you speak to what is the message of all religious texts?
Through understanding
Through understanding what?
people, the things that they do. The purpose of religion is to bring us together and to connect with this greater thing that we are praising.
I'm
That
sorry,
is
you
the
said the
whole point
purpose
of
of religion
praising.
is to bring us together. How did you determine the purpose of religion?
I defined it by how I see it.
So you see religion as just bringing us together, not doing anything else.
No. I think that's how people interpret it to work. I actually think that it separates us more than anything.
So if you think that it separates us more than anything, then how is it you've determined the purpose was to bring us together?
No. I've determined that that's what it's seen as. That's what people portray it to do.
Oh, I
Is
see.
bring them together. But it brings the group of believers in each religion together. But that then puts them at odds with all the other religions.
Mm-hmm.
I am a firm believer that there is no religion that doesn't teach you to love the next man and be kind to one another. So that also turned out to
Fascinating.
be
You're
true.
saying you're a firm believer there's no religion that doesn't teach you to love the next man and be kind.
I would like
There's,
to think so, yeah.
I wonder if you studied more religions and found that there were some that did teach to not be kind or taught not to love your neighbor, if that might cause you to question your beliefs. But I think that I've asked all the questions that I have for you.
Wait, real quick, what do you mean by question my belief?
Yeah, I think that's the whole point, Fish. I don't think you're doing that, so I'm going to move on. If you are capable of questioning your beliefs, if you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request up. Hello, missing piece. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 33.
And do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Belief is a shaky word. I think that last guy was operating with good intent. I don't think he was being any type of way.
I didn't say he didn't have good intent.
Or I feel like he was being open-minded and fair. I guess that's what I should have said.
Interesting. Did you hear the question that I asked you?
Yeah, I was going with it.
Okay, let's get that then.
Belief is a weird word because I feel like it's more like clinging to, but I feel a connection to, if that answers it.
What was the question I asked?
You asked me about belief, and I said belief is a tricky word for me.
Oh, did I just ask you about belief?
Yeah,
What is belief?
What's that?
Okay, I asked you if you had a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that.
And I would say belief. I'm not trying to be difficult. I feel connected to. So I'm willing to go with that. But if you tell me what belief is, then I'll tell you whether or not I feel that way.
What does the word belief mean to you?
Belief to me generally implies some kind of hoping or clinging to an idea as opposed to a lived experience or something that you feel intrinsically.
And so, do you have a hoping or clinging to a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
No, not a hoping or clinging to.
I see. So you don't have a belief in your definition.
Not in my definition.
I see. What about if belief meant an acceptance that a thing is?
Yes.
You would then have a belief in a god or gods, an acceptance that a thing is. What god would you accept?
I wouldn't accept a specific God, and God is going to be another one of these words that I'm going to feel like is very loaded.
I see. Well, when you say that you have an acceptance that a god exists, what god is it that you're accepting exists?
I wouldn't say that I have an acceptance that a God exists. I wouldn't say that sentence.
I see. What would you say?
I would say I have an acceptance that there is intention and order and love in the universe.
Fascinating. I thank Shell and Dr. Blue, also Iron Chariot and Danny Grax for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you. So you don't have an acceptance then that a God exists, just an acceptance that there is a thing called love.
Yeah, I think that would be fair.
I see. Why did you request to be on this panel?
Because I thought it was interesting. I was hearing the questions you were asking, and I wondered if my way of viewing things would fall into your criteria and what you think of beliefs, and if you'd have questions.
I see. Does your way of viewing things fall into your criteria of belief?
Not for what I consider to be belief, no.
And you don't have a connection to a higher power that you accept the existence of?
I feel a connection to a universal self, maybe.
What does that mean?
Sort of an all-pervasive. I'm trying to come. It's very hard to describe things that mean everything, but kind of an all-pervasive, universal consciousness. If that
What is
helps.
consciousness?
Awareness.
And by awareness, what do you mean?
Again, it's tough when you're talking about everything. Words fail, but Yeah, consciousness, and then I gave you awareness is another word for what I'm trying to describe. I can keep trying to come up with different ways to say it, but it's
So we
going
could
to
play word association until we get to
right,
penguins or
right,
or
right,
dishwashers.
exactly.
So when you're talking about a universal consciousness, what is it you're actually saying you think is there?
An awareness of love and intention to be here.
An awareness of love and intention to be here.
Yes.
You're saying that there is a universal awareness of love and a universal intention to be.
Yes.
You're saying that there is a tension.
My best man. You're asking me to give you words for these.
What does a universal awareness of love mean? Are rocks universally aware of love? Or are they aware of a universal love?
An all-pervasive, all-connected, omnipresent awareness of
An
love,
omnipresent awareness of love.
which is here intentionally.
What is love?
The source of everything.
Love is the source of everything?
Yes.
That's quite a sandwich we've just made. What do you mean by love is the source of everything?
I mean, it's the currency that
We're just
life.
writing songs now. Love is the currency.
To be fair, you're asking me like very deep universal questions, and I'm trying to.
I'm only asking you questions based off of the things that you say. So if you're saying that your universal consciousness is the awareness of universal love, I've got to know what you mean by love, because how is a rock aware of love?
Well, I suppose that's the question at the bottom of it, and the question you reach with any way of thinking, which is, where did it start?
I've never come to how is a rock aware of love and questioning any other belief.
Well, I'm not. The love is aware of the rock, and yes, I suppose to
how
some.
Is love aware of anything? What is? Are you essentially just saying God is love, but trying to complicate it till it doesn't sound quite like that? Because it's what it sounds like.
No, but I can see how you might think that. I get what you're saying, and I'm trying to. When I say something, it's hard to get it into words, so I do my best, and then you ask me to put the same thing into another to keep doing that because it's hard to even do it once.
Is it possible because what you're trying to describe is sort of a feeling, but that you're applying that feeling to a universal standard, saying I feel this way about a thing, so therefore the universe must have this feeling inherent?
No, it's more like I'm trying to talk about the source, but and I'm trying to talk about like everything and awareness, and I'm trying to download that into something very small and clunky and not useful, like and is in his language, as if I was trying to. Everything and awareness, and I'm trying to download that into something. This job is language.
Or is it that you are trying to describe something beyond your understanding?
No, it's that I'm trying to describe something too simple for this language game. something
too simple for the
something.
language
How about
game.
this? Something
If it's
so
so
fundamental.
simple, yeah,
Oh,
if
here.
it's so fundamentally simple, then you could use simple words to do it, and we wouldn't be trying to figure out what the definition of love is so we can understand how a rock is aware of it. I don't think it's as simple as you think it is. I think that you're using that as a cop out.
I'm not. I'm saying what I'm saying is something so fundamental that to download it into language and culture that we've developed
Download.
is difficult. It precedes it. It's what generates it. So it's like you're asking. It's like you're asking the. It's like you're asking the show to outsmart the creator of the show. and so it's hard for me to do that.
I don't get the metaphor. So
It's like if you had a character in a TV show.
I'm kind of bored with the whole trying to figure out why you can't figure out how to communicate it. So I'd like to ask another question instead of just getting another metaphor.
Okay, I've been trying.
Great. So, what reason do you have to believe that there is some underlying consciousness?
I don't have a reason. I just have what I experience.
What is it that you experience that compels you to believe that there is some underlying consciousness?
I mean, again, I'm not believing it. I just feel it.
Holy fuck. We were using your working definition of belief.
My working definition of belief doesn't fall into how I view things. So, but it's a feeling. If that's what you're, feeling is as close as I can get to it.
Feel connected to. That's what you said at the beginning of the conversation.
That's as close as I can get.
Right. So why are we quibbling over that now?
Not. I was quibbling over belief. Okay.
I'm ready to move on. If anybody has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and your head isn't so stuck up your ass that you can actually carry on a conversation, then go ahead and request on up. The fuck? I wonder what it smells like up there. You know what? I bet he wondered that too. That's how your head gets stuck there. Everything is a metaphor, Stephen. Even a metaphor. Just get to a certain point in the conversation where it's not a conversation anymore. It's just annoying. Hello, Hyra. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Or anything like that.
I believe there is As a creator, I do not believe in religion.
When you say you believe that there is a creator, what does that mean?
Exactly what it means.
You say it means exactly what it means. What does it mean to you to say there is a creator? Okay, I guess that's what it means. Hello, F. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Are you there, F? Guess F is not there. I guess what it means to believe in a higher power creator is that run away. Is that what it means to the rest of you? If you have a belief in a creator, it means disappear when asked what that means. What a strange definition of creator. Well, I don't know if that request meant to come through, but hey, they're both sidesing. Did you mean to request up?
I did, Thrayle. I thought I'd come up and stir the pot.
Oh, which pot are you stirring today?
The stew that these people are making of words.
Oh, like belief, meaning to feel connected to.
I don't know what the special definition gets. I guess it's avoiding something, maybe?
Avoiding saying you don't believe.
Hmm.
Or in this case, avoiding saying you do. Seems kind of pointless.
Well, it's hard to explain, actually.
It's so hard to explain. It's the easiest thing in the world, but it's so hard to explain. It's not complicated at all, but I can't explain it.
It's simpler than that. It's an intuition. If you don't feel it, you don't understand it.
Well, if you don't feel it, you probably just don't have a soul.
Oh.
Oh, I haven't had one of those tonight. Give it some time. We're here till at least 10 today, so plenty of time for somebody to tell me that we don't have souls because we don't feel it, or somehow we're otherwise broken by God.
It shakes my brain. I'm like, no, I don't have a soul. And they're like, see, I got you. What is the soul?
Of cooking, I think.
The food of soul.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how you feed a soul if we don't know where it is. Like, is it even connected to the mouth?
It's everywhere and nowhere and in your head and doing everything and nothing all at once. And we can't weigh it, and we can't measure it, and we can't observe it. What, unless you believe the old 21 grams fantasy.
21 grams. Was it 21 or 23? Or 29?
I'm never certain. It could have been 15 or 8 ounces.
Maybe if you scream at a glass of water and then freeze it, you can save part of your soul in it.
Oh. I gotta hand it to that guy. He really reached a lot of people with that study, quote, unquote.
Did you feel reached?
I felt touched by it. It has affected me in ways. More ways than the water was affected. I mean, of the things that I would want to have memory, water would probably not be one of them.
Right.
I've said and done a lot of things around water that I wouldn't want repeated. Do you think water keeps a secret?
I don't think water keeps very many secrets. It would have to be able to remember them.
Oh.
I wonder if our previous guest wants back up again. I don't know why.
Hey, did you know that crystals are one of the lowest energy states of matter?
Oh my. What the fuck? Are, what is energy?
It's a measurable quantity of either. Well, it's actually quite a bit of an explanation. Pertaining to crystals, the energy would be the movement of the atomic lattice.
I see. So it has a low amount of movement within its atomic lattice.
Correct. So as far as the effects of the vibrational energy on your life, it would actually be quite ineffective.
Doesn't sound like it's affecting very much if it's a low energy system. Welcome back, missing piece. Did you decide you had a belief after all?
No, I was more just like curious as to like when I this is my first time tonight like being on like seeing your live, and at first I thought that you were like a person who was either I don't know, I thought you were maybe very curious and trying to get to the bottom of things, but then the way you would kick the last guy off, I was like, yeah, maybe not. And now I'm like, maybe you just aren't like. Now I think that you probably aren't really operating in good faith. Like you more just want to pick
Oh,
things
I
apart
see.
as opposed to like
Did
get
you
to the
see
bottom
the?
of things.
Did you actually read the prompt before coming to that conclusion?
Yep.
And what does the prompt say?
Well, I'm not convinced you're.
What does the prompt say?
I can see the prompt. I can read it.
What does it say?
It says Batcolyte.
Very good. Now, what's the next line say?
Can you question your beliefs?
Cool. Can you question your beliefs?
Can you?
Can you question your beliefs? I already asked you the question.
No, I do. I mean, I think any beliefs I have, I've questioned. That's why I try not to mess with them.
Fascinating. Until you redefine them out of being beliefs at all.
No, that's why I just said that's why I don't have. That's why I don't subscribe to beliefs.
What is a belief in this case?
A belief is something that you think is more likely than not, but you don't have real connection or certainty of.
Where is that in the definition of belief? The not having connection or certainty.
You just asked me, so I told you.
So, in your estimation, a belief is only something you don't have connection or certainty to that you estimate to be true.
Yes, a belief is like an opinion.
So, if you have some kind of way of determining it to be true or not, then holding it as true would not be a belief, according to you.
Yeah, if something happened for sure, like if I drop a pen on the ground and I say I just dropped a pen, that would not be a belief, right? That would be something that happened.
Can it not be both?
No, that's not what a belief is.
Why did you decide that?
I don't think I did decide that. I think I'm using the word how it's.
Have you ever looked it up in a dictionary before making the assumption that you know what it means?
Have I looked up belief?
Yeah.
Probably at some point.
Why don't you give it a try now?
To what end?
To question your own belief right now in the definition of belief. To see if you can critically think or if you just live on assumptions and run around assuming other people's intentions without actually understanding what you're doing. Why don't you go do that and figure it out? And if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not here to make you look like a fool. I'm not even here trying to prove you wrong. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I want to know what it is you believe and why you believe it, but only if you can question it. What am I scared of, missing piece? Am I scared of you opening a dictionary and looking up a word that you've assumed to know the meaning of? How is it a fear-based approach, missing piece? What am I afraid of? He's going to psychoanalyze me from the comments without opening his dictionary to find out what the word belief means, because he lives in such certainty.
I wonder if the dictionary has a definition for someone who has a phobia of definitions.
I wonder. He knows how the word is used, so he doesn't care what it means. Good morning, heretical. How are you doing?
Good morning, Thrayle, and good morning, both sides. How are you guys?
Doing great.
Oh, that's amazing. What is the missing pieces problem today?
Not enough Shel Silverstein in his life.
That is.
This is where the sidewalk ends.
I don't know if there's a light in that attic.
Play semantics. I get it. It's cute. I don't think playing semantics is cute.
It's kind of boring. You get into the sandwiches of everything. Everything becomes a sandwich. Sandwich this, sandwich that.
Everything is everything.
I don't think he gets it yet. He says he gets it, but I don't think he gets it. It's really sad. Everything is everything. Everything is sandwich. We've already been over this.
The sarcastic comments.
I know. That's good.
Sometimes it feels like upside down world.
Only if I'm on the other side of the flat Earth.
You can't stand on the other side. You'll fall off.
If you too are geographically disinclined, no.
Oh, we do have a request. Oh, maybe not. Gone as soon as they were here. Get all the lackeys you want. You know you're
So
playing.
we gonna fight or we gonna fuck? What's up?
I think we're just gonna drop you, Jordan.
I didn't even understand a word he said.
He said, "So we gonna fight or we gonna fuck?"
Hell yeah.
He was ready to throw hands or make sweet, sweet love.
Yeah, whatever it was, he had the baby oil and he was ready. Get the lackeys you want. That comment. I'm not a lackey. I'm a hired henchman. If anything.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. I almost forgot.
Yeah, I get paid in donuts.
Oh man, it's been a couple of weird hours here.
I can tell if we're having guests up like the missing piece.
I know. It's just been that way.
I don't know. Jordan was probably my favorite so far.
He was direct, wasn't he?
Hey,
he was that.
He was straight up with it.
There's that. Hello, goodbye. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 22.
I see. Well,
how do you get your voice that deep? Sorry.
By not trying so hard and just by talking. I don't know. I just fucking do it. So do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, it's kind of you don't get blown away by this. It's we should ban circumcision.
That's your belief in a god. Is that we should ban circumcision?
Yeah.
So when I said, do you have a belief in a God? You thought we shouldn't cut penises.
Yeah.
It was more coherent than the last two beliefs.
Foreskin and 2 centuries ago.
The next time that I drop someone for just coming up here and immediately doing a croaky Thrayle impersonation, that's what we can all see now, what we've been missing out on. The god of foreskin protection.
Moils beware.
I mean, there are some questions I have around the practice, don't get me wrong. Yeah. Some pretty obvious questions. But maybe with somebody who actually has a belief in it, and probably not as a main focus. The missing piece, I don't think you know what semantics means. I think you should probably look that one up.
Most arguments are semantic arguments.
It would be fascinating if a guest would come up here without attempting an argument. Someone who was actually trying to question their beliefs, who was able to express what that belief is and why they believe it, or at least the questions that they have about it.
I mean, there's so many people in here, like 120 something.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's got it.
And only like a third of them are probably asleep. I always guess there's at least 30 to 40 sleepers at all times. Which gets confusing around, right after I start, and there's only a dozen or more people. How many of them are going to come in just to sleep?
We interrupt your sleep with this. No.
I mean, yeah, if I scroll through the list right now, viewers, I know more than a handful of these are sleeping.
Doing some War of the World stuff.
With that, I mean, I worry I might convince somebody. It's one of the problems I've had with audiobooks. When I'm reading scripts for audiobook auditions, I often come across something questionable, something unresearched, something just disgusting. And I stopped myself then because I don't want my voice saying that in a format where I can't be questioned. Missing Piece says, "Bye, Thrayle. I hope you find a way to hear messages instead of just words." Yeah, Missing Piece, I hope you look up words so you can better convey your messages. Genuinely, maybe question your assumptions that you know everything, especially since you're still very much a child. Maybe when that brain fully develops. Oh wait, did he say he was in his 30s? Maybe I got him mixed up with the previous guest who was under 25.
You've been doing this for a while. Have you ever tried the prompt, why do you believe what you believe?
I think I had one almost like that before.
Becca, do you recall?
Well, I mean, the conversation still tends to be about the same, because I need to know what, right? What is it you're saying you believe in?
Well, how do you define the belief?
How do I define it?
I'm just confused by the comment. Words can't make a man understand. It takes the man to understand the words. Thrayle is obviously a skeleton, and both sizing is obviously a brain in a jar with the funny mask on. So I don't know who you thought you were talking to up here.
Robs.
Why is he still here? Like, go away.
He said bye already. He just wants to linger and hear our responses now because it's about him. It's not about anything else. But we can fix that. I mean, it's real easy. We don't have to have the distraction on screen all the time. If anybody's got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? Look, no more distraction on screen. He's probably still watching and listening, though. You're welcome to request back up if you actually do have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief.
Please, somebody, before we start talking about food.
I still have to make my Paniac. I was at the store today, and they were actually out of cottage cheese. The whole cottage cheese shelf was empty. So, I don't know who made a run on cottage cheese in the last few days. But
sounds like black magic. Like someone wanted to curse you with all your cottage cheese endeavors.
So, a few days. But one of these days soon, I'm going to make the Paniac, which is a hot dog with cottage cheese and okra. Only because I said I would. But at Maram, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 34. It's Atmaram. My name's Atmaram. Yeah.
Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I am a Vaishnav, so yes, I do. I believe in. I'm technically considered a Krishna devotee, so one of them.
One of them.
Yes. Do you know what a Vaishnav is, by chance?
I don't know what a Vaishnav is. No.
Okay. It's like there's various different sampradayas in Hindu.
I was about to say, is it a sect of Hindu?
Yes, there's various different sampradayas. There's about, I think, like five or so, or 4 schools of thought. So like Ganesha being one of them, Kali, the Shakti energy, being the universal. Then you have Krishna consciousness being the supreme, and you have Shaivites who are devotees of Shiva. And I think there might be... No, there's not Hanuman.
And your school was called what again?
Mine's Vaishnav. Vaishnavism.
Vaishnav.
This is basically a Vishnu is the supreme. I don't know what anyone's belief is or understanding of the Hindu pantheon or...
I have a vague understanding. So in your belief system, is Vishnu an avatar of something greater, or is Vishnu your ultimate deity?
So the ultimate deity would technically be considered Krishna, which is an avatar of Mahavishnu, or Vishnu technically. So in essence, how the spiel goes is the supreme personality of Godhead. So in essence, he's the one that Vishnu is the maintainer of the universe. So Krishna is I guess you can say the one who observes everything and kind of plays in the universe and maintains it at the same time. So my school of thought is Krishna based, basically, or we devote to Krishna and Radha, Radha Krishna, basically.
You believe Vishnu is is Vishnu the creator or just the maintainer?
There's the 3. So you have the Brahma, the creator, Vishnu, the maintainer or preserver, and then Shiva, the destroyer.
I see.
So Vishnu being the maintainer of the universe, he comes into incarnate.
Atmaram, do you believe these deities actually exist in the way they are described?
Yes and no.
What do you mean yes and no?
Well, the what's beautiful about these practices or spiritual practices is that they teach you how to actually, consider Sanatan Dharma, which is it's considered or translated to the eternal truth. So it teaches you basically how to do what we call like a puja or a ritual or a fire sacrifice of some sort, right? So it teaches you these they teach you these rituals to summon these gods, if that makes any sense. So yeah.
They teach you rituals to summon the gods. The question was, in what we believe these deities exist?
It's a very personal, like most of them are going to be very personal experiences. So I began as a Shivite when I was
exist.
Most of them are before a near-death experience or whatever. So that kind of propelled me towards Shiva, if that makes any sense.
You had a near-death experience that made you propelled towards Shiva. Did you already believe that the deities existed before that?
I had a belief, but it was more of like a questioning belief, not necessarily a knowing, or it's like, oh yeah, this is real, or this isn't something to mess with. After that entire thing happened to me, I didn't question it any longer.
What about that experience compelled you to believe that there was a deity or deities there?
what levels of, how can I say, like, what's considered way too woo woo and way too weird to even talk about?
Well, as long as you're being honest, I just want to know what it is that's compelling you to believe this. And
well, there's many factors to it, right? So for instance, just cleaning out your diet allows you to be more energetically sensitive to things. So being
I'm
vegan
sorry.
or vegetarian.
But going back, what about, you said you had a near-death experience that compelled you to believe, go from questioning belief to firmly believing that the deities exist. What was the thing in the experience that caused you to believe?
Okay, so at this time in my life, I was working 2 jobs. This specific week, I had purchased the idol and was waiting for it to come in through the mail. Let's say like 3 days after it came in, I got fired from my first job of 2. 3 days after that, basically, my car flips and I almost die. So there's specific things that kind of lined up towards.
So you ordered an idol, and then later you lost your job, and your car flipped.
Yeah. She was considered the destroyer, so he's there to destroy your.
So you ordered
ego
the idol
as is.
The idol was of Shiva.
Yes.
So you ordered an idol of Shiva, then you lost your job and you flipped your car.
Yo, that idol is cursed. So specifically speaking, like, he's destroyer of ego. So he's there to destroy your world. So a lot of our world or our ego is based off of, like, me at that point was me paying my car, was paying bills and being worried about simple things. So he came there to.
You don't think perhaps maybe the pain pills had something to do with you flipping your car instead of the idol?
Pain. I didn't say pain pills.
Oh, I thought you did. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
So, why is it you think the idol had anything to do with you flipping your car?
It's what led to afterwards. So basically, it started my, in essence, descent into the void. If that makes sense, it was like the darkest point of my life, or it led towards darker points of my life. So it, how can I describe that? Like,
the flipping of your car led to the dark points in your life.
It's kind of one of those things where it's like a domino effect, right? Where just one thing kind of came into it, and then all of a sudden now it's.
How does any of this indicate gods?
It goes based off of a lot of weird cues and little hints that you get as you are. Or any type of summoning, any type of rituals that require you to even try to delve into.
To decide that you're going to believe whatever happens as some result, whether it is the result you expect or not.
Yeah, like, it's not something that I expected. It was just something that kind of played out the way it did.
Even the lack of a result, you will count as a result because you've decided to believe it.
To a certain degree, I can see that, but at the same time, how things happened the way they did, the numerology behind it. How can I say, like, they call it angel numbers.
Now there's numerology.
Okay.
Do you think that potentially it is you who is deciding what these patterns are and assigning them to these gods?
Yes and no, right? So it's more of you do what thou wilt. How is it no? As in, like, you have willpower to will something into existence. So yes, certain things are going to look like you are creating it on your own wizard.
Power to will things into existence?
Yes.
We're manifesting too now.
I mean, isn't that the purpose of spirituality? It's to become like God and ask for things?
Is that what spirituality means to you?
No, that's just what modern day spirituality is.
Okay, then I guess you were joking then. So you believe because of certain patterns and your recognition of those patterns, then therefore it must be deities interacting with you. And you both recognize you can just decide that on your own, whether it's true or not, but also say that some part of you isn't just deciding that. How do you know that you're not just deciding to do that and confirming your bias?
Yes, I see what you're trying to say, but it's more, how can I say, it's difficult to explain something of the personal experience of something where you're not really, most of these deities, they don't really want you to speak of their experiences with them, right? So a god or a deity will always see your soul or understand you at that level, no matter how much you fake it or whatever it might be, right? So the intentions are always open and easy for them to, how can I say, interpret or read on you. So they go, this is delving into a thing. How can I put it? To actually chant the mantras does a specific, how can I say, summoning. So anything like spell casting, right? So specifically speaking, mantras are spell casting. That's the whole purpose of.
What was the question I asked you?
How do I know that I'm not just making it up in my own head and confirming it with myself?
Yeah, and now you're telling me that mantras are spell casting. How does that answer the question that you're not just making this up in your head?
Well, like I was kind of explaining at the beginning, the Sanatana Dharma is kind of like something that's been taught for thousands of years. So it's one of those type of formulas where you try it yourself and things will start to fuck with you. So it's one of those type of things.
You try it, it'll start to fuck with you.
Yeah, depending on your karma. Depending on your karma, yeah.
If you decide on the number 23, will you see it everywhere?
Yes. So if you have like anything, 33, 24, whatever the fuck, it's all going to start to come up. If you focus on something, it'll start to, program itself into your reality.
Are you sure it's programming? I'm sorry. Are you sure it's programming itself into your reality, or is it possible that you're just noticing that it's there when it was all the time?
Yeah, your subconscious is pinpointing it. It's trying to grasp it. It's trying to find it everywhere, basically. Yeah.
Okay. So is that actually you manifesting, changing reality, or is that you just noticing?
That's something? That's kind of what you notice about when you start to actually begin warping reality, if that makes any sense. It's like the one
how
thing
do you know
begin to
you're
actually
warping
notice.
reality if you can just notice things more? Is it not you just noticing things? How is it warping reality?
Could you repeat that a little bit?
The whole point of that question, I've said it 3 times. How do you know you are warping reality?
It's not just with like numbers and stuff like that lining up. It's not just, a lot has to do with synchronicities. A lot has to do with going into the taboo of schizophrenia, of delving into, how we say, like spirit guides and what's a nudge and what's something is giving you guidance and what's you just being crazy, or it delves into a lot of that area.
What was the question I asked?
how am I confirming with myself in what I'm creating, or am I manifesting basically my own belief system into my reality?
Not quite. I wonder if both sides being heretical have any questions.
I do, if I may.
Go for it.
May I ask, going back to the idol of Shiva that you ordered?
Yes.
What prompted you to order the idol?
So I'll just tell like a personal story of that. It's a little weird and creepy and disturbing, but take with it what you will. When I was 23, I had a really dark spiritual awakening. So I started smoking cannabis and began to delve in. I mean, for the first time.
Pardon. Please refrain from naming the substance specifically.
Oh, okay, my bad. But yeah, that was my first time delving into it, and it kind of opened up weird portal that I started to hallucinate faces, demon faces, and stuff like that. So I began to sketch them on paper, and little by little, I don't know, I basically now understand it as I was scribing or making sigils of some sort, just because of how terrifyingly weird and disturbing most of the art was. So Shiva is...
Can I ask where you got the idea of these sigils and demons from?
What do you mean? Like just in general from my past, like looking at movies or something, or what do you mean?
Yeah, the source of these things that you were drawing and writing, were they just coming to you, or did you get them from somewhere else?
This was me seeing him. So I was seeing this on the paper's texture and just tracing what I saw. So in a weird way, I was kind of in a trance while I was scribbling, as I call it scribbling, basically. But yeah.
But were you familiar with these ideas before?
No, not at all.
So you didn't know about Hinduism and Krishna
I knew
before?
I've knew of them, right? Like it was kind of like a passing thing. Never really dove into them. Not till I had a very when I started delving into Lucy and stuff like that, and did that kind of go a little bit further into, how can I say, like going crazier with what I was experiencing. But yeah, so Shiva didn't come around until a little bit after, just because I had already gone through my, I guess to say, dark trips or whatever.
And when you ordered this Shiva idol, did you know that it was going to cause chaos?
No, not at all. And that's what kind of it was the first time God had ever slapped me across the face. So it was definitely something where I was like, oh, okay, this is where I must go or whatever. So yeah.
So how did you find the information that Shiva was the god that would do this?
It's not that I found information that he would do those specific things. It's just more of it became an understanding of why that kind of was orchestrated the way that it was. I mean, because it led to like going into like crystal meth and like doing all these horrible things like
please,
that.
Sir.
You gotta stop saying chemicals names, man.
Sorry. Yeah. So it dove into a bunch of other things when I was, going through that scripted event, I guess you can say.
So you were seeing a lot of patterns at the time?
Do you recognize that you altered your brain chemistry?
Yes. At many points in my life, I've done that. You kind of have to. Like, with dealing with trauma or anything like that, you kind of have to alter your brain chemistry in order for it to work for you rather than against you.
Do you realize that a lot of these substances that you're talking about alter your brain chemistry for extended periods of time and possibly even life, how long you've done them for?
Depends on what it is, but for the most part, as long as it's not necessarily like messing up with your actual cells or something. I don't really find it. I mean, obviously, it's you don't want to delve into the extreme stuff, like the powders and all that type of stuff. But I'm talking more of spiritual medications, if that makes any sense.
Can I ask where you ordered the idol from, if that's not too bad?
No, of course not. I mean, it was just a simple like Amazon idol or something. It wasn't anything extreme. It's always the intention. That's like the witchcraft 101. It's like your intention is everything. So whatever you want to will into existence is kind of what gets assisted or whatever. So yeah, you can get any idol from anything as long as the proper treatment you are offering it, the offerings, whatever it might be, whether it be food, whether it be liquid or water, whatever it might be, depending on what area of being a Shivite you go into. You offer alcohol, you offer meat, or you offer different other things.
Is there a possibility that your induced state of mind is the only cause of this, and it's not actually anything religious? It's just what you were seeing and doing while you were in that state of mind?
Well, I mean, that's also saying that, for instance, doing like Lucy. I mean, the community standard of knowing about that is that it's like an 8-hour trip or something, and the effects of it opening up your subconscious mind and your conscious mind as one, and you being able to access information from your subconscious mind and using it like a truth or whatever it might be, right?
What
Going
even
into the
was
whole
the
MK
question
Ultra.
that was just asked that you're ignoring? Are you just ignoring the question? Like, what the fuck are you even talking about? What was the question? Repeat it back.
The question was whether or not I was stoned while doing all these things. Was that the only question? Was that the simple question?
The question was, so you understand it, is that do you think that this is all just what your state of mind was hallucinating, and then all this is just a hallucination? It has nothing to do with a religious path?
No, not at all.
Thrayle, I'm good.
Because you don't really have to like hallucinate to be in that path. That was just something I figured out that I was supposed to be like a shaman or some shit, but I decided to put my soul to different work instead of fucking with people's demons and karma. I decided to just.
You were supposed to be a shaman, according to who?
According to what I realized, what I was able to do or whatever when I was first delving into this whole spiritual awakening, I guess.
So it was you got a feeling that you needed to be a shaman?
No, I understood I was very highly sensitive. So highly sensitive in these realms. So taking, the oh god, whatever name, and then being able to see specific things or tapping into certain things. It kind of helped me understand that aspect of my life, I guess. Just never really went on that path.
Yeah, I think Michael V has expressed it well enough. Does anybody else have any more questions for this guest?
Not today.
That's unfortunate. That's all I have. Why is it so... I don't know. Is it the full moon? Is that what we're supposed to believe?
It was a beautiful moon last night.
It sure was.
Sebastian, it was hilarious. I heard the disappointed dad Thrayle sigh, and then the what the fuck?
It was just, yeah. It was very disappointing.
I just wanted to know if he somehow the brain seems to rationalize that you know things after you learn them somehow intrinsically. I mean, where did the information come from? It had to come from somewhere. Did it come from me?
Must have.
Yeah, I bought a bread maker on TikTok Shop because TikTok Shop is great. Just wanted to throw that out there.
I think that's an important thing to know. I'm glad to know that you bought a bread maker on TikTok Shop. But, what the fuck?
I'm
Look
cool.
who it is. Good morning, New Lamp. Did you mean to request up?
What's up, bro? It's cracking.
What's up? Did you mean to request up, New Lamp?
Yo, you already know me. You know what I'm
I
saying?
do.
I'm the elevator dude, yo.
You're the elevator dude. Are you proud of being known as just the elevator dude?
Yo, look, this is what you named me. You know what I mean? You're the one who started the shit, so I'm gonna wear that title straight up.
How did I
It
start
was
the shit?
you, bro. You were the one that, like, I came on your live and you're like, you know, it's the elevator guy. So it was you, though.
Because you met Jesus
I'll
in an
wear it.
elevator.
I love the title, though. I
And
won't
I
lie.
asked you about it.
Yeah.
And when I asked you about it, you told me about it. And you said that it
Yeah.
was because, and I'm going to recap just real quick.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yo, do it for them, bro.
Right. So you, in a dream, met
Yes.
Jesus in an elevator after seeing a big, as you said, big fat guy.
Yeah, the
rub a
fat
sword.
dude, yo.
Yeah,
The
he
guy
rubbed a
pissed
sword
me off.
across his belly. Yeah, and you were
Yeah.
feeling some way about him. And then in between you and the fat guy, Jesus, both Jesus and the fat guy, both apparently like 11 feet tall, or at least as tall as the elevator.
Tall as the elevator, yeah.
Yeah, and they're
Cool,
both
yeah.
huge.
Yeah.
And Jesus said your name, and then
Yep.
and then when the big guy and Jesus walked out of the elevator, they both turned left. And
Yeah,
you,
exactly, bro.
and so you take that to mean that that's Jesus, because somewhere in the Bible it says that he will speak their name and they will follow. And
Yeah,
so for you,
exactly. Bro, you're so on point. I can't believe you keep... Bro.
For you, that's why you believe in Jesus. Now, I want to know, New Lamp.
Well,
I'm really curious.
yeah, that just proves
and there's
everything.
also the story about the time you were in church and people flopped on the ground. And you
yeah, that was a
pretty
different...
powerful. But yeah, so I'm curious, New Lamp. In what way do you question your belief in Jesus?
I don't question anything, bro. I know he's real, so I don't have to question anything. Right?
Why don't you question anything?
Well, why should I? Well, because I already seen him face to face.
I don't
Right? Why
understand
should
you
I question
should.
that? Like that?
Why don't you?
Why should I? Right? Like he already showed himself. Look, he said, "The pure in heart shall see God."
You said You said he
That's what he
already.
said,
You
right?
said,
And
yeah,
that's what happened.
hang on.
Well, I'm
I
not
got
saying I'm pure
questions.
in heart.
I got questions though.
Okay, go ahead.
You said he already showed himself. How do you
Yeah.
know? How do you know that it was he who showed himself to you?
No, when I seen him, he was smiling. He had a happy face, you know. So I take that for like a smile. Like
Because he was smiling.
he was
How does that indicate that it was Jesus?
What?
Doesn't Pennywise the clown smile?
No, but look, he was wearing a white robe. Okay, and he had the long hair.
Don't
He looked
Jedis
exactly
also,
like Jesus, yo.
don't
When I
Jedis
woke up,
also
that's
wear
when
white robes?
Huh?
Don't Jedis and Gandalf also wear white robes?
See,
Does that make
now
them
look.
Jesus?
See, you're gonna go to your witchcraft shit. You know, I know where you're going.
I'm not going to witchcraft.
So what are you going to?
How is a Jedi witchcraft?
I don't know what the hell that shit is, but it seems like witchcraft.
Oh my.
It sounds like.
So anybody else?
I don't know what Jedi is.
Does anybody else who wears a white robe qualify as Jesus? If they smile?
Yeah, if they smile, and they got the white robe on, they got the long hair down to the shoulders. You tell me who the fuck is that? Excuse my language.
You're saying that anybody who wears a white robe and smiles,
who else could that be
long
then?
hair down to their
Bro,
shoulder.
yeah, down to the shoulder. Who else could that be then?
I don't know. Could it not be Keanu
Yeah, could it not be you think it would be Buddha with the bald head?
Could it be Keanu Reeves?
Could it be Keanu Reeves? All right, so wait, it couldn't be some Buddhist guy.
You said he was 7 feet tall and had dreamy eyes.
No, he was tall as
feet,
the elevator, bro. Tall as the elevator. So whatever the height.
And he had dreamy eyes, right?
He had the most beautiful eyes. Beautiful.
What color were his eyes?
I'm gonna go with black.
Black eyes.
Yeah, but they were so beautiful.
His black eyes were beautiful.
Yeah, bro. He didn't have to show up with like blue eyes or nothing like that. Nah, bro. His black eyes, that killed the whole scene, yo. It just me and him, we stared at each other for like.
Could they have been a dark brown?
It could be dark brown. Yes, it could be that one.
How do you know it wasn't Keanu Reeves?
So it could all be him. You know what I'm saying?
So then, how are you so certain that it was Jesus and not just a character in your mind that looked like?
But look! He came with everything, right? He came with the whole package, bro.
Did he come with the
white robe.
Staff?
So
did he come with a staff or without a staff?
No staff. He
staff.
didn't come to beat me, bro. He came in love. You know, he smiled at me.
Well,
yeah, me and him was chill, yo.
But he didn't carry a staff.
No, he not coming to beat me, yo, bro.
How long was his hair?
It was down to his shoulders, like a little bit down.
So it was past his ears.
Yeah, of course, yeah. It came like down to the shoulder, a little bit lower than the shoulder. That's how long his hair was.
A little bit lower than his shoulder. So the more you describe it, it's starting to sound more and more like Keanu Reeves. Are you sure it wasn't Keanu Reeves?
It was not him. What the fuck? Yo, I don't dream about this nigga, yo. I don't know what you're talking about.
You said he had dark brown eyes.
Yeah,
was his skin,
I'll go with that one.
Was his
dark
skin
brown?
Was his skin white, brown, copper? Like what color was his skin?
No, the skin. It was white. Look, see, this is where a lot of people like get pissed off at me on this one.
I'm not going to
But
get
I'ma
pissed off
say,
if you're just
yo,
saying what
from
you
what I
saw.
seen, he was a white dude. Okay? Don't hate on me on now.
I'm not
On
going to
that
hate
one.
on you about it, but I am going to ask you questions.
Yeah, he was white. He did not look
The one
Indian.
question
He did not
right.
look Chinese. He did not look black.
The
He
question
looked
I want to
Indian.
ask you now.
I mean, he looked white.
New lamp.
Yeah.
The question I want to ask you now is if he was a white guy with dark brown eyes and hair down past his shoulders, and he was tall, was he thin? Or was he like muscular? Or was he was he chubby?
No. He looked. He didn't look muscular. I couldn't even say that. He just looked normal, right? Like I didn't see none of that features.
He just looked normal. What is
Yeah, like a normal. You know what I'm saying?
No,
like it wasn't like he was strong. He looked strong or something. Nah, yo.
What do you mean by normal?
Like just a normal human being, you know?
What is a normal human being?
Well, I mean, it's like he don't have the chest popping out, you know what I'm saying? The abs and all that noise. Like he's just normal, yo. That's what I seen. I didn't see no abs or nothing like that. But I'm pretty sure underneath the robe, the white robe, he probably has it up. You know? I'm not down Jesus, yo. Like that's Jesus, God. But like, yeah, man. So I won't doubt if he has like abs underneath. You know what I'm saying?
Not quite.
Oh, you don't get it, bro? Come on.
I don't know. I just was curious if he was of slight frame or if he was bulky. It's sounding like you're saying he was slight framed. So
yeah,
into a lot of detail about
look. I don't want to put words in, like
so
this is how I see him.
I just
You know
want
what
to
I
know,
mean?
New Lamp. I'm curious if this is a white guy who's of
it's a white dude, yo.
Right.
That's what I seen.
He's
a white dude.
He's of slight frame, right? Maybe not muscular, but athletic.
Yeah, we can go to that one.
Abs.
Yeah, no doubt.
Right.
Slight, yo.
Right. And,
I love your words.
And he's got dark brown eyes and long black hair or brown hair.
Yeah.
Right? Was it black hair?
Yes, it was
down
black
past
hair.
his shoulders. Okay.
Black hair.
How is that not Keanu Reeves?
I have a question.
Why do you keep bringing? Is that like your fucking idol, bro?
No.
Like, why do you keep bringing that dude up, yo? Fuck that
just
shit.
Me? Is it really just me, or does nobody else here describe Keanu Reeves?
Well, I can tell you if it's Keanu Reeves.
Fuck Keanu Reeves, yo.
New lamp. Did the guy have a time machine?
Did he what?
Did he have a time machine with him? That was
come on, bro. Like,
that's how you know if it's Keanu Reeves or not. If he has a time machine, that's a.
Okay, no, he didn't come with no time machine, yo.
Okay, then it's not Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, that's not Keanu, yo. That guy flopped, yo. Leave him as an actor, bro. Don't bring him up again.
How would New Lamp know a time machine from?
Just shut the fuck up, bro.
Would you know the difference between a time machine and a phone booth?
Bro, I know the difference, all right?
It's the number
I'm in quantum physics. I'm outside of time.
You're in quantum physics?
Okay? Yeah, quantum physics. You know that one?
What does quantum mean?
Oh, shit. Hun, how you been?
Hey, New Lamp. What does quantum mean?
Quantum... It means like in the smallest form of an atom. Right?
The smallest form of an atom.
Yeah, that's quantum. That's quantum. It's a. You know what I'm talking about, right? Quantum. Smallest form of an atom, yo.
Are you studying quantum physics, or you have a degree in it?
No, but I did make
You've heard the words.
hydrogen BOMB. Yeah, man, I fuck around with that shit.
You made one, huh?
Yeah, bro. Hydrogen one. So now I can fucking blow up any shit. You know what I'm saying? Man want beef? Bring it. I'll blow the shit up. I'll blow them up, yo.
Did
With
Jesus teach you how
hydrogen
to do
gas.
this?
What happened?
Did Jesus teach you how to do this?
I won't say he taught me, but like I figured it out.
But it's okay
You
with
know?
Jesus.
Yo, did I hurt anyone? I never hurt no one.
You just said you could. Are you
I can, yes, no doubt. I can, but I did not. You know what I'm saying? So the power is like in my hands.
Mostly
But I'm
I'd
a
have
cool
to say
dude.
I don't know what
And
you're
I don't.
saying.
What?
Mostly I would say I don't know what you're saying.
Bro, I'm a cool dude, yo. I would never do that to anyone. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I don't know that, New Lamp. I just know that
Okay,
you
well,
said that you
now you
could
get to
make
know
one.
me.
Now you just said that you made one or you could make one. And really, I'm just trying to know how you know your God isn't Keanu Reeves or some other white actor with long
Yo,
black
the
hair.
other dude already proved that. He said it was not Keanu Reeves.
Because he didn't have what you could identify as a time machine.
You keep bringing up. Is that your idol, bro? Like, why do you keep bringing that dude up?
No, he's definitely not my idol.
He's not your idol, so stop bringing him up, yo.
Well, New Lamp, you see, I've asked other people what God is, and at least one person has told me that God was Keanu Reeves. So
Okay, well,
it made
fuck that
sense.
nigga, yo.
Well, it made sense if you're describing the man with a slight frame who's white with dark brown eyes and black hair down past his
But
shoulders.
isn't Keanu Reeves your brethren? Like, isn't he ripped? So why you keep bringing him up?
I don't think he
I told you Jesus not.
I'm pretty sure
he was
he's
not
not
ripped, yo.
Yeah,
Like
I
that.
don't know if Keanu Reeves is ripped.
From what I seen, he just looked like a normal dude, you know.
Yeah, I think Keanu Reeves kind of looks like a normal dude.
If Keanu Reeves and Jesus were in a room, there'd only be one person in the room.
Yeah, Keanu Reeves, he would have to dip, yo. He can't stand in front of Jesus. You crazy? You have to be holy to see Jesus, right? And that's what I was. I was holy.
How do you know you were holy and not?
Yes, I was holy, bro.
How do you know you were holy and not?
What do you mean? How do I know? Because I abstained
What does it mean
from.
to be holy?
Hold on. Do you know what holy? I'm gonna share this with you now. Holiness means abstaining from sex. Okay.
That's all it means.
Yes, and then you have righteousness.
How is that holy?
Righteousness means.
How is that holy?
Righteousness means that you follow the 10 Commandments.
What are the 10 Commandments?
And the 10 Commandments, you already know them, man. Go look it up for yourself. Sure? I'm not gonna share that because you already know, right? You can look that up yourself. The 10 Commandments that God gave us: thou shalt not lie, thou shalt not steal. You know, the good stuff.
The good stuff. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife or ass.
Exactly. There you go. You see what I'm saying?
The one about slaves. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, all that.
So you think that you shouldn't covet your neighbor's slave?
I would never do that, bro.
You'd never covet your neighbor's slave?
I never.
What about your neighbor's wife?
Never, ever.
Do you think your neighbor's wife belongs to your neighbor? That it's your neighbor's
property? Of course, yo. That's his chick, yo. I'm not trying to like chop on, you know what I'm saying? What do you got going?
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm not even.
New lamp.
Yeah.
Did you see the commandment about Keanu Reeves actually being Jesus?
Man, fuck your car. You guys keep bringing this nigga up, yo. Look, I don't like this guy. the Keanu Reeves guy. Please stop bringing him up. All right. I mean, I know he's a handsome dude. To you guys, I guess. But, yo, stop bringing him up, man. I don't want to hear his name again. You guys keep doing this shit. Fucking Keanu Reeves. Who the fuck? Yo, Jesus will all hustle him any day. Okay? Anytime. Y'all didn't even see Jesus, so y'all don't know what's up.
Could it have been a young Val Kilmer, like from Willow?
Dude, he out hustles your Keanu Reeves, whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? He out hustles him.
What was that? Both sides.
You summoned Mad Mortigan.
We did. I did summon
awesome.
Mad Mortigan.
There's no generational gap here. Hey, New Lamp, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Freedom. You know what I'm saying? You got free will, yo.
Do you still dream?
Of course, bro. And that's how I saw Jesus, right? In a dream.
Have you
I
dreamed
always
of him
dream.
since?
Yeah, Jesus shows up. You know what I'm saying? Jesus
shows
been
up in
kind to
every-
me, yo. Like, even when I lost my mom's, like a couple months ago, you know what I'm saying? And like, he kept on showing me my mom in my dreams. You know what I'm saying? And I kept seeing her, yo.
How do you know that's Jesus showing you your mom?
Well, I don't know who the hell's showing me, but I kept seeing her. That's what I know.
Why would you assume that it's Jesus?
Because I saw my mom's, yo.
So why would
like,
you assume that it's
watch
Jesus?
this. You want me to tell you one of these dreams that I had?
So why would you assume that it's Jesus?
Well, no, I didn't say it was Jesus. I'm saying, like, Jesus gave me the dream. That's what I'm saying.
Why
Right?
do you assume that Jesus gave you the dream?
Okay, well, look at what happened in the dream. Right?
Why do you assume that Jesus gave you the dream?
All right, so I'm gonna show you now. So watch this. This is what happened. So I was in the middle of nowhere, pretty much, and then I seen this rock. Okay, and this rock, it was like a pyramid, kind of, not a pyramid, but like it was smooth on the top, so you could say like what the fuck could I describe this shit? It was like a smooth rock. It was not a pyramid. Like, it didn't have the pointy top. You know what I'm saying? Like a pyramid does. It didn't have that. It was smooth. It was like, how do I put this, man? It was rounded. Okay, it was smooth. It was rounded, and it had like it looked like a rock. Okay, so I go
like
up to it. Yeah, in the dream now, I go up to it, and in the dream I already like had this like fascination with it. Like, I was like, yo, this is my rock. I want this rock. You know what I'm saying? Like, automatic in the dream. That's how I felt, right? And I knew nothing about this rock. You know what I'm saying? But in the dream, I felt like I resonated with it. I was like, you know what? This is my rock. I gotta find this shit, right? And then I finally found it.
Resonated with the rock.
Yeah. And then I finally found it. And so then there was fucking these chicks, yo. These birds that came, okay? And these birds, there were like maybe 10 of them, and they like I try to go get the rock, right? The one that I love, because I was like down with it, right? Like I wanted it so bad. So I was gonna go for the rock. These fucking birds, yo, in front of me and the rock, okay? And they try to stop me from like getting to the rock, okay? So what happened was okay. So there was two big ones, two big birds, and then there was like a whole bunch of like small birds, right? And so when I went close to like grab like the rock, what happened was the two big birds, they started flapping their fucking wings, yo. And to like get me away, like, no, don't come closer. You know what I'm saying? That's what they were saying. With their wings, they were talking that shit, right?
With their wings, they were talking shit.
Yeah, yo, bro, they were talking shit, yo, with their wings. Because they were like flapping the wings around, right? And I'm like, oh, confused. I'm like, what the fuck? So I backed off. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to disrespect. Because, look, the way I looked at it was like, yo, that's like the mother bird, like protecting her child. You know what I'm saying? They don't want me to come because I would have stepped on their children.
New lamb.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm not disrespectful like that, so I chill.
New lamb. New lamb.
She boxed me away. I was like, all right, fine, whatever.
New lamp.
Yeah.
What does this have to do with Jesus?
No, I'm getting there, bro. So watch. No, that was the dream that I had about my mom. So watch. Watch what happens now. Watch what happens.
I'm watching.
Calm down. Relax yourself. So what happens is, so then I'm in this state, right?
Yeah,
and I see the rock. I try to go in, and that's when Jesus, my mom's voice. I heard her voice in the dream. Okay, that's when she called and she said hi and my name. Right, same thing Jesus did when I seen him. And so when I heard her voice, I was like, wait a second, that's my mom's voice. You know what I'm saying? So I turned in that direction. And then...
And you saw Keanu Reeves. So
no,
can
bro.
we find out what Jesus was in the dream?
No, I did not see
like
Keanu. He did not show up, bro. He's a sellout, yo. Straight up.
Did Jesus look like
not
the
show
picture?
face.
Did Jesus
so watch what
like
happens.
New
Just
lamp,
calm down.
New lamp.
So,
new lamp. New
so
lamp. New lamp.
I heard my mother's voice.
New lamp. I'm going to mute
New
you.
lamp.
I went ahead and muted you so you could stop kind of just going on because you're not actually listening to questions. You're not responding to questions. The answer you're giving right now is supposed to be to a question that I'm quite certain you've forgotten already. So I'm curious, did Jesus from the dream look like the picture down below?
Show me the picture. Oh, you mean this other dude? Nah, yo.
That's not Jesus.
No. Jesus way more handsome. This kid
more handsome.
This is a scrub, yo. Where you gonna put this dude in front of me?
Yo, what do you mean, scrub? This is such a gorgeous guy. Look at him. He's beautiful.
Okay, fine, but he can't touch Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I bet
nah, bro.
body Jesus.
Like, he's got the hair down to the shoulders. I'll give him that one.
Yeah, and he's white.
And he's white, yeah. But yo, I wouldn't give him Jesus status, yo. Nah, yo.
So Jesus is a status.
Right,
Jesus way more handsome.
No,
Jesus,
no.
Hold on.
I wouldn't give him Jesus status as well. He would body Jesus. He's definitely above Jesus.
Okay, look at this dude. Is he a 10 out of 10?
Yes.
I wouldn't say 10 out of 10, bro.
15 out of 10.
I would not say that.
Damn, he's so handsome.
I'd say at least a 16 out of 20.
I would say
however you want to put it, but it's not a 10 out of 10, yo. Stay.
Okay, but have you ever seen what happened to someone who fucks with this guy's dog?
What the fuck? What are you talking
They
about?
made a
You don't want
movie
to.
about
You don't
it.
want to fuck with this
They made
guy's
a
dog.
movie about it, dog.
They made 4
His
movies
People
dog.
about
fucked
it.
with his dog.
What did you got? A German Shepherd? A Pomeranian?
No,
What's
no.
up?
It's like a little. It's a little white, little tiny little fuzzy dog, and they
It's a
made 4
Pomeranian
movies about
then.
what happens. It's
Is it a
Pomeranian.
Pomeranian?
I don't, bro. We're talking
Yes.
about Jesus.
It's a
We're not
little
talking about dogs.
white fluffy dog. That's. I think you're talking about Pomeranian then.
A Pomeranian. You're right. I'm actually talking. No, it's
Yeah,
a
those cute dogs,
pomegranate.
right? That's
It's
probably
a
what he got, yo.
Pomeranian is what it's
no.
called.
No, Thrayle. It's a pomegranate.
Pomegranate? You're talking about a
I'm
fruit,
definitely
yo.
going with the pomegranate. I'm definitely going with the pomegranate. Yes.
Yeah.
The dog is definitely pomegranate. Yeah.
Yeah. I got Tavium on my side. I'm pretty sure I'm right.
Yeah.
So what? You're saying Jesus is a fruit?
No, I'm saying the dog was a pomegranate.
The dog is a fruit.
No, the dog was a pomegranate.
No. I'm not talking about Jesus here. Wait. Give me a second. I'm not talking about Jesus here. I'm saying that people fucked with Jesus and they crucified him. And someone fucked with this guy's dog, and that guy that fucked with the dog got crucified. So this guy would body Jesus. 100%.
Man, I don't know what the fuck. Where y'all taking this shit, yo? Look, we was on Jesus, all right? Let's stick with that. I don't know about this dog fucking shit.
Well, come on, this guy's like a 10 out of 10. You don't want to talk about this guy?
No, fuck that. He's not telling her nothing, yo. This guy, he's
His
ugly.
hair is down to his shoulder.
Honestly, I would look at this guy. I'll give him. Okay, watch this. Hold on. This guy right here, his face, I would say.
He's a 10.
No. I would give him like a 7.
Can't
8,
New
7,
lamp.
somewhere around there.
New lamp.
See, Jesus,
New
he
lamp.
didn't come with this slackness, yo. He came with like.
New lamp. Can we say he's probably a 6 out of 7?
Yeah, you can go with 6. You can go with 6. 6, 7, somewhere around there, bro. But he's not a 10 out of 10. Not from what I see, right?
Definitely a 20 out of 10.
So when I see Jesus now, that was a 10 out of 10, right?
Listen to me. No lamp. Give me a second.
Yeah.
His hair is down to his shoulder. He's a white.
I don't give a shit how long his hair is, yo. I'm talking about like when me and Jesus looked each other in the eyes, right? And his eyes is what made him. It's so beautiful. The eyes.
New lamp. Really cool.
Yes.
Go ahead, Thrayle. I just really quickly needed to thank Shell for the hanging lights. Thank you so much, Shell. I appreciate you so much. And this moment that I just bought us.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Philly.
Hey, by the way, I'm not dissing
No,
Phil.
I said new lamp. I said.
Hey, yo, you look handsome though. You know what I'm saying? I'm not dissing you, bro.
Thank you.
Oh, is that what the hell? Are you a chick?
From the guy.
Yes. Well,
so why you wearing that? Why you rocking that? Jesus, look.
Even you said he looks like Jesus. He's definitely 100%.
Yeah, why you gotta do that?
You tripping right now. He's Jesus, 100%.
Bro, no, she has the look. That's what I'm saying. Why you gonna bite the style, yo? You don't have to do that.
Okay, can I ask you a question, New Lamp?
Yes, for sure. You coming like Jesus, you could ask me anything, yo. Straight.
It sounds like the dreams that you've had are very meaningful to you.
For sure.
I think that that's wonderful.
Yeah.
But I'm curious, why does it have to be Jesus for it to be meaningful?
Well, if it was Buddha that showed up, like I guess I would have seen a bald head, right? But I seen what I seen.
Could the guy
so
be the one that's
you know what? Here's the thing though. Like I also believe in Jesus, right? At that time. So it's not like I didn't know who Jesus was. Like I knew exactly who he was. Right?
Did you know that
now he went and showed himself. That's it.
Did you know, New Lamp, that the Bible said that Jesus wasn't handsome?
Yes, I know that one. Yes, of course. I knew that before I seen him. You see, the Bible, what does the Bible say about Jesus? He's going to be ugly when he comes on the scene, right?
The Bible said. The Bible
That's what the
said
Bible
Jesus.
says, yo.
Well,
He's
yeah,
going to be
yeah. The
ugly,
Bible
yo,
said
when he
Jesus
comes
came
on the
along. He
scene.
was a 10 out of
And guess
2
what?
out of 10.
He was ugly when he came on the scene. But when I seen him, wait, hold on. When I seen him, he was not ugly. That's not what I seen.
He got a glow up?
No, he was
he got a
handsome, bro. He was the most handsome being you could ever, like.
So why? How do you know?
So why the contradiction, right? Why is the Bible saying he's ugly, and yet I seen a handsome dude?
New Lamp, how do you know that what you saw wasn't the devil?
Well, okay, because of the joy. Because of the joy that I felt.
How do you know that the devil?
The joy that I
you
felt,
a
bro.
false joy.
That okay. You don't know this because you never felt it yourself. So I'm gonna show you something. It's called the joy of the Lord's presence. Okay, this is in the Bible.
The joy.
This is in the Bible.
But how do you know that that hasn't been experienced by anybody on
Bro,
this
you remember, like, in the elevator, right? I was full of fear. I was full of fear until Jesus showed up. And when he showed up, that's when I was full of joy. All of a sudden, I was full of joy.
New Lamp.
So now explain that.
I'm not here to explain it. We are asking, and Philly asked a great question, how do you know that the joy that you're describing hasn't been felt by someone else on this panel?
I don't think none of y'all experienced the joy of the Lord's presence. I'm just saying, I could be wrong. Maybe some of y'all did. I don't know, but I doubt it. Because you have to see him in order to, like, experience that. You know what I'm saying?
So
I don't have the joy down in my heart.
Huh?
How do you know I don't have the joy down in my heart?
You could have it, bro. I'm not doubting you. I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying, yo, I felt that, and I know what it feels like. It's amazing joy, yo.
Why did you doubt that we experienced that joy?
Because have you seen Jesus?
I have seen the person right above you, and I felt the joy of the
Nah, that's not Jesus. That's not Jesus, yo.
The dude is white. He's average looking.
Hey, I don't give a shit what he is, yo. It's not Jesus. Okay?
Is it because he didn't come
Jesus,
enough when he looked at you?
his presence comes with joy. The Bible calls it the joy of the Lord's presence. Okay?
My God.
And that's a thing on its own, right?
So
he comes with that joy. That's what you're gonna get when you see Jesus.
When he looked at you, when you locked eyes in his deep dark eyes.
Yeah.
That joy came over you?
Yeah, that's when it came. That's when it came. When we locked eyes at each other, that's when the joy came. I won't lie, bro. You just stated the facts straight up.
Feel good? Did it feel good?
What?
The joy, did it feel good?
Bro, it was amazing. Look, before that, I was full of fear. Okay? Because the fat guy, he had a sword in his hand, and he was scaring me with it, right? And then soon as Jesus said hi and my name, bro, everything just flipped.
Wait, hold on. I gotta know this. New lamp. Wait, I gotta know this. Was the sword big?
No, it was like a foot long. What kind of sword? So it was like a machete kind of thing. It wasn't that long, like a sword.
Did it have a curve to
straight?
it?
Yeah, it had like a curve to it. Yeah.
Did it curve to the left or to the right?
I'm not sure about that. I didn't think. Look, I was full of fear at that time. You know. So I wasn't even like. I just seen the sword and I was watching from the corner of my eye. That's where I was
to be
watching.
honest, if I met someone with a foot-long sword, I would have been afraid as well. But when you... Okay, go ahead, Heretic.
So the real question is, did it glow when orcs got near?
No, there was no orbs, yo. What are you talking
Okay.
about?
Well, the sword should glow blue if the orcs got near. Never mind. That's an off-topic question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yo, you going off top?
You turned
Yeah, I went
around.
off.
You
I
turned
went off the
around
rails.
after the
It's my
sword
fault.
guy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. I have to cut you off. You turned around when the sword guy was attacking you, and you found Jesus. You locked
No, I
eyes with him.
didn't turn
and
around,
then,
bro.
like,
I was watching from the corner of my eye. From the corner of my
okay,
eye.
the corner.
I was acting like I didn't even see the guy. That's how I was like moving. You know what I'm saying? So I was just watching from the corner of my eye, and this dude, he got the fucking sword out. He like grazes it across his stomach. You know what I'm saying? So I'm watching this whole thing, yo, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm all full of fear. And then that's when Jesus shows up in between us. And then says
Between you
hi
two.
and my
You
name.
and the sword guy.
Yeah,
Right?
me and the sword guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when
He
Jesus
came right
shows up
between you two.
in between us. You see what I'm
And
saying?
then joy came over you, correct? When you locked eyes.
Yeah, exactly. He said hi and he said my name. And that's when I looked up at him and I saw Jesus. And
You locked eyes with him when he came?
Yeah, we locked
When the
eyes,
joy
bro.
came over you?
We locked eyes for like 5 seconds. At least.
5 whole seconds. Oh my god.
5 whole seconds, bro. And he was smiling at me.
The
And
guy
I
with
was
the guy with the
and I
sword.
didn't even, you know how rude I am? I didn't even say hi back. He said hi to me.
Okay, it's okay. When you
Now,
overcome
out
with
of
joy,
respect, I should have said hi back, right? But I didn't even say
you
hi back,
overcame
bro.
with joy.
That's how. Now I regret this shit to this fucking day, yo.
Okay, what happened
Like,
to the
why
long
didn't
sword
I
guy?
say hi back? You know what I'm saying?
It was a dream. Really
Yeah,
quickly,
okay, yeah, exactly. There you go.
I'm gonna interject really quickly and thank
Yeah,
Shell.
I didn't have a choice, bro. Or else I would have said hi back. You know?
Stop, New Lamp. It's starting to get disgusting how fucking incapable you are of understanding that you are over talking, and this conversation is very quickly becoming non-consensual. I'm about to revoke my consent completely. It's really disturbing. I just wanted to really quickly thank Shell and Paniac. I wanted to thank Shy also, and Dash, and thank you to Cat DeWitch and to Danny Grags. Thank you all so much, and Doodle. Oh, almost missed a name there. Thank you guys so much for helping with the previous goal. I really
Yeah, I want to thank them too.
Yep.
No doubt, for sure. If they're supporting your program, you know?
Yep.
I also come in and support you, bro.
Appreciate
we brothers.
it, Lamp.
You know what I'm saying?
I need you to calm down a little bit.
All right.
I think.
But you asked for it, yo. So I'm going to give it to you.
I think anybody else who's got a question to ask one before we move on.
Let's talk to Jesus, the guy who claimed to be Jesus.
Before he goes, I have a question. Wait, Nulam, I have a question before you go. What happened to the big sword guy?
Oh, okay. Yo, he seemed to be on Jesus' team. Here's the crazy part, right? So watch it. So me and Jesus, we look at each other for like 5 seconds, right? In the elevator.
Yeah.
In the elevator, bro.
Joy.
So what happens then is the elevator door opens eventually, right?
Yes.
And then Jesus and that fat dude with the sword, they both walk out the elevator and then they turn left. Okay? And that's the floor that I lived on. I lived on the 10th floor at that time. Okay? So I also walked out the I also walked out the elevator and I turned left because that's the direction where my house is, right?
Nice.
And Jesus and the fat guy, they were already like halfway down the hallway, right? And I was just following them. And then that's when I woke up.
Damn. Okay,
Yeah.
no further questions, then.
So it was on the 10th floor. That's where I used to live, 10th floor. And so, yeah, but like that dude, it seemed like, cause yo, that dude, He was wearing. Wait. He was wearing.
I'm gonna go ahead and just stop you right there. Did anybody else have any other questions? Just making sure if Philly Red or Heretical both siding.
Not at this point.
Yeah.
I'm good too.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, both siding.
Do you enjoy coming in here and talking to us?
I'm chill with like Bat. You know what I'm saying? So we chill like that. So I jump in his live stream sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Just say what's up. And maybe show like y'all the flex, right?
Do you listen to other people question their beliefs?
Yeah, I'm open, yo. You know what I'm saying? You want to come with whatever you got, yo. Hinduism, Buddhism. But look, I'll refute that, right? Like, I'm not going to go and buy the story and shit. I'll refute it, yo.
Do you ever
I see
ask
my
yourself
Lord,
the
yo.
questions?
What?
Do you ever ask yourself the questions that you hear on this live?
Like, what do I hear?
Okay, thank you.
See, y'all be talking about what? Like evolution and shit? Like, bro, I'm not going to entertain that thought. You know what I'm saying? It's just stupid to me. Like evolution and shit like that. Nah, you're never gonna convince me of that.
Why
It's
is
not gonna
evolution
happen.
stupid?
Nobody's trying to convince you of it.
Yeah, because you can't. You
Nobody's
can't even.
trying to stop. Nobody's trying to. But
You even if you try,
Heretical
bro.
has a question.
Yeah, you couldn't convince me of no evolution, yo,
right.
bro.
New Lamp. I'm just asking, why do you think it's stupid?
Okay, okay. Well, look, I got a mirror. Do you have a mirror?
No.
Oh, you don't have. Oh, see, that's your problem, right?
That's the problem, Heretical. You don't own a mirror.
Clearly.
If only you owned a mirror.
If I owned a mirror.
You could self-reflect.
Yeah, you would have yourself.
Yeah, I hit the wall with it, you know.
What was that? What was that?
I'm sorry for the non-consensual conversation, Thrayle. That was too funny to let go, and
No,
I muted because I was laughing.
Yeah, no, he was starting to definitely try on my boundaries of consent there.
What a thing to wake up to.
Good morning,
Definitely,
Morgan.
if you just wake up and it's the
Good
first
morning.
thing. Good morning, Morgan.
Good morning, everybody.
I guess I can get Keanu Jesus down. I'm sorry.
Peak comedy, boys. Peak comedy.
You made that, right, Heretical? Like, you pulled that together so nicely.
No, I googled it because I can't AI that because the AI is like, oh, Keanu Reeves is a real person. You can't take their likeness. Blah blah.
Oh.
Your AI has too many morals.
Yeah, apparently AI won't allow that.
I don't think you guys ever realized how overcame with joy he was when he saw Jesus and locked eyes for 5 seconds.
Oh, there was some overcoming.
Definitely overcoming. That was one of the best conversations I've had on this panel.
And yet one of the worst.
I had heard tale told of Elevator Jesus guy, but I don't think I'd ever spoken to him before.
Now you've lived it.
Now I've lived it.
Do you feel like you've spoken to him yet?
I definitely
I've
feel like
spoken to him.
I definitely feel like he spoke to us. I don't feel like I was heard at all.
There was some speaking at
100%.
going on. I don't know about two.
I think I got to him, but he wasn't listening to what I'm saying. He was just, talking about his Jesus overcoming with joy. When I was up here, I was just getting back from work, so I couldn't come up with pen and talk to him.
I can usually only tolerate about 4 or 5 questions before he's just too much, too off. But I think this was one of the longest times he's actually managed to maintain coherent conversation before it just became all
Coherent thread.
I mean, until we brought up Keanu Reeves the 3rd or 4th time.
Or the 5th or 6th.
Or the 7th.
Maybe even the 7th. The 6th or 7th, definitely.
That one, I was rolling on the floor laughing.
No, you muted a lot, though.
Yeah, but I wasn't laughing. I was listening. Yeah, yeah. Waiting for Thrayle to stop me and just drop us both.
Yeah, I was actually waiting for the get the fuck out.
Hello, Todd Peanut. Can I get your age for TikTok? Are you with us, Todd?
Sorry, the dramatic. What? How's it going?
It's going. Can I get your age?
33.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in a bunch of different gods, including an omnipotent one and a bunch of other ones.
When you say an omnipotent god, what do you mean by that?
The god of Mormonism in general.
The god of Mormonism?
Yeah, but there's also Lucifer, who's metapotent to the omnipotent.
Metapotent to the omnipotent. So are you saying that you are Mormon?
No, but I believe in it.
You believe in Mormonism, but you're not Mormon. What does that mean?
I don't know whose side I'm on. My general normal practice is Buddhism, though, so.
Sorry, so you practice Buddhism, but you believe in the god of Mormonism?
Well, I haven't been to the planet surrounding the center star of Orion to see myself, but sure.
Why do you believe in the god of Mormonism?
For fun. The Mormon missionaries keep getting up my ass. Sorry for swearing.
What do you mean for fun?
Well, I'm exploring it right now, but in general, I used to be a theistic Satanist, and I'm Christian, normal basis.
A theistic Satanist? What does that mean to you?
Well, it used to be called Joy of Satan, but I think they changed their name to the Temple of Zeus recently. They believe in the ancient Sumerian god Enki, which has taken many forms over the centuries. One identity was Satan, another Zeus, blah blah blah. Yeah, there's a combined three Mormons and Luciferianisms because the higher temple supposedly believes in Lucifer instead of gods. Who knows? So I'm trying to get in to see.
It's a little bit hard to make out what you're saying, Todd.
Sorry, I can talk slower and enunciate.
You said you were a theistic Satanist. Do you believe that there is a Lucifer that exists?
Yeah, like when I was 17, I got into a theistic Satanist back when their website was still called Joyous Satan, but eventually I switched to Luciferian.
Do you believe that Satan is the Sumerian god Enki?
Not necessarily, but maybe. I don't have any factual proof either way, but I'm a philosophical Luciferian, and generally believe in him as an all-encompassing concept of light and rebellion and individuality or something.
Do you believe that there is the God of the Bible, that it exists?
Probably, but more in a Gnostic sense than a normal one.
What do you mean by Gnostic sense?
The demerge and the demerge, how you repronounce it, and I generally believe in God, but not in the traditional one. In theistic,
really quick,
sorry.
Before you go on, I just really quickly need to thank Morgan Le Fay, Seven Lemons, Mrs. JJ, and Paniac for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate you. Todd, so you believe that there is a demiurge type god, something that is not supreme being, but powerful enough to have created what exists?
Yeah. Well,
why do you believe that?
Faith, I guess, you know.
Why do you have faith in that?
It's helped me out in my life.
How has that helped you out?
In myriad ways. Well, I have personal practices with being part of the priesthood of Joy of Satan, and I've had direct experiences related to that. Like, for example,
so you've had direct experiences with what?
Meditation, bioelectricity training. But I started the bioelectricity training when I started Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do stuff, and later stages of that, I started training with electricity, which could have.
None of what you just said made sense.
I can break
You've
it down.
Had experience with what?
It's called power meditation, basically activating your chakra system.
So you've had experience with meditation, and the meditation somehow convinces you that the God exists.
Convinces me that Satan and his angels exist. But all right, have a good one, man. Thank you. Peace.
You say it convinces you that Satan and his angels exist. In what way does meditation convince you of the existence of Satan and angels?
Well, through esoteric practices, you come to communicate with them and stuff.
How do you know you're communicating with them?
I don't, but that's the fun part.
Why do you believe you're communicating with them?
For benefits on myself, in my life.
So you meditate, you find some benefit in it, and you assume that the communication in your meditation is with Satan and his angels.
Well, when you get into Luciferianism, it teaches it doesn't matter if they're actually real or not. They just represent different parts of the brain that you activate through training.
So it's not about them being real, it's about them activating parts of your brain.
Yeah, that's when I switched to Luciferianism, because it's a little less specific, requires less specific beliefs.
Why do you believe that there is anything actually there if it is parts of your brain being activated?
Well, that's the thing, I don't necessarily believe they're there, but they could be. The branch of theistic Satanism I believed in believed that they were aliens very far away on another planet, channeling their consciousness to Earth to guide people. What belief do I hold down? Sorry, I'm reading the comments.
Yeah, that's not
anything
helpful.
you want me to believe.
It's not helpful at all.
Helpful towards what?
Towards questioning your beliefs. If you're just gonna stop in the middle of the conversation and start answering comments. Does anybody else have a question for Todd?
May I?
Yes.
Todd, what belief do you hold now?
I believe that you should live life to the best of your ability and do good.
What does belief mean to you?
I don't know.
Can you question your belief?
Yeah. What do you want me to question it? Like what form?
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
I have a question.
Go for
it. Todd, how important to you is that? What would it mean to you if your religion or your belief was wrong?
I wouldn't care. Because, like I said earlier, Luciferianism compartmentalizes as not mattering if it's real.
Does it matter if it is real?
If it's real or not, I'm still living life the way I want to.
So your belief has no impact on your daily life?
Not so much as in that I do certain activities that I find fun and engaging.
And so is your belief system based on fun and your whimsical when I feel like it?
Yeah, because my philosophy is generally like be excellent to each other and party on, dude, like Bill and Ted.
I say we circled back to Keanu Reeves, but I'm done.
Anyways, I've had fun, but had to go. Maybe do this again.
Later, Todd. Wasn't that fun? Thank you, Dawn.
I couldn't follow it all.
I had an easier time following you, Lamb, than I did him.
I followed it. It just was...
If you don't know what it means to believe, how do you question that?
How do you question anything?
can question, and you know what belief is, or at least what it means to you, and you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that. You're polite enough to question it.
Even if you're not polite enough, you can at least try.
Fun if you're not polite enough. I don't know about you, but we will.
Todd is saying they cannot question that which is in root a question to begin with. But I can question my own questioning.
Oh, I'm sorry, Philly. I don't mean to talk past you, but there's a guy in the comments who definitely should come up. Justified Crusade 1095. You should come up because I know you can question your beliefs, can't you, buddy?
I appreciate that you acknowledged you talked past Philly, but you talked past Philly.
I am deeply, deeply sorry, and I take any punishment that comes with that. Please don't hurt me, Philly. Not too hard.
I shall throw you from the bridge into the river.
Just don't hurt my face. That's my moneymaker.
As long as you leave the face, it's okay. I see.
I think that there's always something to question. And I don't understand the outlook that you cannot question something because it is at its very root a question.
I don't think I understand what belief is. How is that a question? How is belief a question?
What is my favorite question?
I appreciate all of your questions, both sides.
Well, thank you.
What would be the metric to stop questioning is really my question. Like, especially like, yes, no, I don't know are all valid answers.
Just because it's valid doesn't mean it's acceptable.
When you're fighting for a position, I think I don't know feels like you're defeated and are making a concession.
I think you have something there, both sides, because the fact that people get defensive and like they are fighting for a position is it's like the identity is so wrapped up in the belief. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I can question that.
Could you be wrong?
Yes, I could.
I mean, I've seen that a lot. I've seen that a lot, that people have their identity wrapped up in their beliefs so much that they can't divorce the two. And when you question one, they think that you're questioning the other. So, yeah, it gets difficult.
I know a lot of people feel that questioning their beliefs, like you just kind of said, Tav, they feel it's a very personal attack because it's their identity. But I think it's just because it's a core belief or just something that they grew up not questioning, and then when it is questioned later on in life, they don't know the answers, so they just feel that it's a direct attack.
You want to know a secret? It's an essential part of their belief system, and it's more cognitively expensive to rebuild an entire belief system than it is to just try to defend it.
Yeah, because why would you want to tear down something that you've been thinking for your entire life and then question it up to the point of like you're 30, 25, or how old you want to be?
I want to be 25.
I don't. No, I'm good.
Thanks. I don't want to go back to 25.
I was dumb as fuck when I was 25.
I didn't quite follow what you were saying, both sides. Do you mind saying it again?
Oh yeah, it's more cognitively expensive. Your brain tries to maintain homeostasis, and whenever your entire belief system, the structure, the very foundation that rests on is questioned, your brain realizes that you're going to have nothing to rely on anymore. All of your definitions are out the window, all of your explanations are out the window, and you're going to have to rebuild all that. So it's actually less expensive for your brain to send out a signal to upset you and fight than it is for you to have to rebuild all that from scratch.
Mm-hmm. So why do you think that anybody ever deconstructs faith?
Sometimes they encounter enough of a signal or repeated exposure to something. Like, that's why I love this, is because it gives people repeated exposure to ideas that they haven't encountered. And it gives them new things to consider and new avenues to look at for explanations. That's why I support this kind of content. Eventually, after maybe repeated exposure to the ideas, some of them might be more aware of how the world operates and stop trying to assume that their feelings explain everything. I don't know if I answered the question. I kind of...
Think of it like an or a hay, stacking on top of each other until they break the wood that's under it.
Crybaby Monster was a guest.
Yeah, I missed it too.
You missed it. She did great.
Oh.
I was in and out of consciousness. I'm sorry.
She did very, very well.
I think she said that he respects his beliefs too much to question them. What do you guys think of that?
Didn't catch that, Tav.
Chalk and Cheese says that he respects his beliefs too much to question them. What do you think?
I think it's disrespectful. I'm sorry, Thrayle, you go ahead.
No, I kind of agree.
I think it's almost disrespectful to not at least hold it under a microscope and make sure what you're believing sounds believable.
Yeah, because if it is so solid and so truthful, then it should stand firm and not have any problem with being questioned.
Truth.
It sounds like it's not.
Scrutiny.
Sorry, what was that?
I said truth should not be afraid of scrutiny.
Right? And if it
So you
is,
guys are saying that's fun.
We lost you, Philly. If truth is afraid of scrutiny, what?
if truth is afraid of scrutiny, it feels like it's not given the respect that it could be given. If the belief is if the belief is too
sacred,
fragile, yeah, sacred. If the belief is too sacred to be questioned, then it is not as robust a belief as it could be, in my opinion. And which is more respectful? For it to be put through the fire or to be unquestioned? To me, it's way more respectful to the belief to say, I know that this can withstand scrutiny, and I'm not afraid of questioning. That's my opinion.
if it's all a test, how is the answer not to question it?
So what you guys are saying is that he's a little Joel because he's not questioning his beliefs. No? Joel isn't a cuss word. It's just calling him not really sure of his beliefs. Or worried that his beliefs will crumble under zero pressure, basically.
Well, I'm sure you all are familiar with the epistemological attack you get whenever you're on other panels, whenever they're allowed to question back, and the kind of gish gallop they just go at presenting you straw men of your position. Like, instead of actually putting any propositions or weight forth, any ideas that they hold, it seems easier to just try and hack it at reality, and you end up in some form of solipsism, generally, because they just don't want to accept any of your definitions. And I think that's because often you have to question their definitions, because they tend to be circular and metaphorical. That's why they need to know what you believe. If they can take out your support, then they can continue with their own.
They think that justifies their own.
But I'd often say that you could just wipe out all of science, all of knowledge, all of history, and all of everything, and they still wouldn't have any answers.
Nope.
And the answer would still not be a god.
But you know what's even funnier? If we were to erase all of that knowledge we as a species would still arrive to that answer.
Unless observable reality changed substantially. What I always would think of as a miracle. Who else thinks a miracle would be something that just absolutely breaks reality and physics? And all the miracles that I ever get is I survived a car crash and I found my keys. I'm being hyperbolic a little bit there.
I mean, it would have to be something pretty profound and potentially not just affecting my own life for me to even really believe it was a quote-unquote miracle and not just chance.
I mean, we can conceive of even in like, I don't know, I love the Labyrinth, like David Bowie turns the world upside down. You have the, what kind of art is that where they, there's no direction to it and everything's sort of
surrealism.
Surrealism, yeah. And
Dali and all that.
I mean, that's the kind of thing I think would be possible if there was somebody with the power to do anything. Like they could absolutely change the world in any instant. But I suppose in their case they say that it doesn't have the desire to anymore for some reason.
But then can't give a reason.
Why fine-tuning bothers me so much is because whenever they bring up fine-tuning, they're saying it's so absolutely fine and perfect and it couldn't be any other way. But with a being with infinite possibilities, then it could absolutely be any other way. That would be more evidence to me that anything was possible or free will actually existed. It feels like a lack, a conceptual deficiency to not be able to conceive of a world different from the one that we exist in that could be better. It's like a deprivation of ideas.
Is it deprivation or willful ignorance?
Maybe different reasons in different cases. I mean, I'm usually delivered into semantics almost every time. What do you mean by perfect? If this is perfect, what is it perfect for? What is the resolution of this test? If you get to live forever and you're stripped of everything that was you, what's the point? Well, I have so many questions. We need a believer to question. I think I'm this way because I was raised to always question and look up everything. If somebody told you something, you verified it. If somebody said a word you didn't know, you looked it up. But there seemed to be like an antithesis to that culture that is like, you had to look that up? Ugh!
And I never understood that. Oh, you had to look that up? And then, no, I didn't understand it. How am I in the wrong for looking up or trying to understand what somebody said that I didn't understand?
like a problem with seeking clarity.
It's almost as if they're trying to insult your intelligence, but I always found that the people who say, "Oh, you had to look that up," I mean, they also didn't know what that meant as well. I'd say about 8 out of 10 times.
I just always looked at it as I had a privilege of access to knowledge. Like, I collected everything that I could, encyclopedias, religious texts. I even got the monthly mail-in biology books that you could get that they'd send you from, I don't remember what it was, probably the Nature Channel or something, that it described animals like blue-footed bobby and species in the genus and what island it came from and what its habits were and what its habitat was like. And every bit of information to me was something, excuse me, something that inspired me to learn more. But I was more of a self-contained person, and a lot of times whenever I spoke, I realized that people didn't actually find content in the words that I used because they weren't familiar with them. So I was using them $5 words, and they wanted the regular language. But it's unfortunate. I don't ever know what anyone else's vocabulary contains. So I don't know whenever they don't understand me. And it feels like I'm attacking their intelligence when I ask if I'm understood.
Are you saying that your loquacious vernacular caused unnecessary perplexity?
Frequently.
Indubitably. That's kind of why it intrigues me whenever they come up and they say that they don't have the words to explain or express what they're trying to convey. Because there's so many ways to state something and so many ways to describe something, and if it's completely ineffable and indescribable, I don't understand what it means to talk about that concept.
I think they're just questions we don't have.
What's good, bro?
For.
Hello, Christopher. Can I get your age?
Hope you're having a good day.
TOS?
I'm 32.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power,
or
anything like
I have a belief in God, but I can explain why.
Which God do you believe in?
Jesus Christ.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes, I have, and I've done it only once. But I'm a combat veteran, and I can tell you why I believe in him.
I'll ask you that soon. Do you believe the stories in the Bible to be true and literal?
I believe to heaven.
You believe the stories to be a little weird, but the Bible is just a guide to get to heaven.
Yeah.
So does it matter if the stories are true or not?
It does not matter to me. It's just a guide.
I see. Does it matter if the guide conflicts with itself?
There's a lot of things that conflict with themselves in life.
Does it matter if the guide of how to get to heaven conflicts with itself?
Sometimes. I have always thought about it. I'm always questioning that belief. That's why I saw your post and it says, "Can you question your beliefs?" I'm like, yeah, I do question them.
In what ways do you question your beliefs?
So you know how we have the universe, and I think real hard that maybe God has given up on us sometimes. But then I realize that there's worms, then there's grasshoppers, and then there's birds, and then there's nature, right? And then I think about all the water, how my body reacts when I meditate. I like to believe the people that I've met is for a reason, and I've done a lot of bad things in my life. I used to be a big, can't say it on live, but I've done a lot of bad things in Afghanistan, and I've met real evil. I knew what evil looks like, and I've read most of the religions in the world, and I've tried my best to just have an open mind on a lot of the things. I thought, being a Buddhist was going to be it. No, I thought being an atheist was going to be it because I didn't believe in God at first. And then I realized as we had unalived 23 people that were shooting at us, we were double tapping them in the head. And as we got past them all, and it was my squad, and my next squad was about 10 feet away from us. We were in a square formation, and a man appeared beside us. He was about 8 foot tall, and he was wearing a tuxedo, and he smelled like sulfur and death. And he said, "Good job, boys," and disappeared out of nowhere. And everybody in my squad saw it. So there's 10 of us that saw this. And then we had to go do reports, and we had to make sure we put that in there because our commander saw it. And we were so terrified that some of us have actually unalived ourselves. So now I'm the last one of my squad. And it's sad to say, but that's the reality we live in. And
Christopher, how old did you say you are?
I'm 32.
You're 32. And you're saying that when you were in Afghanistan, that you and your squad unalived a large number of people, and that when you were done, a man 8 feet tall in a tuxedo appeared to you all and said, "Good job, boys," and that all of you included it in your report because your commander saw it, and that all of your squad have since shuffled
I
off.
am curious which unit this was.
I'm a ranger, Mom. I'll always be a ranger.
Holy shit, I can't. Nope. Thrayle, I can't. Nope.
I'm nothing special.
You're right. Absolutely.
I'm a pretty boring person. I just believe in God now, though, after that.
Because a man in a tuxedo.
He scared the death out of us.
I'm sorry, Christopher, do you enjoy stealing the valor of people who have actually fucking died?
Mom, I carry both my best friends on my arms, Mom.
The hell you do. If you're 32 years old, there's no way you were a ranger in Afghanistan. Get the fuck out of here.
You can believe what you want, Mom. There's no reason for me to lie. I don't gain a single thing from it.
Except attention.
No, I don't even
People
want
paying
attention.
to you. Then why are you on a TikTok live?
Because I was questioning my beliefs.
I'm also curious why your accent keeps changing between British, Australian,
I'm Irish,
and
Mom.
American.
I'm not British. I'm not Australian. I'm Irish.
Which Irish?
I'm from Dublin.
Which part?
I was in 4th Street. That's where my apartment was.
Is that north or south?
It is north. From the courthouse, I was about 10 miles away.
Also, how would you be a leader?
Yeah, Mom, I don't have to prove a single thing to you. If you're not going to believe me, that's fine.
You're not in Ireland anymore.
I know I'm not. I still have the accent.
So, You were a U.S. Army Ranger? Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
sir. And I'm
What was
nothing
your
special.
MOS?
18 Bravo. Basically specialized infantry, sir, if you're Googling it. I know how to shoot guns very well.
I'm sorry, Thrayle. I can't even entertain this anymore.
That's not my problem, Mum.
Mum. And you're saying that you had to write this in a report. Everybody in your unit wrote it, but nobody in that unit is alive.
Yeah, we've all self-deleted.
Which unit?
75th.
I'm not American or European. I might be a bit confused in this. But how can you be Irish and served in the American Army?
Well, I moved to America back in 2008. I now live in Texas.
When you were 14?
My parents moved me here. I came here the legally way, so I don't see what you're having a problem with understanding.
So you joined the army when you were 14 and went to Afghanistan?
I joined the army when I was 17.
3 years later. So that's 2011? That's
I literally went to war before I even got my green card.
Sorry, which unit did you say that was?
75th, sir.
That's not possible.
Whatever you believe, Mom.
It's not a belief. It's not a belief.
You don't have to believe it, Mom. Like, you don't have to eat yellow snow. You don't have to ever see the violence that I saw.
It's not a belief.
Ever see the violence?
I haven't.
Oh, I don't know. I don't really care.
Yeah, I've seen worse violence than you have seen. Anyways, 2011.
What year was this? What year did you see the man in the
2011,
tuxedo?
2012, 2013, 2014. I spent 18 months overseas.
What year?
We were 10 miles north of Kandahar.
And you claim that every man of this unit saw this man in the tuxedo, but that none of them are alive anymore.
Yeah, self-delete was a thing.
Every single one of them. How many?
There was a total of 10. Minus me, 9.
So 9 members of the 75th Ranger Regiment.
A lot of people have committed, the word suicide, self-delete. People forget about us. Everybody wants to say they love our soldiers. We don't really like our soldiers at all.
Wait, Christopher, I'm curious. How can you serve in the army before getting your green card or citizenship?
I had a lot of people join that didn't even have citizenship yet. There were like 15 of us. There were several people who were from Brazil too.
Anyways, okay, sure.
Well, back in 2011, sir, it was. Back in 2011, they were allowed to haze. They were allowed to beat the living crap out of you, make you do push-ups for hours. Now you're not. Now it's called hazing. They can't even do it. I don't have to prove a single thing to you. I just wanted to let you know it's just what I've experienced.
You just wanted to let us know it's something that you've experienced, that you
It's a
can't
belief
question.
that I have. That's the reason why I believe in God. I used to be an atheist.
And it's something that you can't question, clearly.
I've tried to question it. I've never seen it ever again. I never knew what it was. I never got an explanation from higher up.
And you claim
I've never in my life seen anything like it. No man I've ever seen has been 8 foot tall.
I'm still speaking. You claim that you saw this, that 9 other members of your unit saw this, and that every single other member of your unit that saw this has self-deleted since. Do you think that it is possible that any part of your story could be exaggerated in your mind?
No.
Fascinating.
I'm not one for lying. I don't really gain a single thing from it.
You can tell us that you're not one for lying, but it doesn't make it more believable. The more you say
it's
it,
like
the
I
more
tell you, if I told you I ate yellow snow,
right now, you talking over me tells me that you're insecure about something. There's something here that is making you insecure enough to keep repeating that you're not one for lying. I didn't accuse you of lying. So the fact that you're continuously objecting,
I'm not really
tells
talking
me
to you.
that
I'm talking
there's
to the
something,
mortal
and the
lady.
fact that I'm still tells me that you are insecure about something here. So I think I'd rather just move on to somebody who doesn't seem to be disingenuous.
I'm so sorry I blew that one up immediately. I'm so sorry. I couldn't.
No, we're sorry you had to deal with that.
It
Certainly rang of stolen valor and a pretty poor
It is not
accent.
legal to even be in the military without already having passed your American citizenship. It is a requirement before you even attend your graduation, regardless of branch, regardless of service. We're the same age, buddy. There's no fucking way.
I've heard this 8-foot-tall apparition story in other lives from different people as well, with different accents. And I'm sure a couple of the times it was that same person. But it's more of an urban legend. I don't know why it would lead you to the God belief.
It felt like somebody else's story, and it felt like somebody else's accent, and it felt like it just felt like it was too internally reinforced to be true. It had no, I don't know. It just didn't sound
that would never
honest.
be in a report. It would not matter. It would not
We
matter.
all had to put it in our report, and the entire unit has since self-deleted. Those things do not add up.
Wrong person.
Good morning.
I found the shit too. Sorry, Thrayle, go ahead.
I was just saying good morning to Morgan because her brain's on now.
Fucking awake now. Shit.
Who needs coffee when you have TikTok?
I was literally about to be like, you know what, I'm just gonna go get up and make coffee. And then he came on.
Dragon Daddy says, for those who don't know, double tapping is a war crime. I didn't know that.
It
but
is.
I also, it just doesn't sound like something that you would be doing in a ranger unit, but I don't know.
Most rangers aren't proud of that. So.
I smelled shit when the accent was started to shift. Like Australian Iron.
It was full Australian until she called him out on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And even then, it was not a North Dublin accent.
Not even remotely North Dublin.
I don't know what you're talking about, ma'am.
That was eerily accurate, and I don't like it.
There was a certain feel missing there.
You can't, nope. You can't do both. You can't do both.
I can't do both. What?
You do the "don't lie to me" line.
Don't lie to me. Which "don't lie to me" line are you talking about?
Nah, not you, Morgan. When you go ahead, when Morgan smells bullshit, she says, "Don't lie to me." Always sounds like my mother for some reason.
Well, then the effect is achieved.
If you will not lie to Morgan or the panel, and you have a belief in God or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you can question that belief, you should request up.
And have a good eye, Mom.
Mum. 17 different accents and 18 different stories amalgamated into one, I guess. I don't know. That seems more accurate.
You can eat yellow snow.
He was real stuck on that.
Yeah.
Wild.
It certainly may. Hello, Maria. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Good morning. Yes, I'm 63.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
Which god do you believe in?
Well, I was raised Roman Catholic. I don't, I've questioned the F out of that, as my son would say, already. I've done that for a few decades. I was on here the other day and we were talking about the Bible, and you had me laughing at myself because I'm talking about some of the key players, let's say, characters, and as if they were, real people. I felt like silly, like, why am I believing this? I just thought I was just curious to come back up here this morning and see, what other fairy tales I've been believing in.
Well, let's start like it's fresh and say, do you have a belief in a god or gods, and which one, if so?
Yes, I do believe in the Holy Trinity. Somebody called me a Trinitarian last time.
Okay.
So I do believe in that.
Why?
Why? That's a good question. Besides being, having heard it my whole life, I, you know, I, this is, maybe it's my age. I don't know. It's comforting. It, it, it leads to other positive thoughts about the afterlife and what happens to us after we die, and so, and as
Where do you get the idea that a Trinitarian God should exist?
well, I don't necessarily believe that it has to exist. It should exist, because I know there's lots of other religions in the world, and I know a tiny bit about a few things, and I see the validity in their feelings too, and their beliefs. So I think it's just the part of the world that you come from, and how you're raised, and um, you know, I, I, yeah, that's it. I mean, Did I answer the question?
Can I ask what makes a feeling valid?
What makes a feeling valid? Yeah. So I guess I have, we've all had disappointments in our I'm not going to go into my, a sob story, but when you find something that's actually nice to hang on to, I think that's what makes it valid. I think it's in your head. It just makes you feel better. It's not scientific. It's whatever.
When you say better, do you mean better than before, or
just better about being alive, and better about why we're here, and better about what's in store afterwards, and why am I taking BS from people, or just whatever the struggles. I find religion to be a good place to whatever struggles in the daily life. I find religion a good place to if something's hard is happening, it's in God's hands anyway, is my answer. I'll do the best I can.
Which part of the religion makes you feel better about life?
That we're not alone, that there's somebody looking out for us, that after we're gone, hopefully we'll be rejoined in heaven. It's a nice little well, I don't know if it's a fairy tale or not, but no, haven't seen proof one way or the other, but I miss my father, miss my grandparents, whatever. It'd be nice to think about that's what's next.
Is it possible that the religion built that expectation and left you with a possible disappointment?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I was born in the very early 60s, and was going to church pretty much, right away, and I made all the sacraments, and the Roman Catholic Church is very structured. And my mother, we were forced, then when we got to a certain age, nobody wants to go to church when you're a teen. Nobody wants to get up on Sunday morning, and but you're forced to go to mass, and you're forced to go to religious instructions classes on a Friday afternoon after school. Have a special bus come pick you up and take you to the local Catholic school, cafeteria for classes, whatever. Nobody, no teenager wants to do all those things, but you do it, and after a while, you kind of give in.
So you felt kind of coerced into it?
Well, as I look back now, yeah. I mean, at the time, I think a lot of things that, when you're a teenager, a lot of things your parents want you to do, you don't want to do. But it was just one of many. But now that I look back, I feel like I was just trained and wasn't really given any other option. My parents weren't enlightened people, They were just hardworking blue collar guys,
So, what part of it remains true for you?
Well, as I said, the Holy Trinity. I do believe in what part of it remains true for me. I do believe that there's a God that is there, that is looking out for us. Like some people say, well, why would God give you cancer? And then, whatever. Other people say, well, there's a lesson to be learned.
How is it looking out for you?
I'm sorry?
How is it looking out for you?
So like sometimes things work out in life that it could be from the smallest thing to a very large thing.
Are there some times that things don't work out?
Of course, just like everybody else. But
Then what
then
about that indicates that God is looking out if it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't?
right, but you tell yourself, well, that's for a reason too. Maybe that wasn't for me. Like they say, God closes a door and opens a window. That wasn't for me. There's something better out there.
So, is it a coping tool to explain?
Very good. I never thought of it that way, but very good observation. Yeah, it's definitely a coping tool.
Have you ever considered that saying that sorry, I don't know how to ask this question without bitterness.
You can, I'm from the Bronx. You can hit me with anything. It's just, I guess the TikTok rules are probably more sensitive than I am.
Try it out, Philly.
So go ahead and ask.
Have you ever considered that saying, like when the door closes, it's because it wasn't for me, because God has a window for me or something, that is, I would like a slap in the face to somebody who lost a child, for example.
It's interesting that you say that. My daughter just gave birth to twins at 26 weeks. And 25 weeks.
Wow.
25 weeks is the cutoff. So where they don't put their medical miracles, they don't, put they just let them go, for a better way, for lack of better way to put it, on TikTok, they just let them go at 25 weeks. So she made it to 26 weeks. She was already in the hospital as a high-risk pregnancy. And everything happened so fast. But I can see how it's made her angry and probably scared, which is why she's showing her anger. She's extremely defensive. Like, none of us have met them. They're finally home. None of us have met them yet. It was like a slap in the face for her because perfectly healthy young woman who has a master's from NYU and has done everything right. And why did that have to happen to her? Yes, I agree. It is. Do I have an explanation for it? No. The only thing I could say is maybe there is a lesson for her somewhere down the line, or for these babies. Something is, it's gonna take time, but we're gonna see something beautiful eventually.
Would you ever tell your daughter that maybe there's a lesson there?
Oh, one time I said to her, I'll be praying for you, or it's in God's hands. You know, you're doing the best you can. And I don't remember exactly one of those phrases that I used. And she just, I'm scared of her, to tell you the truth.
I take it your daughter does not believe.
No, exactly. She's an atheist. So she says. So how could you say that to me? I don't believe in God, and when really I was just it really wasn't anything that I was saying to hurt her, but as I said, she's angry and stressed, and
It's in God's hands.
many things are. And is it really God? Or is it just the way the human are? I don't know. I think it was Abraham Lincoln who said, "The harder I work, the luckier I am." I mean, there's that too. I don't think you should just sit back, watch TV all day, and wait for God to come down and say, "Oh, here's a nice, handsome man," with lots of money,
Are these any of the questions that your religion was supposed to answer for you?
Well, the things like the babies, praying and, God, God, like I said, God's hands. Some people would say that they're a miracle because they're. I mean, you look at them now; they're out 3 months. They're not 3 months. They're like 8, 7. One's 7.5. One's 8 pounds. So they don't quite look like newborns because they look like maybe they're a month old, even though they're born 3 months ago. These babies are, for preemies, they're really, active, and, everything checks out, all the tests that they do on them. And like, it kind of is a miracle that they are not. One of them, it may be asthmatic. That's like so far the worst diagnosis that we've gotten on one of them.
Whenever you say it's a miracle, is that a feeling, or is that an explanation, or is that just a title, a label?
I guess it's a feeling. It makes you feel better. It gives you an answer for something there's no answer for. Really, if I break it down, it's just a chain of events. My daughter, as I said, has a master's in social work, and so she knows her way around every bit of paperwork. She knows, she's very good at finding the correct resources that she needs. You know, somebody who doesn't have that knowledge, and that, she's very tenacious. Someone who took in God's hands literally probably wouldn't have the 2 babies right now. Does that make sense?
Yes. So what question does calling it a miracle? I understand how it seems to make it feel better. Is what you're saying, but I don't understand the way that it makes it feel better. Because for me, a miracle is sort of a non-explanation, and I'm sure you're well aware of the medical interventions that were necessary.
Oh yeah.
and the time and the training it took those people to be able to intercede.
Right.
So doesn't that take kind of away from what they've achieved themselves? They've helped you.
Yes. I'm sorry. What was that last thing you said? I didn't. I thought you were done.
How they've helped you. It's okay. I was just saying how they've helped you. Go ahead.
No, you're right. I mean, she was unbelievably well. Was she lucky, or was it because she did all the research and found this special hospital? And but that doesn't, and then those nurses are the top tier, in the NICU there, and definitely they without them, again, the ending could have been drastically different. And all those things fit together. I realize that it's a puzzle, and it's like dominoes. That all these things fit together to make the miracle. And did God put her in the right place at the right time? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't. When people say things like that, it's not meant to take away the skills of those people who've worked hard. And she also got to see what some of the other parents were going through, and not everybody had the outcome she had. Very sad.
If you didn't have these beliefs, do you think that there would be no other way to comfort yourself?
I think if I didn't have these beliefs, I would be rudderless slightly. Is that a way that you guys? I feel they help me get through life. They help me appreciate things.
But if they weren't there, do you think you would have anything else that you could lean on or be supported by?
Yeah, well, my therapist says, look in the mirror. Like if I get feeling sorry for myself, and nobody supports me, look in the mirror. He goes, I've been seeing him for, decades. And he's right, because I am strong. I am tough. So, I absolutely, I mean, I have had people, I had how, as you get older, times get tougher sometimes. And I've recently had to just really reach out and ask for help. And my brother, who I'm very close with, and he was like, I never in the world would have thought of you as needing help, because you're that person who can, take care of herself. So that's a lonely feeling. I cried when he said that to me. I know he loves me, and
I'm sorry.
oh, that's okay.
Could it be that this belief might have stopped you from seeking help from others in the past? Maybe you thought that you had the support of something else?
It could have, yes. It could have. Or it could have given me more courage to do what I had to do, or more strength.
Thank you for all your answers. If anybody else would like to take over,
You're
please do.
welcome. Thrayle, may I ask you a question?
I'll let you go ahead and ask one, yeah.
Okay. So usually people who have these lives have some type of background in the subject that they've chosen. Do you have anything in your past that has brought you to this? And you don't have to go into details like, I'm an ex-priest. It's just a simple question like that, I mean, the answer like that.
It's a very complicated background. But the best answer is actually not really. I have an interesting faith journey that I have been on, but not necessarily a background like you would imply. But I wonder, does it matter to you if there is a God or not? Does that change the way that you live your life or treat people?
Yes.
How?
Well, it gives me hope. And as far as how it changes my life, and then I try to treat people as, we're all God's children. We all have the same problems. We're just walking in different pairs of shoes. And I try to give people breaks, and I live in an apartment building. There's cranky people, there's happy people. I have a difficult family member, and I try. What would Jesus do? When really I just want to punch right in the face. It's good old bloody nose. That picture of that really makes me happy sometimes.
Punching God in the face?
No, I mean this family member that gives me grief for no reason, just because he's unhappy and he needs to go see a shrink and get some lithium.
The question I'd ask is, does it matter if God is real or not? How would that change the way you treat people? You think you would just punch somebody in the face if there was no God?
I think I would be a lot meaner to him.
Why?
Let's say we're using him as an example for now, since I brought it up. Yeah, I would be a lot meaner to him, and maybe other people too.
For what reason?
Just because I'm running out of patience, and I know this is. I don't want to sound like I think I'm the smartest person in the room. I don't. I think that I have a lot to learn from, but there's a lot of people that are stupid, and in the world, or petty. Maybe that's it. Pushing the elevator button can fill the whole elevator ride with silliness of what these people say, and I just lean against the wall and shut my mouth. There was a time
Elevators again.
Always elevators.
Yeah, it's in a very enclosed space.
Taff, did you have a question?
No Jesus in this elevator.
Oh, no Jesus in this elevator, yeah.
Well, Jesus is with me when I lean against the wall and shut my mouth.
In what way is Jesus with you?
Because I think, believing in God and Jesus has helped me to I don't know if I guess I developed patience. I guess any skill, and I could, because I'm from a culture that's known to be hot-blooded. I think practice, right? Practice makes perfect. So I've learned to just stay out of it, keep my mouth shut, you know, and
Does that help or does that hurt in the long run?
That's a good question. Sometimes I feel my anger helps me, but for these smaller things, it's definitely a help for these small, like, you know, why tell someone what I'm really thinking where all it's going to do is start trouble?
Are you describing patience or are you describing suffering in silence?
I think I'm describing self-control because I'm not, I mean, I've seen suffering. Because riding in the elevator with a bunch of cranky people is in the spectrum, you know, it's not really suffering, you know.
It's uncomfortable for you.
It has been. You're right. It's you know, I don't know if it's stages or if it's me or if it's part of the learning process. Now I kind of find it entertaining. The last few years I'm finding it's kind of funny.
Whenever you do get upset, how does the religion, the belief system help you? I know you say it gives you support, but generally, whenever I need support, I rely on methods that I've learned. So I don't know how you get from the problem to the resolution.
You mean like taking a deep breath or counting to 10, that kind of thing?
Yeah, there's lots of mechanisms.
Yeah. So, you know, yeah, I mean, I use things like that too. I just think that maybe I see God as the engine that drives me to do that.
What if it was just your own strength supporting you? You were stronger than you thought.
At the end of the day, you're probably right. It probably is just my own strength and the things I've learned over the years. Why can't I just take credit for that, right?
Would that change anything for you?
You know, it 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 would make me feel lonely. And I think that's a driving force in my older age here is the loneliness.
But you said you had family that you hadn't been reaching out to.
To ask for help, yes, I do have a brother that I'm close with. Yes.
Do you have a community?
No, I have one girlfriend that I've been. No, I have two girl. One that I've been friends with since I'm 6 years old, and another one that I've been friends with about 25 years. The one that I've been friends with about 25 years, she's just a couple of years older than me. She's the most social, active person I ever met in my life. And I know a lot of people through her, but I don't consider them my support, any type of support. In fact, most of them, when I sit back and watch, I see are lonely and unhappy and petty, just like many people. It's mostly a group of women, older women. And my friend that I've been friends with my whole life, you know, we get together once or twice a year and have lunch, even though we live 20 minutes away from each other. So that's kind of sad.
Well, you're certainly welcome in this community.
Thank you.
And maybe, do you think seeking out some sense of community would help, some support system? People
Yeah,
to be
I
there
think
when we need them?
I agree with you. I think that's why I'm scrolling TikTok live, looking for people to talk to.
Yeah, that's kind of why I ended up here myself.
Oh, really?
But do you said the Trinity?
Yes.
And the companionship? And
Yes.
what else was there?
Just the support, knowing you're not alone. There's somebody watching out for you.
And does it matter if they're involved in any way, or does it matter just that they're there watching?
Well, I think that they're involved. I think that it just takes longer than most humans. You know, human nature is, I want it now. And I also think that we get our answers or our help or whatever you want to call it, not necessarily in the package we want it in. Like, who you know, who knew? Like, this is helping me this morning. Who knew I would scroll through and find this weird looking, but because I'm open to anything, no offense, you know, TikTok live. And you know, who knew I would find that this morning and help me start my day?
What if nobody knew?
I know, I guess is the important part. My point is, like, how'd you get in front of me today?
Do all events need to be guided for them to happen?
By God, you mean? I guess not. I guess it's kind of silly to believe that, right? Because there's lots of strong people in the world who make things happen.
Well, I mean, just any everyday thing. Do you believe it's all guided in some direction towards some ends?
You know, I think, again, human nature, I tend to believe in it the most when I'm at my lowest and I can clearly see, like, something that, you know, God did for me 12 years ago that put me in this position today that's helpful, you know?
How is that different from events just taking place and having results?
How is it different? I guess it's just the comforting thought.
What kind of comfort? Like stability or
Stability is a good word. Not being alone. Just, you know, they say if you don't have a certain amount of haters, you're not doing life right. Well, the haters bother me, and it's nice to know. I've created in my mind a God that, you know, you're doing good. Don't listen to them.
so. How do you access this God whenever struggling?
Yeah, I've moved away from any formal Roman Catholic. I believe that you can pray anywhere. I mean, I got caught in a flash flood in Newark one time, and my car, whatever, all this drama, and I was just Hail Marying my head off. I guess what I didn't have to leave my car behind in a puddle and get towed. So did the Hail Marys work, or was it just because I had a older car and it's they're built like a tank? Was it luck? Who knows? Was it because I'm a good driver?
Could it be that out of the many times you've prayed, eventually you would have times that your prayers were answered?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Could it be out of the many times you've prayed over your life that eventually some of them would align with what would eventually happen anyway? Like if you prayed you were getting a job and you were applying for it, it was possible you would have just got that job by applying for it, but not praying.
Yeah, the thinking part of my brain that doesn't need to be comforted says yes, I agree. Like I said, my shrink says look in the mirror. I believe that there are things that happen just because I worked hard at it. I was persistent. I did the research.
Is there anything that would ever disprove the effectiveness of prayer to you?
Well, there's a lot of things that I don't. Other than what happened with the twins, recently, I think the power of prayer. I haven't really seen it, cure the sick, the cripple walk, that kind of thing. The tradition, I really haven't. I'm.
Just give yourself the credit.
Excuse me, Morgan. Could you repeat it?
Absolutely. Why not just give yourself the credit?
You're right. You're right. Just like when someone gives you
that in a selfish way. I mean, like you also contributed to whatever this prayer was answered, right?
Right. Exactly. Like in a confident way, you mean it. Yeah. Right.
Yes.
A testament to my own strength and knowledge. Just like, when someone gives you a compliment, it's so hard to just say thank you. Oh, I got it on sale, whatever, But yeah, my thinking, as I'm speaking with you and you guys are pointing these things out to me, yes, I see everything that you're saying. But I guess old habits.
Make it any less meaningful?
No, it doesn't make it less. I'm willing to hear people out. It doesn't make it less meaningful. I think old habits die hard. I think that's part of it. And another thing that really keeps me going, this is so sad because I'm supposed to live for now. Really, the thought of all being reunited in heaven, that one helps me a lot.
How does that help you?
Sometimes when I'm really at my lowest, I look forward to that almost as a reward, We'll be together, we'll all be in peace, we'll have clarity.
You say we'll be together, we'll all have peace.
Right. Meaning my loved ones that have gone ahead of me.
For how long?
How long? Once I get there, you mean? I see it as eternity, but you know.
Sounds like a long time. Do you think that'll ever get old?
That's a good question. I guess maybe I miss them so much now that I don't see it as getting old. I see it as
Have you
the
ever
good
been
old
to a
days.
family reunion that just went on too long?
I mean, I guess if everybody, well, that's why I like to add in, we'll all find clarity. So the old stupid, you know, little family tidbit, you know, things that have been going on since the 60s will disappear, you know. I guess I'm creating my own little world. That makes me feel better.
Why does this world that you're creating make you feel better?
Because right now I don't really have much else to look forward to. I have my grandchildren, which is a beautiful thing. Like, I don't know if anybody here is a grandparent. You can't, it's true what they say. You don't realize how great it is until it happens to you. So other than that, you know, my son and his wife clearly use me for babysitting, you know. And that's fine because the kids are better for me when they're not around. My daughter, I don't know where she's headed. She might even cut me out of her life. I don't know. But you know, she still sends me pictures and stuff, and they're beautiful. The kids, I mean, her kids. I've lived alone a long time. Some people like living alone. I would like to have company.
What's stopping you from having company?
What is happening? Well, I'm ashamed of the condition that my home is in. You know, I used to have somebody tell me you were like the Great Gatsby the way you lived. And you know, that's all gone now. Everything's temporary, you know, including money. And I've kind of gone into I don't care mode about, like, you know, cleaning and, you know, like it's very important to the women in my family. You know, I was raised in a house with floors you could eat off of, and my mother's mother was even worse than her. She used to clean and iron things till she ruined them.
Maria.
You know what I mean? And
no, Maria, I'm 31 years old. I have my own house, and my mother still comes to my house to clean it better. Okay?
oh wow.
I understand where you're at.
Yeah, yeah.
Do what you can, okay? There's nothing to be ashamed of.
Right. Yeah. Yes, you're right. I know that, but I still am, and so I don't want to have people over because, again, people are, they say people say this. This is my friend that I've been friends with for 20. You didn't used to live like this. What's going on with your house? Why such a mess? And then if I clean up before she comes, oh, I see you cleaned up a little bit. Like, okay, good observation.
Like, even though you put in the effort, she's still diminishing the word.
Yeah, like, does she need, like, maybe, why does she need to point it out? What does she care how many hampers full of dirty laundry I have piled up? What does anybody care? I've gotten to that point in life. I would never go to someone's house and I think if I was when I was 12, I babysat for a neighbor, and their house was infested with fleas. And after a while, I stopped wanting to babysit because I'd come home, my ankles all itchy, and I think maybe that's like the line that I would say, you know what? You guys have a good night. I'm not really feeling well. I'm out of here. And my mother, like I'm clearly looked down upon. You know, that day I asked my brother to help me. He came over and he did help me. And my mother, even though she had a double mastectomy and she had to go for her checkup and like much bigger problems, much bigger things on her plate, she still had to show up when she was done with those appointments. And I walk out of the room and I come back in and I hear her lecturing my brother how I can't even water my plants and they're all dead. And Ma, don't you see I'm hanging on by my fingernails? If you want the dead plants, take them.
Sounds like you've got a lot on your plate and you've been working hard to deal with this.
Yeah, I just closed on a house on Friday, which, I thought I was going to live there until I passed. But, spend my life there. But that wasn't in the cards. But that's okay. I found another place that I'm very happy in. So moving, they say that moving is one of the top traumas in life.
Bats, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Thrayle. I'm doing okay. I'm just enjoying your coin number right now, and thought I'd come up. I did that on purpose, and I wanted to ask Maria something, if that was okay.
Of course.
Go for it.
I've listened to you talk about some things that you've been through, and some of the harsh criticisms other people are giving toward you.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to know what is it that you want from your life, not what other people who criticize your life expect of you, not what other people think that you should do as a mom or as a woman or as a whatever you identify as, but what do you want for your life?
Well, now I would like to get my house into a decent shape. It's also, remember, I mean, most of it is moving boxes, but, there's goat trails in my living room, if I want to go open the window, I would like to get my house in a certain amount of organization. I can never find clean underwear, you know. And
I got 3 kids and the laundry's never done, so there's always going to be these piles and these like bits of the house that we kind of really need to clean up when we get to it. And yes, it's wonderful to have a clean house and to like have the ability to enjoy a house that's peaceful and calm and not cluttered. I'm working on that too. Trust me, I have a long ways to go. But beyond that, like, what is it that you want to do with your life beyond the materialistic things?
yeah,
like you have family, you're developing friends. Even as I'm sitting here in the comments listening to you, I hear you developing friends on the panel. Like, you have these other people in your life that are going to affect your life, and I'm just wondering how it is that you want that for the future. Because I've heard people criticize how they want your life, and you're talking about fixing those criticisms. But I'm just generally wondering if, like, there's something bigger you're searching for, or is it just you want calmness in your life? You want the security, or I'm not sure. Maybe am I getting any close to understanding?
Yes, like an inner peace. Yes, I would like that. I would like to have a hobby or two that is healthy and relaxing. And I have had in the past things that I would like to go back to. You know, just I just want to go through life and not worried all the time about money and or you know, like the drama, the drama that comes with family. You know, I don't want to see my grandkids a couple of times a week, and just, you know, have a few close friends that, you know, once in a while pick up the phone and talk it out with, and spend my day enjoying my own company instead of feeling sorry for myself or punishing myself or whatever I'm doing right now.
Those are all wonderful things, and I think it's important for you to realize that you have been through a lot, and because you've been through a lot, you've proven that you are strong enough to get through whatever it is in front of you. Maybe you've leaned on higher powers or other things to get you this far, but in reality, you've gotten this far, and I hope you realize and give yourself credit. Like I said earlier, I think Morgan said it. Give yourself credit for what you've done, because I think you got this. I think you've been through a lot, yes, but I can hear that you actually have a yearning for change in your life, and that's whenever I notice people actually make change in their life, is when they can show it in as a sense of urgency. And I think you've already shown that you can question your beliefs, you can question how you've lived your life, you can question many things.
Right. Thank you. That's a good point. Yeah, I just got to do it. Yeah, thank you. That was helpful.
I only understand a little bit of what of this because I go through a little bit of my own situation. I'm not going to go in depth in my situation, but I understand. I've been in a similar situation, and I think not in the same way, but in a way that helps me relate and maybe want to share kind words with you, because I know you can do it. I know you got this. You're not broken at the bottom of the stairs. You're standing up. You're ready to climb those stairs again. You got this.
Thank you. That was so nice that you know what you said. I wanted to give you some kind words. That's a great gift. Thank you. And you're right. you're right, and I need to hear more of that, and I appreciate it. And of course, I wish everything good for you. I don't, you haven't told your story yet, but at least to me. But of course, I wish you all the best. To you too.
Well, maybe if you stick around and join the Discord or something, we can go into that more. But if I start talking about my past, we're just gonna go on to a thing. It's way off topic, and Thrill's gonna put a WTF up on the screen.
Oh, I saw that the other day. Is that what that's all about?
Because I'll probably get into energy and whatever, I don't know, and then that'll cause so many more questions.
Yeah, no, it's there's a time and a place. I get it.
Bridget B's already trying to see what the fuck is Force.
The Star Wars reference. I get it. Thank you.
The Force is ever with us. That's what the Force is.
Well, thank you. I don't want to take up any. I'm sure somebody needs a turn. And I appreciate everybody listening and all your positive input.
I appreciate you, Maria. I hope that you keep asking questions.
Thank you.
And if you find more answers, of course, bring them back to us. We'll question those as well.
Okay. Right. Sounds good.
And also, as Bats mentioned, there's a Discord link in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. You can always join that. And we have a lot more conversations like this without the audience to kind of, test each other, keep each other sharp.
Gotcha. Thank you. I will look into that.
Appreciate you, Maria.
Okay. Me too.
Take care. We can get some W's in the chat for Maria. She is questioning some there. There's some things that need some more questioning. But I don't want to press her too hard. And she has been up here for nearly an hour. So.
How does it feel, Thrayle, to watch people go on the journey of questioning, wondering if they'll get to deeper questions?
Rewarding. I'd say it's very rewarding.
I was grateful just to be a part of that.
She has a lot to question, and I'm wishing her well on her journey of questioning. Whether or not that does anything, I'm still wishing it. I'll manifest the hell out of it.
With pickles.
My friend and I were talking about that. Yeah, we're actually going to do it. We're going to put pickles on the next full moon. We're going to get the ones in the aisle, so we don't have to worry about the temperature. It'll already be shelf safe.
I have so many questions about manifestation pickles.
Just the essential herbs, vinegar, dill, the powerful herbs.
The powerful herbs, yeah. That might make all the difference.
When's the last time you had something with dill in it that was horrible?
Hey, host. Hey, everyone.
That's a good point. I'm going to think on that for a minute. Hi, Chapter. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
47 here.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do not, but I bought dill just today, and I think dill is perfect in many dishes.
I'm very happy for you. So you don't have a belief in a god or anything like that. Why not?
Okay, I was born in a guru cult, so This guy thought he was the seventh level realized avatar of God on Earth. And I think that was enough for me to stop believing in deities, if that makes sense.
It was enough for you to stop believing in deities.
Right. Well,
why is that?
Right now, 11 years working at a religious university, and I've got 11 Bibles and 2 Qurans. I think I'm well researched. I wouldn't say I'm an academic in that area because my area is in something different. But from what I've read and in discussions, I've never seen something convincing. I've never been provided enough evidence to convince me that a deity might actually be real.
What kind of evidence would you expect to see?
That's the rub. You know, I may not know the evidence, but if a god exists, maybe they have the evidence to convince me that hasn't been presented to me already.
So if a god existed, it would know what evidence would convince you.
Correct. To sum it up in a nutshell, I'm anti-theist to the Abrahamic gods, but agnostic to the rest. And hopefully if there is a deity, they would know the evidence that would convince me, as you said.
And if a god did somehow compel you towards believing it existed, would that be enough for you to worship it, or would you need something more?
Very good question as well. It might be enough to convince me, but worship would be a different matter. If we're looking at the Abrahamic gods, I don't think I could worship them at all. But if there's a god or deity out there that is separate to those, what the fuck have they been doing? Seriously. If they could demonstrate their ability, that they've actually been trying to do their best, I don't think that they could be omni, but if they've been trying to do their best, maybe I would be at least thankful for trying. What do you think?
I'm curious why you say that nothing could compel you to worship the Abrahamic God.
Well, in Judaism, in Christianity, in Islam, I look at the book, and if the book has facts, I think they also contain horrible facts, and that concerns me.
Why does that concern you?
Well, I think people use the book as their guidebook to how they can subjugate others. There's misogyny, there's slavery, genocide, and more. It seems to be a rule book to, to control. Thoughts?
You say it seems to be a rule book to control. Could it be that that is the way the God communicates, that is what it wants?
Well, that's a possibility. So even if I did believe in the gods, I don't think I could worship that God. If that's what, if it's factual, I don't think I could worship that God. Even if they convinced me that they existed, I don't think I could worship that God.
With the threat of eternal damnation and the knowledge that the God is real not serve as incentive.
Right. Yeah, the carrot and the stick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the hope of a heaven and the fear of hell. Even with that in front of me, if it was proven that a God existed, I think I'd rather just say no. And wherever I ended up, that's it.
Why would you rather just say no?
Because if the book is factual, and if a deity, a god existed, I would have to say no. I would say I
That's
cannot.
what I was asking was why.
Why? Because if the book is correct, and if a god existed, I do not think I could worship or follow this god's beliefs or demands or opinions.
You don't think you could worship or follow the god's beliefs, demands, or opinions?
Correct.
Why not?
Because if the book is factual, I think it contains horrors and is very immoral. Well, it does not align with my own opinions, if that makes sense. We can get into subjectivity or objectivity, but yeah, it just doesn't seem something that is moral, in my opinion, my personal opinion.
What kind of God would you want to worship?
Well, as I said, the Abrahamic gods, from the texts that I see, do not seem moral.
Right, so I'm asking what kind of God you would want to worship.
Well, I've looked into deism a little bit, the idea of a higher power or force that started everything off and then just disappeared. But maybe that's not what you're talking about.
If that's the kind of God you would want to worship.
Well, I don't think that's something you can worship per se, because I don't know if they've evaporated or disappeared or gone. I'd hope for a God that is present, and actually, this idea of the argument of divine hiddenness is interesting. A God that doesn't hide, a God that is present in our lives, would be something that I'd be more connected to. It's like how can I say? A lot of people say it's not a religion, it's a relationship. But a relationship is two-way. And I don't see that in any religion at the moment. I'd want some more solid connection to a deity, if they exist. Then I can start, understanding a little bit more on what religious believers actually are talking about.
Does it matter to you if a God exists or not?
No, I think because the idea is out there, sometimes, it really doesn't matter anymore. The idea, the belief is there. And that belief changes people's lives for the better or for the worse. So sometimes it's irrelevant. We can do internal critiques to the end of days. But sometimes because the belief is out there, the idea of, whether or not a God exists is irrelevant. Because people do believe, and the belief does impact policies and laws and is used to subjugate minorities.
Are the ideas of gods ever used for good?
I think so. I've had, over the last 3-4 years of being on the app, sometimes I hear about, I think people, right? How can I say this? I think as many people as there are, there are many ideas of what the god is, and those gods are very reflective of themselves. And I've seen some beautiful people who believe in God, some great agnostic theists, and I think they create hope and, you know, work towards well-being and helping others. But other perspectives are the opposite. And then there's people in between that, without their belief in a god, they'd probably become monsters or not want to be here anymore. So 3 different types there. Very good people, very bad people, and people in the middle who need a god to continue. It's a challenge, isn't it? Those that need a god or don't need a god, and those who just don't know.
Why do you think that there are those that need a god?
Well, as I said, I've talked to people that said that without a god, they would have no morals and could do whatever they want.
Why do you
Or
believe
those
them?
that without a god would just not want to be here anymore.
Why do you believe them?
Well, I don't believe that, but that's their belief. And in some cases, they sound very serious about it. So, in that case, you know, in my work, as I said, I worked at a religious university for 11 years. Someone will say, God bless you. And I'll just say, God bless you too. Because I don't want to draw anything away from their beliefs. I don't work in that way. If they don't ask my beliefs, I keep them to myself. I just help develop their critical thinking. But on this app, we get some extreme ends of the spectrum. And yeah, I do think there's some people that need a God in their lives just to keep them going or keep them being a good person.
I might question that, but I would question it of somebody who claims it for themselves, not for someone who just says they observe it. Does anybody else have any questions for Chapter?
Thanks, Thrayle. I always enjoy hearing you.
Appreciate you. I'm gonna guess nobody else has a question. Oh, there's both sides.
Morgan unmuting. I unmuted. Go ahead, Morgan.
No, by all means, you first.
Chapter, is it?
Yes.
Did you believe in any system like this before your studies? Were you
As I
raised to
said,
be?
yeah, I dabbled in deism for a bit, but because I was born in a guru cult, it kind of really started me critically thinking about religions in general. So I was never a believer per se.
So it didn't really change your life whenever you learned all the additional knowledge? It just kind of reinforced it, maybe?
Right. How do they say it? The road to atheism is paved by well-read Bibles. I think that's the saying.
Have you found any truth in all the theology that you've read? Metaphorical or...
Good question. In what I've read, I found a lot of it quite derivative, in the sense that you've got earlier religions and mythologies that the text is borrowed from. And in some of it, do good to others.
Why might
I
those
think the
texts borrow from a previous belief system?
yes, the Code of Hammurabi, for example, and a lot of other texts as well. So I find the Bible very derivative in that sense.
Right, but
And
why would those keep being pushed forward?
right, well, I think that's a part of being a social species, personally. The idea of caring for one another will create a community, a tight knit community where you help and support each other, if that makes sense.
No, sorry.
Okay, so you know the idea of care for one another, love one another.
So I guess where I'm having a hang up, and I might be misinterpreting what you're saying, is that these things that got carried forward in each belief as time progressed, and things in the Bible were borrowed and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Why would those specific things be taken into new theology, but other things be left behind? Like what makes those things so important that they keep being carried forward?
Okay, yes. So I think it's because, as I said, humans are a social species. The idea of caring for one another and keeping sociological circles is important to keep going. And of course, that can create conflicts. But all in all, we are a social species. We want to make sure that we support each other.
I guess I'm not understanding, and again, this may just be a disconnect on my end, how love and care connect to taking or assimilating forcibly another belief system into your own. Not you
Oh,
specifically, that's the rule for you.
right. I don't think it's forcibly, but I think that if we look at different texts and different histories, this idea that caring for people, and as I said, this can be a tool for good or a tool for harm, but the idea of caring for one another is something that is in many different societies. And I think it's because, as I said, we are a social species. We need to connect to each other. We need to look out for each other. Was that unclear? I apologize if I'm unclear.
Answer it.
No, please go ahead. Yeah. As I said, I think this idea that we see this in many different texts and societies, the idea that we should look out for each other is something evolutionary. The idea that because we are in communities and societies, that we need to look out and protect each other is something that is perpetuated and reflected in texts just because of we're all human.
I'm gonna have to think on how to word my question. I'm sorry.
Oh, please do.
Somebody else can continue.
Are there any questions that you've encountered that make you question your certainty about your position?
It's been a long time. 23 years of study at tertiary study, and no, I mean, as I said, deism was something I dabbled in, but in terms of actual deities, not so much. But language, sociology, psychology, and there's some grey areas in between, are all interesting to me.
Do you think there's any room for a sub-reality or a supernatural or maybe a conscious universe?
Supernatural? I'd like to see more evidence for that. Yeah, for example, I hear a lot of people claim NDEs and stuff like that, but I have not seen any real evidence for the supernatural overall. But Morgan, I think we've talked before, Morgan.
We may.
Yeah, Morgan Le Fay, great name.
Thank you.
Great name, yeah. But yeah, if I can just reiterate what I was saying, is that I think what we see reflected in a lot of religions in this idea of love one another is simply a matter of being a social species. Like, humans are humans, and, you know,
Great.
we
Wonderful.
try to stick together. That's about it.
I'm not hearing a belief being questioned here, so I think we're going to go ahead and move on.
Thanks,
Appreciate the
Thrayle.
chapter.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
It just becomes, I don't know, self-congratulatory. I'm not interested. Though I do appreciate you, and I hope that you keep asking questions. Good luck on the journey and all. But yeah, and, if we don't hear questioning going on, I'm not sure what we're doing.
I haven't had nearly enough coffee for this.
I brought you coffee, Morgan, but it's a caramel frappuccino. Is that okay?
Perfectly fine.
That would be fun one day, a meet and greet and just coffee with everybody.
Just everybody brings coffee.
I don't know. Meet like rent a coffee shop for a day, and everybody from all over the country comes and meets up.
Would that we could, perhaps someday.
You never know down the road. Some of us in the Discord have met.
That is true. Some have. We are going to need, whatever place we go is going to have blueberry coffee. I think you realize this.
It's a requirement.
If they don't have any, I'll bring some fresh myself.
That seems like more work than you should have to do.
No, there's a Death Note coffee has a bluebery coffee. I really want to try it, so I'd be doing both
Well,
of us a
darling,
favor.
we don't have to do anything. We choose to. Or maybe we don't. I don't know.
We choose to have the conversation whether or not we choose to have our beliefs.
There you go. And if you have a belief in a god, God's higher power, or something else like that, and you think you can question that belief, request up.
That was a pretty good segue. I think it was really good. Look, it even worked.
It worked.
I line them up and you hit him out. Home run, Morgan.
Hello, Two's Clues. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
Hi, I'm 30.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Well, this is an interesting discussion, and it's funny that I'm on here because, so I happen to be a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. I can say that because I don't have to make myself anonymous if I don't want to. I just can't talk about other people. But anyways, that being said, you know, there's a step in Alcoholics Anonymous that I'm on, which is the second step, which says came to believe in a power greater than myself, that could relieve me of my addiction or alcoholism. And what I really like about AA is that it invites you to find your own conception of God. And it could really be anything, it could be your higher self, it could be a divine consciousness, it could be anything. And in the big book, we call it the big book, the Alcoholics Anonymous literature, I really enjoy this section that talks about it's really important to see where religious people are right a lot of times, because it's really easy to be cynical and see where religion goes wrong. But if you look at like what the actual values are, a lot of times they're very similar. So I would say I believe in, I don't know, I guess kind of like the golden rule, treat others how you'd like to be treated. Um, I think Mother Nature is, kind of like a sign that there's God. I mean, pretty much everything around us. It's pretty, like, I think it's pretty egotistical to not believe that there's something bigger than ourselves, but
What
that's
do you
just
mean
me.
by bigger than ourselves, though? If you mean
Well,
Mother
we're part of
Nature,
it,
what does
but I
that
mean,
mean?
well, I don't know that we're all connected in some way, but that there's some kind of God consciousness for sure. I don't think that I'm the one controlling everything that happens in this world, you know what I mean?
What does it mean by God consciousness?
I don't know. I guess just, I mean, I'm here, and that's a miracle. You know what I mean? I've done a lot of crazy shit. I feel like something's carried me through this far. Um, what's that? Um, I mean, I think. Hello?
We hear you again.
I think that if I allow myself to open my mind and my heart to, I don't know, if I just remain open minded, and anytime that I like pray or meditate and like allow something else to kind of, I don't know, if I don't try to control the outcomes of things, and I just allow myself to kind of go in a certain direction. I think it does take like, okay, let me just back up a little bit. Another thing that the big book literature says is
Do you
that
remember the
faith without
question you're
works is dead.
Do you remember the question you're responding to?
What is it, that it could just be me? I mean, I think that faith without works is dead. So I think I have to put action into my life, right, to
What
have
does
certain
faith
outcomes happen.
without works even mean? What is faith or
I'm not sure what
works?
that means.
It means that if you don't put action into your own life, then you won't see faith working in your life.
I guess I'm not understanding your use of the word action. I think of something else when I hear that. Could you explain how you're using it, please?
Okay, like if I go to work, I hopefully, if I like, I don't want to go to work tomorrow because I've stayed up all night doing this shit. But if I went to work tomorrow, hopefully I'd make some money. You know what I mean? I got to show up for work. So if I don't have faith that if I show up for work that I won't make money, then I'll never make money at my job. So I have to put some amount of action into it. You know what I mean? I think that's what allows God to be a channel in my life.
I'm sorry, that was even too esoteric for me. You lost me on that one. I'm so sorry.
She left.
Oh. Okay. Bye.
That was a choice.
Uh-huh. That was
What is
certainly a choice.
what does esoteric mean?
Known to few.
And if it's esoteric even for me, oh boy.
Well, I remember studying faith and works in the Bible. It was interesting. I think, though, that a lot of people put too much focus on the faith part and way less focus on the actual works part. Which is supposed to be a sign of a true believer. Actions.
You just put in the elbow grease and the supplies and the sweat. God does the rest.
But you're doing all of it. That's the part that I don't understand.
Yeah, it's the faith in what I think is the problem. Some people need to put their faith in a higher power, but in reality, you don't really necessarily need to put your faith in higher power. You can use faith in yourself, faith in your love for your loved ones. You can use other forms of faith, but nobody ever sees that part.
Oh man. That's I can't. That is not a mindset I can comprehend. No, I did all the. What do you mean? What do you mean? I did the work.
Well, if you're in the comments down below and God has brought you through a time in your life, or maybe you have brought you through a time in your life, whether or not you believe who brought you through that time in your life, maybe that belief is worth questioning, and you can come and question. I tripped on my words. I fell down the stairs.
Almost had it.
You were so close.
Tripped on my tongue. Well, if you can deliver a better response than I can, I'm sure you can go ahead and hit that request button and question your beliefs, because I'm questioning my ability to talk right now.
She sells by the seashore.
She sells by the seashore.
She sold seashells down by the seashore.
Nice.
Okay, there we go.
The seething sea ceaseth, and thus the seething sea sufficeth us.
I hate that one.
The seething sea sees the... can't do it.
Betty bought some butter, but she said this butter's bitter. If I put it in my batter, it will make my batter bitter. So Betty bought some better batter, and it made her bitter batter better.
See, that's not fair. I have a speech impediment, and you're a professional voice actor. Well, if you come here for Thrayle's voice or for the words that come out with his voice, please hit the request button or question your beliefs, because oh my goodness,
I
Thrayle's
was
a
just
much
about
better
to
voice.
bring up red leather, yellow leather.
Red, yellow.
Just say red leather,
yellow leather.
Yeah, just again and again. Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather. Just
red leather, yellow. Okay.
Yeah, it does it pretty quick.
I can roll my tongue. I can speak Spanish fluently. I can't understand it, but I can speak it. I can say arriba. Can you?
I like the one from the original It. Amidst the midst and fiercest frost, he thrust his fist against the post, and still insists he sees the ghost.
Can't believe you remember that one. That's amazing.
It's a good one.
my stuttering and speech impediments were so bad when I was a kid, my siblings made a tongue twister for me. They called me Maggie back then. So they said, Mad Maggie made mud pies. And whenever I got flustered and started stuttering, they would just yell at me, Mad Maggie made mud pies, Mad Maggie made mud pies. And I'm like, thanks, it's totally helping me right now. But I got past it, and now I can speak a little bit better at least. Though today's not my day.
Don't worry, it takes all my effort not to sound like this because where I come from.
But I like the way people talk like that when they come from places like that. I don't know. I can't do it, but I love it to hear it. The accents are beautiful. Even Thrill's accents, and Morgan's accent, and Philly's accent, and everybody's accent.
I have an accent?
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
I'm genuinely horrified now.
It feels disingenuous to get on here and be like, now let me tell you about alliteration.
Now, we're not here to put beliefs into stereotypical stereotypes. We're here to break stereotypes, aren't we? So if you want to sound like that while you're explaining in-depth philosophy, you can go right ahead.
Moses supposes his toes are roses, but Moses supposes erroneously. For Moses he knows as his toes aren't roses, as Moses supposes his toes to be.
The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain.
So rhythmic.
Love My Fair Lady. But Moses actually had a speech impediment. That's why Aaron did most of the speaking.
Interesting.
Where do you get that from?
This little incorrect, faulty, very poorly translated book called the Bible. So the Jews don't even believe Moses existed, but if he did exist, apparently he had a speech impediment. It's in Genesis.
Really?
That's why he asked God to have Aaron speak for him. Aaron wasn't supposed to be in the picture until Moses brought up that he had a speech impediment.
Interesting. I wonder why a speech impediment would stop you from speaking to God.
And all the leaders of all the other nearby lands, because he had to go in front of a pharaoh, which is like the highest political level you can get out there. And I guess him, being from Egypt, he knew and understood how scary that was. I guess he's more scared of the pharaoh of Egypt than he was of talking to God.
I fell asleep to the Prince of Egypt the other day. Was it? I'm trying to remember who played Moses in that. He didn't seem to have a speech impediment.
Well, no, they don't hire people for musical with speech impediments generally.
Bet.
I did like that song. The different songs in that movie. I think my favorite one was "Let My People Go" when Ramesses and Moses do a duet off of each other. Some rounds in it and stuff. It was pretty cool.
I liked how their dad was Captain Picard. Pharaoh Picard.
Pharaoh Picard. Make it so.
Val Kilmer, that's who it was. Yeah, he didn't seem to have a speech impediment.
I'll be you a Huckleberry.
The senior pharaoh, he really did have a brilliant.
That was Sir Patrick Stewart.
Oh, no wonder it was so good. Yeah.
You know, he actually says Hucklebearer, not Huckleberry.
I'll get started on that one.
What's a hucklebearer?
Those
like
are
a pallbearer?
Yeah. So it's the name of the handles are called huckles. So it's just another word for pallbearer.
Different kind of berry.
If I get to have a funeral, I want one where my bearers are dressed up as Care Bears, and then they give me my Hucklebearers. That'd be cool. I want a fun funeral. I don't want a sad, depressing. Everybody's, oh my gosh, we'll never see them again. Just get over it and have a happy time.
Well, the clown at my dad's funeral did not go over well, so I don't recommend that.
Wasn't very funny, huh?
No, if I'm hiring clowns at my funeral, it's going to be a Halloween one, and it's going to be scary actors.
Hell yeah.
I have maybe a very carefree approach on afterlife because I don't believe there's going to be one. But maybe if someone who does have a belief in afterlife or higher powers or energy, maybe they could come on Request Up, because that's just why we're here. We're here to question beliefs and maybe discover what yours are.
Nice transition.
Good morning, Philly.
She lives.
That was smooth.
Had to try to make up for earlier.
Moon Day Monday. It is Monday. Manidag. Yes, it is a manidag. Not a few dag, a manidag.
Manidag.
Does our lore keeper know the origin of the name?
Of course I do. Would you like to know them?
Where would you start?
Well, we can start at the beginning of the week with Sunday. So we have, I think that one is Sunna. So that one is derived from the Nordic name. There's also Manidag, which is Monday, Moon Day. You also see that in Spanish with lunes, and the word luna is Spanish for moon. Then you have Tuesday or Tears Day. That would be the Norse god of light, I believe. Maybe. No. Anyway, it's still Tyr. Then Wednesday, Woden's Day, Odin. And then you have Thursday, which is Thor's Day, also Thor. Friday, Frigga's Day, which is Odin's wife. And then Saturday is the outlier, and that's named after the Roman god Saturn.
I think you got two of those a little mixed up.
I probably did.
Woden's Day, that would be Odin's Day. That's Frigga's husband. And on Friday,
I said wife,
right?
didn't I? Frigga's.
Well, no, you said it, but I was just pointing out why was she identified as his wife, and yet he was just identified as, Odin. Like, it goes without saying.
That
Says
is
a very
valid.
wise married man.
Completely valid. I think that was to connect it to a god I'd already said, to clarify that she was also part of the Norse pantheon.
Does she have no other accolades?
Oh, she has plenty of accolades. It was poor word choice on my part. I might be a lore keeper, doesn't mean I'm a very good speaker.
I wonder if Norse culture, as well as like many others, especially Western European ones, has a tendency to identify women as their relation's counterpart rather than as themselves on their own.
Like two halves of a whole?
Well, I mean, as though she belongs to a man, and this is how she is identified.
I see. Culturally, that would not be accurate at all.
It is a matriarchal society. Patriarchal, sorry.
You just resurrected the whole empty memories of a belief system. There was a whole story about how both halves became one.
Odin did have many wives, and I don't think she had but one husband, did she? I don't remember her having more than one.
Did Odin have more than one wife? I don't think so.
I thought he had a few. I thought he had at least 3.
Don't believe so.
Maybe I'm wrong. I'm mistaken. I'm not the lore keeper. I'm just...
There's always there's kind of like a translation error that occurs. So Frigga and Frigg tend to be the same person. However, because Frigg doesn't have an A at the end of it, they automatically associate it with a male name and separate that out from Frigga, even though they're literally referring to the same, like, personification. So that might be where that came from. I don't think I know of any other unions between him and any other god. There was obviously some Zeus activities, but not nearly as many as Zeus.
Notorious. Oh my gosh. he got around. He sowed his oats everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Everywhere. Morgan, don't you have some sort of I don't know if it's beliefs or not, but like a understanding of the pagan beliefs?
I do have a vast understanding of pagan beliefs, yes.
And do you think it affects your life or how you live it in any way?
No, I do not believe that there's any literal god or higher power that has any influence or affect on my life or my reality or like my surroundings or reality.
But do you take like some of the stories as like a good understanding of morality sometimes, or like I know some people that may not believe in the pagan gods, but they'll just still take from the stories, same way a person might take from the stories in the Bible.
Absolutely. I mean, that's it. It's literally like my entire existence is pointing out that we've been telling the same goddamn stories since forever. No one's original. Anyways, no, but in all seriousness, the way that I interact with the ideas of paganism and their stories is interacting with stories that I can stand alongside. And those stories tend to be stories that are not dogmatic. They tend not to be demanding of anything. They don't require sacrifice. They just require, I guess, not even require. It's just observation. It just is what it is. And I don't mean that in a dismissive sense. And this is where I constantly get tripped up. It is so difficult to verbally express in real time and not have the processing time of typing it out.
I guess I always wondered because like your name on there, LaFay, has like connotations like with the Fae and you being having extensive knowledge in paganism. It always just made me wonder. Okay,
well,
maybe.
So if you know anything about Morgan Le Fay, the character herself was a repeating character throughout a period of time, still is a repeating character. I mean, she's a Marvel character, if you didn't know that. Super dope. Anyways, but she is the literal representation of what we do when things no longer serve us. When the answers we have no longer provide what they provided before. She was there when King Arthur died and took him into Avalon, and Avalon is a liminal space. It's supposed to be a distant island off of the coast of Great Britain, and it's said that there are shades and fairies, and that's where true magic is held. And in looking into the progression of her character and how she interacts with the story, she continually appears as someone who she realizes that maybe these beliefs in magic and all these other things are no longer going to serve this world, but she can maintain them and hold them so that they have somewhere to go when they no longer are of use. And I don't think, especially with how she is a relatively true to form character, even in modern representations, I don't think that ever stopped. And that's a burden, not a burden. It's a title I wish to continue and bear. At least that's my interpretation of it.
how do you feel about tradition and versus tradition holding to strict beliefs versus the idea that beliefs continually change, like the ancient versions of the stories, even going to things like Grimm's fairy tales versus modern retellings? Do you think the stories should change, or do you think they should be held to traditionally?
I think it's important. It's very important to remember where it came from. So I definitely think it's important to maintain that original, but I don't think that any topic or subject should be exclusively, like, I guess, not played with. I mean, it's human nature to be curious and to what if and to wonder and question. So I don't know that it's necessarily detrimental for there to be deviations. What I do think is detrimental is losing the original and not understanding why the original came into being.
I often wonder about this because throughout time, story is transferred from oral form to written, so we seem to have a more solid foundation for where things come from than we used to.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if anybody watching has a solid foundation for where their beliefs in a god or God's higher power or anything like that come from. And maybe they'd be able to question that foundation. If that sounds like something you can do, then go ahead and request on up. There's plenty of boxes up here. We're not looking for a debate or an argument. And my mic was turned away from me that whole time.
We could hear you just fine. You're a little clearer now, but now we can we could hear you before. Which name, Philly?
Fractal on Field says the Oral Torah is different from the Old Testament. Well, that is interesting. Do you believe in either of those, Fractal? Can you question your belief?
I think so, Morgan. When you were talking about Avalon and when you were talking about bearing the name, it makes sense that it would be.
Yeah. No, Toaster, I don't think that ever happened. I don't think that was even a nickname in that time, to be quite honest with you.
Fractal says that they could be wrong. Wrong about a belief in the Torah, or wrong about
The world being different from the Old Testament.
Yeah.
I'm confused. Fractal says they've been up many times.
Maybe by a different name?
I'm trying to remember if I remember Fractal. Maybe. It's been over a year. There are so many people.
The name sounds vaguely familiar, but I don't know if the profile picture maybe has changed. But they said that they're in the middle of their next deconstruction, and I'm curious about deconstruction from what? Like
Billy Bass, yes. We have spoken Billy Bass many times. I do remember. I like the new name.
So Fractal or Billy or however you prefer, what belief are you deconstructing from? Is it an Abrahamic belief or some other belief? Yeah. The Salmon of Doubt.
This Salmon of Doubt.
Sounds fishy.
Ho, ho, ho.
I like it. It's the Douglas Adams.
Does it
It's
have
what the analogy that I've used several times about the puddle comes from.
Is there a parody of salmon in there somehow? The Salmon Run?
It's more a collection of like random writings of Douglas Adams. It's a collection of like essays, letters, and I think a few other things.
Good. Maybe I should add that to my book list. The book list is getting very long. I need to do more reading. Rush myself.
What if that's where the truth of God lies, in the genealogies?
Well, they get the genealogies wrong multiple spots, so the consistency part would have to be.
What if that's the code, Bats?
Oh, some secret code, like a Da Vinci code of some kind. I should be looking for the 135. No, one. It's 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, and so forth.
Just look for the 411.
411. I'm afraid my favorite numbers are 9988.
I had somebody receive a question that I asked as coming with an assumption that they are not as intelligent as I am.
What was the question?
Is it possible that if you understand where I'm coming from, you will also lose your faith?
It only implies that they don't understand where you're coming from, your perspective. If they read that as saying that you are more intelligent than them, I think that's their own projection onto the question, unless you've implied something prior.
I would.
Yeah, that's informational knowledge, not intelligence. But you are very intelligent, Philly. It'd be very easy for someone to think that they are less intelligent because you eloquently speak. You have a lot of background, your history that you can use to speak from. And your questions are always on point.
The reward for me seems to be often, are you AI?
Oh my goodness, all this time, Philly, you've been AI, artificial, really?
No, this was an in-person conversation that I was having.
Does it bother you that you might be of a higher intelligence or equal intelligence with other people, depending on their experiences and so forth? I don't know that I think of intelligence that way. I have more formal higher education than my brother, but that doesn't make me more intelligent in every area than him, though. I may be more intelligent in certain areas, but he is vastly more intelligent than I am in other areas. He's a musician, and he's a without saying too much, he's worked towards journeyman status in different areas. He can do things and has an innate intelligence in areas that I don't have. I think that well, isn't it a thing? It's like Garner or somebody that talks about multiple intelligences. I can't remember.
Yeah, I think I have like a similar understanding where it's a balance. Everybody's has a different level of intelligence in different things, based off their experience, based off of their access to education. Um, I think some people might have a different superior understanding than me in a lot of areas, and I'm okay with that. But when it comes to my areas of expertise, I don't know. There's very few people I've met who've been able to understand my level of what I'm good at. And maybe it's okay once in a while to embrace, okay, I'm good at this thing. It's okay to be good at this thing than other people, as long as we balance it out with, but I'm not good at playing the violin, and I would ruin my fingers if I tried.
I agree that being able to acknowledge your areas of strength is valuable, and downplaying them can seem disingenuous. And I think I understand a little bit better what you're getting at with your question, perhaps, with the way you responded. Are you trying to explore the idea of being misunderstood in an area that you have greater experience or intelligence in that others just can't quite reach?
I think maybe a little bit, like, so it's people who will get on here and talk about dissociative identity disorder, like they're, oh my gosh, I've read the study about this, or I've read the study about that, and or oh my, I saw a YouTube video where somebody explained it, and I have this vast knowledge. And excuse me, you actually know very little. This is how I know, because you think it can happen to anybody at any point in time of their life, and that's very incorrect. And they'll go on about them, and they'll say, "Well, you don't really know." I'm like, "Excuse me, I have the disorder." "Oh, then you definitely wouldn't know, because you wouldn't even know you had the disorder." And it's just, it is a lot of craziness. But when it comes to things like historical information, I think you would have better knowledge than me, because you've been a pastor, you've gone to seminary, you've studied the Bible, and you've mentored people on it. So yes, I have a vast understanding of a disorder that I have, but I can understand that people want to come to you about about matters of faith, because you do have a vast information category to grab from, because of your experience, because of your education, because of your training. And I'm just wondering if you realize that sometimes. I would give yourself enough credit.
Thank you, Bats.
Maybe it is a little uncomfortable if when people assume that you come for a higher place of intelligence, but I can understand why they would assume that, because you do come from a higher understanding, at least.
The conversation that brought up the question that was received the way it was. I was getting frustrated that I had asked a question, and I can't remember what question it was now. 3 or 4 times to 2 people in the same conversation, and both people were still misunderstanding my question. And it could be that I wasn't articulating it clearly enough for it to be understood. But that is why I asked what I did. Is it possible that if you understood where I was coming from, what I was truly asking, that you would also lose grip on your food?
I'm noticing as I watch people come on and off the panel over and over again, just questioning their beliefs. Some people may understand a question and just may not be ready to answer it, so they'll deflect. Maybe their inability to answer was not coming from a lack of understanding, but a lack of a ability to question. Some people aren't ready, I guess. I don't know why or why not, but hopefully if the question was like very important, that they'll come to that ability to question it soon.
If you can question your beliefs in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, why don't you request help? What's stopping you? And if you don't have a belief that you can question like that, would you please share the live? Tap up the likes, add a comment, repost the live, add it to your story, contribute to the gift goal, send a daily heart me, all the things that help to boost the live. It's a lot of things. You could make a whole list.
There are a lot of things people could do. People have already tapped the screen up 145,000 times, which I think is pretty fucking amazing. But of course, we could always tap it just a little bit more. I think that one seems to help quite a bit. We've got shadow slays. Slaying shadows this early in the morning. Good morning, Shadow. How are you?
Hey, how's it going?
It is all quiet on the believing front.
Yeah.
I don't know if any believers believe anything anymore. I'm unconvinced.
All the questions have been answered. But why? Why have they all been answered?
I really don't know. It seems seems unanswerable at this point. Here, we'll remove the board so it doesn't look so crowded.
Yeah. Yeah. I just wanted to come up for a moment and say hello. I'm just starting my day. I'm gonna get some coffee and enjoy a plain bagel with cream cheese. That's what I enjoy.
Mm-hmm. Can you question that?
Can I question that?
Mm-hmm.
I can. I think everything bagels, they're have more flavor, but they're a little more messy. In my opinion.
I think you'll find that blueberry bagels are the superior bagel.
I will have to do research on that.
I think you're begging the question.
Oh, okay.
Is blueberry bagel with blueberry coffee too much blueberry?
No.
What about if you add a blueberry smoothie?
Right, I do often have a blueberry smoothie. I also have blueberry donut holes.
I think blueberry might be your deity, Thrayle.
Well, I appreciate you coming up, Shadow. Hope you keep slaying those shadows all day.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Yeah, good to see everyone on the panel. Good to see you, Thrayle. Have a good one.
Good to see a shadow.
Good day.
Take care, Shadow. And if you can slay some questions about your beliefs in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. We're here to slay all day. Well, maybe not all day, but at least for the next hour or so. And maybe longer if we're in a good conversation.
And if you want to support Thrayle in continuing these conversations, you could subscribe, or you could go to the link in the bio and support his caffeine addiction by buying him a blueberry coffee through Venmo or Cash App, or the things that I'm not supposed to say on TikTok that I just said. Sorry.
I said it already.
I'm sorry. I realized after I said it.
It's all right. They can always help that way, that is true.
Oh, I think I'm going to take out my book and call it a night.
You have been up here for quite a while, both sides. I really appreciate you, and your questions were amazing.
I appreciate the opportunity, and sometimes I'm afraid my questions are too much.
No, they were perfect. I appreciate you.
Love you all. Enjoy your company. Have a wonderful day.
It's always an honor to share the panel with you, both sides.
Bye, both sizing. Always a pleasure.
Bye.
Appreciate you. W's for both sides. It's only a second, maybe third time to be up here as a questioner, and did quite well. Of course, we know he can. We see his questions in the chat. And if you want to be a questioner, one way, of course, to find out more about that is to join the Discord. The link tree is in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Of course, you'll want to read the rules when you get there, and if you can agree to those, then you should find out that you're not alone. Not quite the tail end, Fibonacci. I was just plugging the Discord.
It's fun over there.
It is fun.
And we just hit 150 likes.
Hell yeah. Not 150. 150,000.
My brain's short-circuiting this morning, okay? Give me a break.
150,000.4. Make that a 5. Because you guys just keep tapping. Appreciate all that tapping. Appreciate all of the shares. We're up to, what are we up to? 61 shares. That's quite a few. Bet we could copy that link out a few more times.
If you hit the remove the repost button, then you could repost again and it reposts to all your followers. Puts it back on the FYP page. But I couldn't find a blueberry god thrill, but I did find a strain that is called that. That could be always worth trying.
Something maybe to look into off TikTok. But yeah. Sebastian says, I challenge y'all to a game of chess. If you're on the Discord, when I'm off the live and I'm there, you can challenge me if I'm awake. I'll play it.
I'll play a game of chess too. I have a long waiting room appointments to sit in a little bit later, and I could play some games of chess. If you play me though, you're gonna win because I can't play for Snizzle. For Snizzle, for Snickerdoodle, and Snickledobs. None of it. I can't play. I know how the pieces move, but that's about it. Wordle I'm better at, I think. Slowly getting better at. I'll challenge you to a game of Scrabble. All in the Discord.
There's no time like the present, Fibonacci.
Yeah, Sebastian, there's Wordle and there's Scrabble. It's called Letter League, I think. But it's the same as Scrabble. Sorry. What, Billy? You guys see Toaster's comment?
Unhinged. Oh my god.
That's one way to get out of a uncomfortable conversation. Or just make it more uncomfortable. For who, though?
I think It's just the right amount of uncomfortable, though.
You have to maintain eye contact, otherwise it's not uncomfortable enough.
If you don't get too uncomfortable by being questioned about your beliefs, press that request button.
And if you're willing to leave your bodily functions in the comments, definitely request up.
All the better. Please don't bring any of that up here.
Please.
Did you see Cat to Witch's comment? I'm gonna have to start writing these down.
I really like that one.
Well, now is the time to seize the moment, and I'm afraid I have to seize the moment to take care of 3 kids who are doomed for the gremlin school. That is public education.
Doomed for the gremlin school.
Mm-hmm.
It's an interesting way to say that.
It's an accurate description.
They're lucky to have you, Bats.
And when they get back, I'll have to re-educate them. I don't know. Maybe we'll see how much they learn at school and what they pick up. But I'm going off to drive my kids to the gremlin school, and I hope the rest of you muggles have fun in the questioning the wizards.
Appreciate you, Bats. Take care.
Take care.
And if you'd like to seize the moment and have a belief in a god, God's higher power, or something else like that, and you think you can question that belief, request up. Thanks for the alley-oop, Bats. Teamwork fuels the nightmare, or something like that.
I like that, Morgan.
Thanks, I just came up with it off the top of my head. Yeah, Toaster, that's what I just said.
Might I suggest you take this moment to hydrate, take any meds you need to take. Look at the beautiful sky outside. Remind yourself that there's some good things in the world. And if you have a belief in a god or God's higher power, anything like that, you should request up. And if you don't, and you're getting tired of all these transitions and the asking and the repeating of the phrases, keep supporting the live. Get it out to the algorithm.
Did anybody see what the wonderful rodent in Pennsylvania has said?
No.
Would you like to know?
It doesn't really count for me.
Are you sure? You just had a big old polar vortex run right through your whole state.
How does what a rodent in Pennsylvania says affect the weather? Or how is it affected by the weather in the future?
My brain short-circuited on that one. You're gonna have to say that again.
What is the correlation to the length of winter weather to the reaction of a groundhog on a particular day of the year?
Absolutely nothing. However, it was once believed that specifically on this day, which is known in America as Groundhog Day, elsewhere celebrated as Imbolc, which is the halfway point between the winter solstice and God damn it, Thrayle.
What is it?
The music, I can't.
I was learning. I was getting educated. I want to hear more, Morgan.
None of Thrayle's gonna bully me about it.
I'm not bullying. This isn't bullying. I love this music.
I do. I also do love this music, but the last time it was used was for a completely different reason.
That's true.
Anyways, so today is typically celebrated as Imbolc, which is a very Americanized pronunciation of it, and I apologize to anybody who can actually say it. But it celebrates the halfway point between the winter solstice and spring equinox. And the wheel of the year that Wicca has now kind of like permeated throughout most neo-pagan traditions, while amalgamated from different cultures, each date was important for marking the agricultural cycle throughout the year. And so at this point, on this day, you would be celebrating the goddess Brigid, consuming dairy products. This is around the time that you're expecting new lambs, new goats, new calves. So milk is like a really important representation today, as well as spring flowers typically start coming out around this time. So you'll see crocuses in the snow, potentially even, depending on how far south down you are, daffodils and or irises. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
I very much appreciated that. And for the first time ever, I made the connection that this is the day that I went into labor with my child. And it's Groundhog's Day. I've forgotten already the word that you used.
Imbolc. IMBOLC.
Imbolc.
Mm-hmm. Other traditions call it something different if they celebrate this particular agricultural festival, I suppose. But that's the one that immediately comes to mind for most people.
Hello, Colin. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, I'm 20.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do. I believe in God. He appears in the Bible and some other places.
The God that appears in the Bible. Which God that appears in the Bible?
Hebrew people would call him Yahweh.
Are you sure Hebrew people would call him Yahweh?
Or no, they probably wouldn't say it that way, but...
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
No.
Why not?
I'm kind of young, planning on doing that, but there's also a lot of other good books, so...
Do you believe the stories in the Bible to be true and literal?
There's a lot of literal things that it reflects, and then, yeah, there's truths, spiritual truths, and, yeah, there's some historical truths that you can get from it.
Do you believe the 6-day creation is true?
6-day creation.
Genesis
no.
1.
I don't believe that it's 6 days from day to night. Or night to day in their conception.
Do you believe the order is still true?
Well, it's not... I don't believe that it happened in 6 days, right? It's just saying that night is kind of disorder and then day is where order comes, and it's kind of just a pattern.
So it's just a pattern.
Yeah, basically, the way that they thought of days was night to day, and then that's what let there be light. So basically, it's just putting them in different orders.
What do you mean it's putting them in different orders?
Well, first it mentions the plants, then it mentions the animals, and then people finally. So it's kind of just talking. It's kind of going from ground up, basically.
Do you believe the Adam and Eve story to be true?
I don't believe that Adam and Eve were the first two people to seed the human race.
You don't believe they were the first two people to seed the human race?
Yeah.
Then why does it say that? Well, do you believe that the Garden of Eden story is true, but they just weren't the first?
Yeah, well, I think it's a story to describe our human nature. It was a story to describe their origins, right? And there could be, like, before the time of Noah, some real people that existed back then, but I think it is foggy. I look at it, it talks about our nature, our human nature.
How does it talk about our human nature?
Well, it brings us into a childlike innocence before the law, before the knowledge of good and bad. We all have that time in our life. And then
so you're saying it's
and it talks about the
of individual lifetimes, not necessarily referencing a history of humanity.
Yeah. But it does talk, like, the beginning of history is that decision to go against, good and the law.
You think there was a literal human given a law by God that they went against by eating a fruit?
Not in that way, but there was a time when people started to know that what they were doing was wrong, and they continued to do it. Kind of a.
I gotta ask, Cullen, it's driving me crazy. Are you driving a car?
Am I driving a car? It's on speaker, yeah, or it's on the radio system.
So if I were to mute you, you'd have to look away from the road and actually do something about that. And I'd rather just move on to the next guest who isn't endangering other people's lives by being here. Also, he should probably blow his nose and drink some water. Hey, Camille. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 29. I was born in 1996.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
My beliefs are technically Christian faith-based, but a lot of it is strictly based on Jesus sacrificing himself on the cross, and that being God putting himself into the simple mind of a human. And it's a whole thing. I'm sorry. I don't even want to try to go into it because I'm confusing.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
I have not, because I don't believe in a lot of it, because so much of it was written and edited by humans.
Is there any part of the Bible that wasn't written by humans?
I'm sorry, ask that again. I was trying to get up and not disturb my dogs.
Is there any part of the Bible that wasn't written by humans?
I know that they talk about the red text technically being the Word of God, but other than that, no.
What does it mean for the red text to be the Word of God?
Technically, the red text in the Bible is, hold on. I had to make a noise. The red text is technically the Word of God because it's, I believe in the Bible it's talking about like that's actually word, like God speaking to man or whoever it is that they're referencing at that point in the Bible. But all of it has been edited. The Bible has been heavily edited throughout history. So that's why when people get mad at me for not reading the Bible, I'm like, okay, well, yeah, it's been edited throughout history. I have my faith and that's it. And I know that our religion sucks because if you look back throughout history, it's filled with human corruption and sin. And that's not what real faith is. That's just religion.
Okay, I have so many questions.
Please ask whatever you want. I was just pouring a cup of wine and didn't want to disturb anyone. This is my 5 p.m. in Eastern UNC because I work third shift, so.
Okay,
let me mute myself real quick.
I wanna ask you about the red letters because I would be interested if you knew when the introduction of the red letters came about in history. But I think I'm more interested in asking you what your faith is rooted in, if it's not rooted in the Bible.
Oh, that's a long story. Okay. Let me just give a little bit. Let me give a brief. So, my dad, who passed away in 2023, and don't give any sympathy, and oh, I'm sorry, and oh, don't do it. That man was the most giving and understanding person I've ever met in my entire life. And his faith was so strong throughout his entire life. And I have a couple of different actual stories where he saw angels and my mom saw him glowing while reading the Bible. It's a whole thing. But with him, he is what reinforced my faith in God and in the understanding and empathetic version of what faith is, and just faith in understanding that when Jesus sacrificed himself on the cross, he sacrificed himself for our sins, and he sacrificed himself because for me, you know what, this is important. For me, when Jesus sacrificed himself on the cross, that was a very instigating point. That was God taking his universal self, the part of himself that was completely omnipotent, all-knowing, created the universe and how endless the universe is and all of that. And he took all of that and put that into the mind of a human for the first time. And that was when he decided to sacrifice himself in his pure body, to sacrifice himself for our sins. Because that was when he knew that humans, just as with the specific guidelines that there were, but prior to that, no one was ever going to get into heaven because his creation was not perfect like he thought it was. And so when he sacrificed himself on the cross, it made a lot of what was in the Old Testament completely obsolete. All of the hatred and the killing children. And I know that there are a lot of still bad stuff that happened in the New Testament for sure. But there's definitely a complete difference and shift in the way God views the world between the Old Testament and the New Testament, if you kind of look at it. And I've not read it all the way through, clearly, because we've all discussed that. But you can still see that shift.
What do you think caused a shift like that?
I'm sorry?
What do you think might have caused a shift like that?
I think that God putting himself into, like, the omnipotent God, like putting himself completely into the mind of a human. Like, can you imagine taking yourself as this omnipotent being that created the universe, created everything, created all of this, and like, you have to put yourself into that creative expanse of, they created everything, and the apathetic version of it, of what they would be like. But for them to finally create something and then finally take all of that and put themselves into the mind of a human, into the body of a human, and then finally walking through the world and going, this is what sin and evil and what the devil on earth is pushing onto my people. And if I don't sacrifice my pure body now, they will never experience forgiveness.
Why, Camille? Why was a sacrifice necessary? And may I just ask that when you're not speaking, you might mute?
Oh,
There's
yes.
quite an echo coming through.
Yes, yes.
But my question is, why was a sacrifice even necessary? And there's so many questions from where we've come to in this conversation already, but I think that's the most pressing question for me right now.
So, like with sacrifice, when it comes with anything, and I cannot sit here and question the decisions of God at all, but I can understand that if we're talking about an omnipotent and apathetic God prior to the Old Testament, and then creating himself as a person, and then putting himself into the mind of a person, and finally understanding that that is where everything changed. I wish that that was not the case, but we have to remember that we are given free will. God.
But what does that have to do with sacrifice?
So for my thing, I think free will if we're talking about in the creation of things and the embodiment of things and how everything was created, we're talking about God also creating all of those things. And so I believe that sacrifice was also a part of it. But I also am one of those people that I believe that for there to be light, there has to be darkness. For there to be good, there has to be bad. Like, if we didn't have the opposite of these things, we wouldn't have the other, because we wouldn't be able to comprehend the other.
But why sacrifice, right? That was the question.
But that's the thing, because especially when it came to Jesus specifically, it was his embodiment of God in a human, and that was what was able to save us from our sins, and that was what the sacrifice was. It was when he went. Oh, I'm sorry.
How does a sacrifice save us?
The sacrifice saved us, to me. Now, this could be totally different to other people, but to me, it was he finally understood what his children were going through and understood that a sacrifice needed to be made.
Why?
For there to be a savior. That's a question I can't answer.
Okay.
I wish I could. Like sit here and say, hey, this is the reason for the sacrifice. For sure. But I can't.
Okay. What I'm hearing, Camille,
Oh, let me mute myself. Hold on.
Is that you believe in the sacrifice of Jesus, and you don't know why a sacrifice was necessary, but you believe this because of the example of faith from your father and of at least some respect or reverence for the Bible, even though you also acknowledge that it is corrupted and that it makes sense to you, so it doesn't really matter if it makes sense to other people because it's a very personal faith. Am I off track with anything so far?
No, I feel like that is actually very accurate because I'm not here to convince anyone. It's just people say in these discussions are like, hey, we're asking you about your faith. I'm like, hey, here's my faith. It might be confusing. It might make everyone go, what the heck am I listening to? But that's just me giving what I have seen and felt and experienced throughout my life. There were over 100 people at my dad's funeral because they were so touched by him and how amazing he was as a human being. And I could go into so many more details of how amazing of a, and sacrificial of a human he was. But
I understand.
That's it.
It's a major influence on your faith, and I hear that. Do you think that it's possible to find an objective truth around things like faith?
What do you mean specifically by objective truth?
Like a fact. This is reality.
Oh, okay, yeah. So when it comes to truth and when it comes to evolution and science and all of these things, like I'm always either trying to relate it to what the Bible or what it's construing about time. Always thinking about that. I'm always thinking about how religion has evolved in different countries. This is why people this is why I can't come on to these panels and be like, oh no, I believe this, this, and this, and I have these scriptures to tell you all of these things. It's simply, I have my faith and I question everything. I question evolution, religion, how it evolved, and
Camille,
everything.
Are you able to maybe reword my question in your own words? Because I'm not quite sure you're understanding it. I'd love to hear what you're understanding.
What? I'm sorry.
The question that you were answering?
You might have to remind me of the specific question because my ADHD is all over the place.
I hear you, especially at the end of the day.
Oh, I've been up all night. It's 11:02 right now in the morning, and I have been up all night. I work third shift at the hospital as a pharmacy technician, so.
I heard that, yes. So the question was, do you think that it's possible to find objective truth, reality, facts around matters like faith?
I believe that for many people that there can be objective truth. There can be truth when it comes to specifically science, for sure, especially people who want to specifically talk about things or look at things from I can see it, I have facts, and I completely understand that view. And it's totally understandable, and a lot of people experience it and want to look at that. And that's where I'm like, my stuff is purely faith. Faith is not based in science or anything like that. So it's a completely different thing. So that's where I'm not sitting here trying to convince anybody. But I do sit here and think about that stuff.
I hear you. So follow-up question. Is it important to you that your faith is rational?
It would depend on the person trying to, like the people around me, if they experience it as rational. I know, especially on social media, there's not going to be very many people, especially for me and how I talk about my religion and my faith, that it's not going to come off as rational. It's going to come off as this stupid little fairy tale for a lot of people. And that's fine.
So that wasn't actually the question, though. Is it important to you that your faith is rational?
Is it important to me for my faith to be rational? In the eyes of others, no.
In your own eyes?
In the eyes of others, that's the thing. It doesn't have to be rational to others. It's rational to me in the way that I have seen things and know the experiences that I've been through in the history, because it doesn't hate.
I'm hearing you say that your faith is rational to you. It's okay that it's not rational to other people. You can't make it rational to other people, but that's okay because you're not trying to convince other people. It is rational to you. It is rational to you, but it doesn't really matter to you whether it is or isn't rational, even to yourself. Am I tracking?
Well, rational to other people, to me, it doesn't matter. It's rational to me. Whether it's rational to me, I mean, I don't worry about that because it's a faith.
So it doesn't really matter to you whether it holds up to rational scrutiny in yourself.
Nope, because it's simply my faith. It's simply my belief, and that's it.
So I hear you, Camille. Is there any, I'm just gonna, thank you. Is there any value to questioning your faith?
Yes, because in my belief, God always wants us to question. God always wants us to hear other opinions. I want to hear other people's opinions. I want to hear the scientific value or the different religious values that everyone has, because I do think that that's important, because throughout history, there's a lot of religions that if you look at it, they all evolved the same, but they're not the same, but they're kind of the same. And so I think about all of that. Like you're talking about Muslims, Christians, Islamics, like all of that. It's all very similar. Just like there's plenty of places throughout the world that have stories of dragons that all kind of look different, but it's kind of similar throughout history. So it's just nobody's got to believe me. It's just me giving my weird, superficial, kind of crazy analytics about, I don't know. I just have my faith and I question everything.
How do you question your faith? If you don't, sorry. How do you question your faith if you don't care whether it's rational to other people?
So I question it a lot, especially when it comes to history. Because there's a few different religions that all have the same basis story. Either it's either the son of God or they're a prophet or whatever. They all have the same basis of the religion, and they still all kind of came up the same with the same beliefs with like I'm sorry?
Were actively a part of religious belief. What questions did those stories answer?
That's a very specific question that I can't answer because, like I said, I've never actually like extensively read the Bible or extensively read other religious texts. So obviously, a lot of mine can be misconstrued or non-belief because I don't have a lot of knowledge. I just simply have my faith.
Then may I
And
ask how you came to the conclusion that this repeats throughout faiths, if you haven't done a whole lot of reading into it?
I mean, if we look into religion across the world, especially when you're talking about Islams and Muslims and
May I stop you right there?
Judaism,
Muslim describes a practitioner of Islam. Islam is the religion, Muslim is the practitioner.
Let me turn this down.
If you have headphones, it might.
I do. I have a headphone. I'm putting it on right now. Hold on. I'm gonna hook it up to Bluetooth right this second. Okay. I think we should be good now. No more echo for people. I want confirmation.
Let's see if that seems to work.
Okay, cool. Cool.
To clarify going forward, Islam is the religion, Muslim is the practitioner of Islam. It's not two separate things.
Thank you. No, trust me. I would always love confirmation or clarification on anything because I don't understand a lot of when it comes to outside religions. And I know that, hey, this girl's just got this faith and these experiences. And what do you mean? Like, anybody can go through that. Anybody can have like these weird beliefs. And it's just like, oh, that's fine. I get that. I understand that I sound crazy. It's okay.
He's called you crazy.
Don't discredit yourself like that.
No, and look, y'all gonna make me cry. Like just even saying that because like so many other people like have sat there and like attacked me and made me, they're just like, no, you're nothing. Like in the last live I was in, they said I was nothing and that because I was a Christian, they were like, you're ignorant, you know nothing, you're nothing. And I'm like, I'm just trying to have a discussion. I didn't mean to make a mad argument about this.
I'm sorry you had that experience.
No, and I appreciate you guys like sitting there telling me like, hey, we're not saying you're crazy, which I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys in the comment section too. I see you guys. Thank you for saying that. I really appreciate it. And I'm just here to give my point of view in the forum, and that's it. And I'll answer any questions that I can,
Can you
but
question, though?
oh yes, I always question.
What does
But
it mean to question your beliefs?
so for me, when it comes to questioning my beliefs, especially even my dad, who was the biggest reason why I am the faith believer that I am, he made me question my beliefs in many ways. He experienced drug addiction, alcoholism, like many things. And he, it was a whole thing. But not just that, but you know, when it comes to history, the evolution of the earth and how humans were created and science and all of that stuff, like, yeah, I sit there and think about it, but I also try to sit there and think about it in a way of, oh, how can I fit it into the way that God would interpret time? How would God interpret evolution? And so obviously the Bible is written by humans, so that's why I don't conscribe to a lot of what the Bible says. I follow a lot, like I follow it very loose based. Um, but that's where my biggest thing is that I just wish, ugh, someone asked me a question. I'm confusing myself. I'm over here looking at the Bible my dad gave me, and I'm like sitting here about it. I'm just trying to understand.
Does something have to be real to be meaningful?
Well, the thing is, look, my dad was an amazing human being, incredible human being. I didn't want to trauma dump. I didn't want to be like, oh no, this is a story about my
You don't
dad.
have to trauma dump. You can quite literally just answer yes or no if you'd like.
Yes or no to which question?
Does something have to be real to be meaningful?
No. Why do we read books? Why do we read fiction novels? There are a lot of people who take a lot of meaning in fiction novels. It's like, it doesn't necessarily have to be real for it to have an effect on you.
Does that reduce the importance of any message conveyed?
No, none. I'd love to hear any opinion given in this panel because you guys have been so insanely respectful and so insanely kind. I would love to hear any experience you guys have had when it comes to religion or faith or whatever. Like, I would love to hear your stories.
We're not exactly here to just share our stories. We're
I
here
get
to
it.
see if you can question your beliefs and what that means to you and how you do it.
I can definitely question mine. Doesn't mean I will change it, but I will definitely question it.
Do you mean to say that your beliefs cannot be changed?
Well, beliefs and faith, I think, are very different. If we're talking about beliefs, I think we're talking about specifically religious values and things like that. And for me, it's faith. So no, necessarily my faith cannot be changed. But I definitely want to hear like the scientific version about how people have come to be and how religions have come to change and how they can change others and how society can change others. That's a whole thing.
Can you still have faith without a God?
Can I still have faith? What?
Can you still have faith without a God?
If we're talking about faith in anything beyond death, that's a very good question. Holy crap. I'm sitting here thinking like totally into that now.
Take your time with it and sit with it for a minute.
I feel like because my brother definitely has very typically atheist tendencies and beliefs. Very much we die, we go into the earth, and we're just a part of the earth, and that's it, and all that stuff. And you guys are really helping me. I'm not gonna lie. This is making me really help me understand other people, my brother, and all of the like people outside of me and my religion. And seriously, if you guys have other religions, I would love to hear about yours. Or do you question your beliefs and what your beliefs are? I know I'm kind of like the person that we're kind of all looking at here right now. I get it. But I would love to be here for other parts of it.
What is uncomfortable about not knowing what we believe?
What is more comfortable about not
What
knowing
is
what you believe?
uncomfortable? What is uncomfortable about not knowing our beliefs?
It's not uncomfortable. It's more like I want to know. That's just me being curious and wanting to know and my constantly questioning nature about everything. It's not like oh, I'm uncomfortable with what you guys believe. It's more like I want to hear what you guys believe because I feel like I'm the only one talking. And I'm just a little nervous and I'm social anxiety is trying to come out and I'm fiddling with my hoodie tassels.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, we all have a different idea of belief and have different ideas of how we hold our beliefs.
I just really appreciate that everybody is so kind here. I really appreciate that. You guys have been so kind, so amazing, and so understanding, and I love that. That's all I want to see from boards like this, where you talk about religion especially. Yes, we should feel vulnerable. You should feel vulnerable talking about religion or faith in general.
I don't know that I have any other questions. Does anybody else have a question for Camille?
Yeah, you guys can boot me off. I can go.
I assumed that's why Shadow came up. Shadow, did you have a question for Camille?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to pile on, and thanks for having me up. But I heard a little bit about dualism, where you think that light is the opposite of dark, there's good and evil. Do you think that is universal, that goes for everything in life, that everything has its opposite?
I don't think necessarily that everything has an opposite. I feel like that would be way too minute for me to say that everything has an opposite. But I do have to say that for certain things, especially in the grand aspect, certain things have to exist for others to exist. But on the minute, no.
I see. When you think of these opposites, do you feel like the universe is designed that way?
This is just me in my opinion. I think that maybe and this cannot be like into scientific or anything, but in my opinion, I do think that in the creation of all, it definitely plays a part. Because if you don't have one, you don't have the other.
So, if the universe is designed and has a designer, why are some things opposite, but it doesn't apply to everything?
I think that has a lot to do with human free will. Humans were given free will. We cannot predict the future, and I don't even think God could technically predict the future. I kind of see it as in those shows where it's like, or books or any of those ideals where it's like, oh, you had one idea, and then that one person could see like the destination of what that idea was. But then if you changed your destination, that person who could see the future could see the future for that. That's how I kind of see what God could be like, but he definitely has free will within his humans or humanity in general. And that's what sucks, is because there's so much evil in the world that it affects the free will of even the good human beings, whether they believe in God or not. It's even the innocent, it still affects them because it's still the free will of humans, whether it's evil or not.
Is there any afterlife punishment for going against God? In your
I do
opinion?
think that there's definitely, if we're talking about an afterlife, I do think that there is what we would say, I don't know, can I say that here? The opposite of heaven? I don't know
Oh,
what.
HE double hockey sticks.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what I can say here. Okay.
It's up to the host.
Yeah, of course you can say that.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure. I don't know what I could say or can't say. I'm just trying to make sure. But
If it's illegal, try not to say it.
got it. Okay. But yeah, a lot of it for me is free will. And I think that there is a lot of evil already in this world where we already have free will, and those people with evil in their hearts already have free will. And sadly, that can affect the innocent. It shouldn't, and it shouldn't happen that way, but it's still technically free will within this earth, and that is how it can coincide, and that is how the devil is affecting the earth. And here we are.
So, if I say, hey, hey, Dad, I'm going to go to the store because I have free will, but my father says, no, you must stay here with me. Otherwise, you'll be punished. Is that free will or coercion, in your opinion?
Okay, you said that God, basically God is saying you have to stay here. Or it's
I can
against.
repeat it. I don't mind.
Yes, please do.
So let's say I say to my father, I would like to go to the store now.
Okay.
My father says, no, you must stay here. And I say, but Father, I have free will to go to the store. And he says, well, if you go to the store, you will be punished. Is that coercion to stay?
If you're talking about in the very specific instance of like human beings and humanity, of like, hey, can I go to the store? And you're like, hey, can I do this? I mean, that's different because you're talking about humanity and humanity deeming free will or not. You're not talking about God and in his omnipotent being choice and like all universal understanding of people. That's like a totally different thing. And I don't like to try to construe it into these very human like things that are not about God. You know? Even if that feels like I'm diverting. I'm not trying to divert. That's just me like
You have the free will to answer any way you choose.
Yeah, for me it's like if we're talking about in a very real world stance, it's like, hey, you suck, Dad. I'm gonna go to the store anyway. But that's the thing. You could still do that as if you're talking about religion. The God can be like, hey, I have these constructions, and you could be like, screw you, God. I'm gonna go do this anyway. It's the same thing. It's like, hey, we
if
have these. Sorry, no, you go ahead.
right, I just feel like if there's like a threat of a punishment, if I leave, then I feel like then I'm under duress.
Well, I do think that with God, there should be a healthy fear and a healthy understanding of God being condemning and forgiving and all of this stuff.
Is it free though if it's under threat? Is that freedom?
It's not necessarily, to me, a lot of people try to say, oh, it's under threat. It's not under threat, it's under choice.
What do you mean?
People try to say,
not
like,
under
oh,
threat?
it's a threat.
I'm sorry, how is it a choice? What is the choice?
The
Can you tell
choice
me?
is, okay. See, this is where I cannot be like sectioned into other Christians because for me, when it comes to Christianity, and after God or after Jesus sacrificed himself on the cross, there's actually a lot more forgiving God than there actually is than compared to what other Christians believe. I'm not kidding. I think that there's a lot more forgiving God. That's where I differ. So that's where people get confused with me. Because I believe that when
That
God put him,
proposes a few more questions for me.
I'm sorry?
I don't mean to interrupt, but that proposes quite a few more questions for me.
Oh yeah, no, please. If you want to ask the questions, please do. I'm not saying that I'm going to convince anybody to believe differently, but if you guys want to know what my answers are, because it's going to be even more confusing, that's fine.
Right. Well, with your line of thinking, I would think that if God sent a sacrifice to be more forgiving, why doesn't he do it again to be even more forgiving? Why isn't there like a level 2 of forgiveness? If it's good, in your opinion, why
Well,
isn't that happening?
to me, when Jesus sacrificed himself on the cross and when he sacrificed himself for his sins, and I'm not talking about, like, we're talking about, yes, the Bible does state that, yes, Jesus sacrificed himself on the cross, and there's the Jesus version, like all of that stuff. There's the whole part in the Bible where he did it. But to me, I think God understood a lot more when he put himself into the mind of Jesus and when he sacrificed his pure body than what people think and what humans have misconstrued it as. I think that God is a lot more forgiving than what we think. Because for me, I question a lot where it comes from. Hey, how can you sit there and say, oh, a person from a third world country who's never heard about Christianity, and it's a kid and they've never heard about anything like that, and they died, and it's like, oh no, they deserve to go to hell because they've never even heard about or even tried to even decide to believe about Christianity. And I know about a lot of religions where it's very demanding, where they are demanded to believe what they believe. It doesn't matter what they believe, whether it be about Christianity or not. And I can imagine if I'm in a life like that, that is being so demanded and so oppressed to the point where they're like, you've got to believe this, it's whatever. I just think that there's a much more forgiving God out there that understands that that is happening, that when we die, that there's some kind of confrontation where they're like, hey,
Is this an answer to
I'm
your question?
here.
Or is the wine kicking in?
Yeah, well, because that wasn't really kind of my line of questioning. What
I'm
I really
sorry.
was curious
I
about.
probably
That's fine.
blabbered.
That's fine. I can kind of reiterate it. What
Please
I meant
cut
was,
me off.
okay, that's fine. You're going. With what I think I heard you say is, Jesus was sent to, for God to be more forgiving after the sacrifice, right?
Yes. I believe that God took his completely omnipotent and completely understanding self of the universe and the creation of everything, and like you're taking a completely the being that created everything And I think that that was the first time that he ever put himself completely into the mind of a human. And that was when he finally understood that his creation could never be fully pure, that they were constantly sinning. Because the thing is back then it was like, oh, you could even think of adultery and you would be condemned to hell. And
I
after,
wanted to focus on the forgiveness part.
yes, and that's the thing with when Jesus sacrificed himself on the cross, that was him sacrificing himself for our sins. That was God sacrificing his pure self on the cross as himself on the cross. And that was what created a more
Was it on the
forgiving
cross?
faith.
Right. Okay. So what I'm trying to ask is, do you believe that God had the incorrect level of forgiveness before Jesus, and so are we now? Is God at the correct level of forgiveness, or do you think that maybe there should be like a second Jesus, like a Jesus 2.0, to be even more forgiving? And could he do that now? Is my line of question.
I do believe that God created Jesus to create a more forgiving version of himself, or not to create, but he created it and then went, oh heck, none of my beings are going to be saved if I keep making my stipulations like this. I mean, that was when he sacrificed Jesus on the cross. And if you think about it, he actually did go down into hell and saved a lot of people from hell at that point when he sacrificed Jesus on the cross. Do I think that there needs to be a second sacrifice? No, because if we look into the Bible, there's the final judgment day. Because the final judgment day judges every soul that has existed or will ever exist. And that is when a lot of stuff will be finalized. Obviously.
Yeah.
That has
Answer there. It's an intriguing answer.
Well, I mean, if you think about the levels of forgiveness, if we're talking about that and you're talking about, oh, I'm sorry.
Why does there
All good and that's it. No one would ever understand of that my father's girl, that's you believing what you see,
Camille,
like had your dreams.
why do we need to understand good? Thank you, Kira, for the question.
Well, that's his thing.
Kira, for the question.
Well, that's his thing. If you did not, you would not understand what. If you did not, you would not understand what good is if there was darkness and light.
How did they decide?
Things that are completely opposite that bring balance, that show you what is and what isn't.
You say
But all of
these
that is
things
important.
that bring balance, that show opposites. Does everything have an opposite?
Well, if we don't have opposites, we don't have justice. So if
Does
there,
everything have an opposite?
everything?
Everything.
Because I'm one of those people who will be like, everything, like every single little, who will be like, everything, like every single little thing in the world,
I'm just asking.
What's the
I mean,
opposite of you?
I guess if you want to go into like specifics into it, I guess you could go like really deep into it and say yes, because there's matter and there's dark matter and there's all that stuff. And I guess you could go technically into it where, yeah,
Camille,
but then again, I can't.
What's the opposite of you?
What is the opposite of me? I can tell you that if there was the opposite of me, it would be like if I had to try to sit there and describe myself and the opposite of myself, it would be
Hold on, I thought
com-
you said everything had an opposite. Why would
the
you
opposite the
clarify it
opposite
with
of
if?
the opposite of me would have been me 10 years ago when I was not going to therapy. I was unmedicated, did not understand myself, and I was drinking and driving, and I was being an unkind and
Hey,
horrible.
so remember when I said if it's illegal, don't say that?
Oh, sorry. Sorry. I forgot. I'm sorry.
You're
I
good.
actually have to get going, but I do appreciate you like allowing me to ask you questions.
Yes, please, I will be honest. I'm not somebody who's going to sit there and sugarcoat
Appreciate your
anything.
shadow slays.
Of course, I'll just say this: when I see like the beach and the sand, the air, and the water, I see three things meeting at once. So that's kind of an easy way to see that not everything is opposite in life, but that's just my 2 cents. But anyways, yeah, thank you for the questions and thanks for having me up. And yeah, appreciate you all. Later.
Appreciate your shadow. And Camille, we did have a poll, and we're going to go ahead and move on. Appreciate you being here and answering the questions that you have. I hope that you keep asking questions in whatever form that is. And definitely when you're done, drink some water and sleep well. Enjoy the rest of your evening, yes.
Absolutely. There's also a Discord. You can go to either the Batcolyte bio or to Thrayle's bio. Follow the link to get into the server. Once you get there, you'll have to agree to the rules. Otherwise, it'll look a little lonely, but once you do, you'll find some friends.
Nice. Little twist at the end and everything. Hello, Limelight. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
How's it going?
43. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I have an energetic field.
An energetic field. What does that mean?
Energetic relationship of the mind, body, and light. Energetic relationship of all. It. How you doing, man?
I'm doing fine, but really quickly I'm gonna speak past you. And it's not to be rude. We didn't quite make our goal, but I do still want to thank Philly Red, also Gypsy Lynn, Bat, Claire, Shell, Paniac, and Barfing Toaster for helping with the goal. I really do appreciate all of you. What is energy?
Energy is more of a essence of a. You could use it as a culture. It's more of a interconnectitude of a person. It could come from the body. It could come from the mindset. It's also an external resource social system as well. More of a conversation with people or a reality for anybody who use it as their culture. So, yeah. It go in detail too, but to the science part.
You said, what do you mean by culture?
Well, for what it means for me, it's like the relationship of human activity, where the people are unless you feel like you a species, the relationship of an individual. So it's the person knowing who they are as a person, whatever choice they use to have a understanding of who they want to be, of a relationship of what is given them, of what it means to them. So like religious or food or social activities where culture can shift into a reality and choices of these culture, knowing this is the titles, you know how that go. I wanted to tell you, man, I have like a, I don't, it's like a moderator thing. I could see people and like, there's like, I got options to mute people. I don't know if you, I have that on my side.
You have the options to mute people on your side.
Yeah, that's what it's giving me. And bringing people up as well.
Really?
Yeah. Like,
Can you mute me?
like I says, manage guests and.
Why don't you
Can
go
you
ahead
mute me?
and mute Philly?
Say it again.
Go ahead
Can you
and mute
mute me?
Philly.
Phil Red was talking.
Yeah,
Yes,
mute
I
can
want
you
to.
mute me?
I'm confused.
Mute Philly Red
Mute
with your mod
Okay.
with your
powers.
mom.
Oh, okay.
I'm in a coffee shop. There's too much background noise. You better mute me.
Better mute. Okay. It won't let me. Oh, okay. Let me get used to this part. Boom. Okay, I don't have it. Well, that's interesting. Yes, it won't let me do it now.
Okay, I'm gonna go on mute.
Thank you, Philly.
Oh,
Yeah,
so you got it for people to see it. Oh, that's interesting.
I don't know what you're seeing, but you definitely don't have moderator on this live.
Oh, okay. Said modify voice ring, manage guests, live settings.
Mm-hmm. And when you click manage guests,
Yeah, it got 0 right now.
nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
everybody
Limelight.
can do that? Okay. Go ahead.
Limelight.
You got it.
You believe in an energy. You said some kind of energetic field, you said. What does that mean?
Well, it's more of a knowingness that we connected to this biochemical field, and it's an acceptance of knowing who you are energetically. It's more of a
Biochemical
relationship.
field.
Yeah.
What do you mean by biochemical field?
Well, food intake, resource value, and energetic frequencies of the individual without knowing.
Energetic frequencies.
Yes.
What is an energetic frequency?
Bioptines, neutrons, electrons.
Myoptons.
Yeah. All these efficiencies within the interactivity of the body of the being. Yeah.
Infinite. Say that word again. All the what's?
Infinite. I like that. Infinite.
What was the word you said?
You know what? I have no idea. It ain't affections though. I'm in my now, that's why.
So you believe in an energy, an energetic field. I still haven't quite gotten a clear understanding of what you're saying energy is.
It's the body, it's the mind, and it's the relationship of what the body is doing. I would have to show you, or you had to feel it within yourself for me to let you know what I mean. And that's
You would
the
have
it
to
of
show
what I
me
know.
or let me feel it within myself. What does that
Yeah,
mean?
that is that.
What does that mean?
Okay. Well, I have to give you an example.
Why do you have to
Okay.
give me an example to tell me what energy is?
Well, you had to go in the meditation state. Can you still your mind and you will feel it? You know how to still your mind?
What do you mean by steal my mind?
Don't think.
Is
You know
that
how to
what
do it?
stealing my mind means? Not thinking.
Yes. In the stillness of nothingness.
Oh, still my mind.
Yes, still. Yeah.
So if I still my mind and don't think, what then? What is it you're trying to convey here?
We are connected to a energetic field, and everybody is using it to be in the now, in their energetic relationship of their mind, body,
The mind,
and their
body,
energetic field.
and
Their
the
mind,
energetic field.
body, yes.
What is energy?
Social system, energetic relationship of the mind, meaning the culture that
Social
the human.
system.
I'm gonna break it down to you. Yeah, I can break it down to you.
Energy is a
So,
social system
yes,
and an
relationships.
energetic relationship of the mind.
Yes, the way we interact with each other, that's an energetic field.
So energy.
Frequencies.
So the way we're talking right now, this is energy. This is what you're talking about.
Yes.
This interaction.
Yes.
How is this energy? What makes this energy?
Interaction. We talking, we conversation, you being here, we living right here in this moment is energetic as we proceed.
How is it energetic? Is that just a word you're using to describe it?
It's more of an essence to it. Well, the
What does
essence will be
mean?
the energetic vibrations of what the mind is doing.
Essence is what?
It's here. It's the energetic connectivity.
Energetic connectivity. Is it?
Yes.
Is it? Let me see if I understand. If I just use the word energetic or vibration in a sentence, and kind of like make it a conjoined descriptor, like if I said, it's the energetic syntax of the non-calibrated frequencies that make this so nauseating. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Holy shit. What did I say?
You said it's connected to you just the way you said it. That means you know
what
how it
is
feels to have it.
Really? Because I thought I was saying that the overuse of energy and frequency and vibration, when people don't understand what they're really saying or don't really have a knowledge of the thing they're trying to describe, it is nauseating.
Oh, okay. So you don't know what I mean.
Do you?
Huh?
Do you?
Oh.
Do you know what you mean?
I'm not talking, am I? I know who I am. I am that.
You are what?
I am what I'm saying I am. I'm talking as I'm speaking.
What did you say you were?
I am a relationship of the body.
What does that mean, a relationship of the body?
I'm not from the planet. I use this body to be appreciated with, to speak to you about it.
What planet are you from?
It's non-existent.
It's not here you're from doesn't exist.
No, I am energy. I am that. I'm just using that to give you information that is from not this planet, meaning it's beyond what planets is.
You are energy.
It is that.
What does that
connecting
mean?
field vibration.
What does that mean? You are energy.
Okay, so let's go deeper than this then. I'm saying I gotta go to another vibration with this. So what happened was is that when we have these conversations like this, it's the way to feel in the talking moment, right? But as a person, for me to speak to you about vibrations, frequencies, to get to the volume of it, to say it to a person to understand how I'm saying it, I got words where I can just use it to give you to say it what it means. Now the feeling part, I can give you that, but that would have to be for you to know what I mean. That means you have to let go of the mind. You have to move it out the way. I will have to shift it to you.
So
That's what
you're
I'm saying.
hoping that if I forget what words actually mean, then somehow the way you use them will convey what you mean, and but that I have to forget how words work first.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, there is a reality, so I would have to understand your reality to know the way you said that. I have to respect the way you feel about that. I had to use it as a. It's not a spell. It's not a interactivity. It's more of a. This is what people are doing, or this is how anybody is knowing. More of a energetic conversation. It's more of an energetic response was moving. It's
What is
you know,
an
we could
energetic
use.
response? What does that
Yeah,
mean,
it's
energetic response?
it means the conversation of what's moving. What I'm speaking on. It's like the relationship of here, like how I'm talking to you. This is what I got.
Is the here that we're experiencing? Is it now?
Yes.
And in the now, where the here that we are
It.
experiencing is,
Yes.
what makes that energy?
And this is where we talk about it. Now, I got a live that I do, right? And these are more like an infinite structure conversation.
Have we
New Earth
spoken
Now is
before?
yes, I talked to you 3 times before.
Under different names.
Yeah, I do change them.
And different times, I've seemed to understand you.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
I got kicked off before too. With all due happiness, I appreciate it. But I get it. I get it.
You understand that I'm mostly seeking clarity, but also trying and encourage you to question the assertions you're making.
You know what? It's like this I know no thing, right? What I mean is I'm not using me to feel. Like I really do not worry about me. Like I don't worry about it. It's like when I went through my awakening state within my meditation, when I let go of myself, this is what happened. I had no idea that we are more than just what the Jesus was. I thought that was it. But when I let go and it gave me this mindfulness, and when I see.
Oh, I think we lost you for a second there.
Hold on, yeah, I had a phone.
No worries.
So when I got in this information, what this information gave me, it gave me it. So I'm like, okay, what is it? So I did all that questioning. I wanted to know what it meant. I wanted to know why people have a belief system, why people was in this program, how they put us in this world, and what these programs is doing. And I was like, wow, I had no idea. But now, after the ego unalive and then coming back in this new now, this is how it is. This is what it means. And you know, the illusion part, we got all that. Self doesn't exist. We get all that. But when you get all of this energy and knowing what it means, it's like, why are we even arguing?
All the culture, all the
Yeah.
the feelings of connection with others.
Yeah.
That's energy. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Not something necessarily supernatural, but the feelings you get about it. What you would describe as the vibe. What would I might, or a friend of mine might say is a vibe, you would say is the vibration, the energy, the energetic
The
field.
essence. Yeah, like a S. It's like that essence. I call it an essence. Like I could give you an example. Let's say we have a family, right? I'm gonna say it in this way. Let's say I got a family that I love. I got a daughter that I do not want to hate when I get older. When I feel that she loves me, I'm a know. I'm gonna feel it. That feeling, that's an essence. You ain't. It's in us.
Does it help to use these words in this poetic way?
Yeah.
Do you
in a
feel
relationship way.
like it is? Do you feel like it is poetry more than it is prose, more than it is informative? Is it imaginative?
It's, I like the music in the background. I was kind of listening to the music and kind of going off that. And then I hear how your vibe is, so I kind of was going with the soothing background, and then I just talk with it. You know what I mean? But the poem part, I didn't even know I was doing that. Is that what it feels like? It's like a poem. I didn't mean it.
Well, I just mean, does the way that you use the language to speak about what you believe, is it meant to be poetic, or do you take it seriously when you say energetic field and vibrational frequency?
I don't have a belief. I have a knowing. Like I used to believe. I don't believe anymore. I know what it
Can you
means,
answer
though.
Paul's question, hon?
I'm here. Yes.
What was that, Morgan? I didn't quite hear your question.
He didn't really answer your question, so I was asking if he can answer your question.
The poem part.
Is it more poetic, or are you taking the language you use seriously?
Literally, maybe a more accurate.
Literally.
I don't have a serious. I actually feel great to feel happy about what I mean. Um, when I was a serious, I didn't like the feeling of me trying to act like I need to know what I needed to feel like. So I kind of have a joy of what I mean. So I appreciate the poetic, but poem with means that I have just a way of being, of talking, but I'm not serious about it. I don't have it. I used to though. It's a way of being. Serious is. You know, I don't shift it. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure I understand the word serious in the way that you're using it. Can you
Okay.
explain what you hear when you hear the word serious?
For me, serious is like a conversation with yourself. You use yourself to get things operated to where you play. So when I'm saying I'm getting serious or I'm having a serious, I'm gonna show you how the way I am. This means I have to use that. That means I some type of way. I'm how you're more of an understanding. For me, joy and appreciate it. When I move a serious, it makes me feel like I have to act this way. I need to be this way to get my point across or show somebody a way what I'm saying. I don't use it anymore. I'm just being. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's in the I am. That's
So,
why.
am I understanding that? And then correct me if I'm hearing this wrong. Your understanding of serious is something that's mandatory?
something you have to do? Am I on the right track?
It's a choice of how you feel as an individual.
I'm not
You
sure
don't
that
have to
really
use it.
cleared it up for me. I'm sorry.
All right. So let's say, as you a mother, right? I'll give you an example. And let's say that you show your kids or a parent, sit down, right? Let's say you felt that when you said it, and you put some sincerity behind that, and you move it like you want him to know, like this is what I'm talking about. Did you put a serious in that though? Because if you didn't put an honest in that, they might feel that was a serious. It's just an experience of what it means to the individual. That's all it is. These are words that they gave us to show us how to feel, but it's just a way of knowing.
What does knowing mean?
Conversations would be this. It doesn't use the body to have an information like that. It has to be an experience. You can't just say the no and have it just to talk on it. Say given from the infinite or the beyond
Are
without
all
knowing.
a given from the infinite or beyond?
Yeah.
What?
The inner essence of it. Inner essence of it all.
How is it inner essence if it's from beyond?
Because what happens is that, I could give you an example, right? Let's say that you are being a healer. That's one. That's just how.
What
Let's
do you
say
mean a
that you have
healer?
angel. People that give information out to the person of what they're going through. That's an option. Within conversations or giving them a release.
That's a healer.
Well, like a release, so to speak. These layer words, that's just an option word. I could call it so many different words. I could call it a release, energetic conversations for the interactivity of the inner being,
Why would
thought
you call
pattern
it all those
processes.
things?
Because the relationship of the words is giving human to know more about what it means for them to just say, oh, okay, that's what it means. But when you go down to the specific structures of what the energy is given, it's only interacting activity of with the mind or brainwave, wherever the essence is within the conversation. And you got to know where it's
Do you
coming
feel
from.
like you're being understood?
I'm not worried about it. When it goes to the person is what it means to the individual.
What is the purpose of communication?
Knowing what it means.
I'm curious what happens when they don't know. Because you said that it reaches the person and they interpret what if it doesn't mean anything?
Then this is where we ask, if that did exist in the person, what does it mean to them? Because we are speaking words, and words that we are talking, it's on the person to say I got it, or they know within themselves to get it within them individuality. Because I could say what it means, but that don't mean they have to take it in. They have their own way of being in it. They have the way they feel about it. They have their processories of what they want to talk about it. But when you really take in the thought process and let go and let it be felt, it's the feeling part that needs to be explained.
I have a slightly personal question. Don't feel like you need to answer it at all. When you have a thought process, do you visualize anything?
No.
No?
No. I do get visions though within a person's energetic field about what to speak on or transformation periods in their light body, what's going on within themselves, but it would come to me to speak on that. But I don't have it while I'm in this now. No. Do you? I can't do that. No, my bad. I ain't gonna do that.
Proud of you.
I'm not gonna do that. I felt that. No. Thank you for that though. I like these questions because people they don't want to know. When you want to know, it's different. When you sit down and want to know, you got to let go and let it be a felt thing too.
So when you're
It's not-
expressing these thoughts to us, answering the questions, like what is the process that happens before you speak, I guess? Can you walk me through that?
Well, what it happens is that there is a relationship with the thought that moves nothing. So what comes in is the knowing part of what's moving in me itself, what's going on in this now. So I would hear it and it would just go right through the process of what it means. So I have no thought, no nothingness in this moment, just getting it, listening to what you're saying. I will feel sometimes what a person is saying to themselves, why they talking to me. But when I don't feel that, I kind of move it out the way and then I speak because I can feel why they talking. But I like to move those because it just makes me feel more about why they saying what they want, and I don't want to feel that energetically. Yeah. So nothing. Yeah.
I'm not sure I have any more questions for you.
Like body.
Limelight, I appreciate you being here, but I don't have any more questions for you. I hope that you keep asking questions and take care. Yeah.
That was a lot of twists and turns.
Wiggling.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that what a vibration is? A wiggle.
Yep. There's certainly,
There was some wiggling wordplay.
I got lost in the maze so many times.
Was it a maze?
I'm not sure. I think it might have been a mirror box.
It can look like a maze from the inside, can it?
Sure can.
Hi there.
Hello, Cullen. You've been here before. Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 20.
And you're not driving now, right?
No longer driving.
Excellent. You have a belief in a god or god's higher power or something like that?
Definitely do. And then I feel Limelight with the energy thing. I kind of got what he was saying.
Sure. Probably by design, being loose with the wordplay and all. So, like a horoscope in a conversation, everybody thinks they can identify with it. Colin, which god do you believe in?
Right now, I feel like he appears in the Bible, and then also other places. But God of the Bible, sure.
Why do you say he appears in the Bible and other places?
Well, because I think his language is creation, so he speaks to me not just through words, but through creation.
What does that mean? I don't understand.
So we speak to each other through words, right? Humans. And I think that God speaks to us through creation, through those words.
What is creation?
All of that which is around us.
What do you mean all that is around us?
That which we share with. So, like a tree, I share in its existence because I look at it and touch it.
You share in its existence.
Yeah, and that touches on what you asked earlier with knowing. There's two different kinds of knowing.
I didn't ask you about knowing.
Sorry.
Our conversation is our conversation. It's based on your beliefs. I'm not
Okay.
asking these questions for you to teach me something. I'm asking to see if you can question. Can you question your beliefs?
Got
Thank
it.
you, Prodigy. Can you question your beliefs?
I can question my beliefs.
What does that mean?
It means questioning the reason why I'm here. Why I've chosen this house, which is belief in.
Say that again.
So I built a fortress, and I've walked in the unknown, right, which is choosing not to rest anywhere. But the fortress is my beliefs.
The fortress is your beliefs, so you can't question your beliefs.
I can question it, but I've taken it from the unknown, which is the trees and stuff, and I built something from the unknown.
You built something from the trees?
Yeah, so...
I'm sorry, how does the existence of trees inform you that there is a creator?
So I assume that there is a creator.
Why?
Because there is creation.
Why do you call it creation?
That's a good question. So there's creation and non-creation, or there's something else.
What is non-creation?
It's the idea that which is around us is non-creation rather than creation.
What would you say is a non-created thing in your belief?
Well, everything around us could be non-creation. That's a possibility. But I say that non-creation is something else. I believe that both of those exist.
So you think non-creation exists?
Yes.
What is non-creation? What is something that is uncreated or not created?
So I assume that would be God.
So the only thing that you can think of that is not created would be God.
Well, his energies are non-created.
So, and the and the reason you believe this would be because you assume a God exists.
Well, not necessarily. There could just be non-created energies and no God.
Why do you assume that there would be non-created energies or created energies? What is energy?
Energy is action.
Energy is action?
Yeah, so there is effect.
Sure?
Yeah, so basically, the only way that we can describe energy is through effect. So, right, there is a creator, and then there is a creating, which is, the energy, the process of creating, and then there is the creation. But or in other words, the effect. The only way to understand the process of affecting is to call it energy.
Why?
Why do I call it energy?
Why is it the only way to understand it? It sounds like you're just deciding it should be called this, and I've decided that, so therefore it's the only way to understand it.
Okay, good point. So action or process could be another word.
Are those equivalent to energy?
Yeah, I would say action.
Why is action equivalent to energy? Why have you decided that?
Because I don't see any difference
between the uses of words.
You don't see a difference between the use of the word action and the use of the word energy.
Yeah, in my understanding of people using these words, they've seemed pretty similar.
Your understanding of people using these words. Which people?
Yeah.
People like the guests before you.
Yeah, the way that he was using energy was similar to just action and feeling the actions of other people and things. Or the movement.
Are you sure it was just action?
Yeah, we could just say action.
Why have you decided that it's action? You say because people have used it this way. Is this the way it is defined anywhere? Or is it just the usage you've decided from spiritual energists?
So, yeah, I decided to use the word action because I know that effect exists. I've seen effect, right?
What does that have to do with the word energy?
So if I see a tree, I can assume that it grew to that position, right? Because I've seen other trees grow. And that growing is the energy, and then the effect is where it is now.
The growing is the energy.
No, the growth is the energy or the action.
So energy is a verb.
You could say that. So yeah, like an energy of a person is to live.
Energying right now. Are you energying? Is
Yeah.
Morgan energying?
Yeah, we're behaving and we're acting.
We're behaving and acting because we're energying.
Yeah, we're
This is how
energying.
this is how you commonly hear people use it. I'm energying. What is the what would be a predicate to that sentence? How would I finish? I'm energying. Is there a noun involved?
The noun is us. The subject is energying or acting.
Are there other descriptors I can use with that word to use it in the way you've heard people use it before, where I'm energying?
Oh, like something after that.
Yeah, what's a way you might finish the sentence that starts, I'm energying. Today I'm going to energy blank.
I see what you're saying.
Are these verbs?
I'm energying myself.
Please don't do that on my panel.
It's not behaving, Thrayle. You're not energying.
So I am energying myself.
I don't know why you would repeat that.
You can start growing hair on your palms.
Does it not work though, as a verb?
I'm not hearing it.
Nope.
So just because I can't label the effect, it doesn't mean that I'm not acting, right?
I can use the word acting. I choose to use both.
Today you are acting silly. Today you are acting argumentative. See, I can finish that sentence. That's starting to make sense.
Well, no, that's something. You're describing the way in which I'm acting.
Right, I'm using acting as a verb here.
There's a difference between saying I am acting and describing the way that I'm acting. I'm acting silly. I'm saying that I'm acting, you know?
All right, you're acting. You can act. Acting, you can even just stop there. I'm acting, and the sentence is complete. Yeah, it's complete. I'm energying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm energying. Does that sentence make sense?
It makes a lot of sense because we share in other people's energies in that way because we share in other people's actions. For example, if
We're sharing in their energy. How are we sharing in their energy?
Yes.
I said, how are we sharing in their energy?
If our actions are synergizing. So I'll describe to you. If we are both gardening, we are sharing in this action.
Are you gardening right now?
I want to be gardening right now.
Yeah. If all three of us were gardening, we would be sharing in our action.
Literally, no, maybe not literally, but are you gardening right now? Is that what's going on?
That's an actual question. Are you gardening right now?
I'm creating a picture, a space for us to use for ourselves. So sure. I'm gardening for myself. I don't know about. Were you setting me up for some sort of description?
No.
No.
Oh, I am gardening right now, metaphorically.
Clear as mud, my friend.
Do you guys find me annoying?
Not you as a person.
Define annoying.
That which gets in the way of your guys' goal or movement.
You're not getting in the way. You're just not
stagnating.
Movement is an interesting thing.
Mm.
When you see the question, can you question your beliefs? What does that mean to you?
I don't know what it means. Does it mean to step outside of my mental structure and view it from the outside and see if it's sturdy? Is that what that means?
Is that what it sounds like to you? I mean, that's the description you give. To step outside of your own view and see if it's...
I mean, that's what I'm doing right now. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm putting it through a test, and it. Well, you're asking me to define certain things and see if they work, and I think my energy definition works. And
you think your definition of energy? What was the definition again?
action, that which comes before
Just
effect.
Action. That which comes before effect is energy. Any action.
Mm-hmm. There's three things in the picture. There's the.
Is it that action is energy, or is it that action requires energy?
I would say that action is energy. There's a different way of talking about energy, but
So action is energy.
yeah.
How are you so certain of that?
Well, if you guys don't want to agree on that word, that's fine. That's the way that I use energy. Philosophers use energy. So
Your Wi-Fi seems to need more energy, more action, because its action is minimal at the moment.
Inaction, perhaps.
It's cutting out quite a bit.
okay, I'm gonna walk further towards the building.
Was it the sound of walking here?
That's the sound of a construction vehicle.
Okay, I see.
Okay, I'm walking further towards the building. I am acting right now.
Is this energy, the action itself, or is energy something that is utilized to perform the action?
I would say energy is the action itself.
Why?
I'm just kind of using the word the way that certain church fathers use it, but you could use it differently.
Why are you using energy? I'm sorry, why are you relying on church fathers for the usage of the word energy? What church?
The Cappadocian thinkers. They're
the who to what?
The Cappadocian fathers. They are very invested in the Greek tradition
and the word energy.
Yeah, but we could just use action for the sake of.
I'm sorry.
Us.
They use energy and say that it means action.
Yeah, pretty much. Energy or something in Greek. But yeah, we believe that there's divine energies or divine actions and human actions.
I'm sorry. When the Bible says energy, can you give me an example?
It really only shows up in the New Testament, in Paul's writings.
Paul's writings in the New Testament.
Yeah, energia. And it's talking.
What is it talking about?
Talking about the energies of God.
The energies of God.
Yeah, so.
What is an example?
Well, it wouldn't be a human energy to walk on water, but
A divine energy could make that happen.
I'm sorry. It wouldn't be a human energy to walk on water, but divine energy can make that happen, you said?
Yeah, so we believe that divine energies operate differently than human energies. So you can call them operations too. That's another way to describe it.
So now actions equal operation equal energy. Why do you sandwich all these words together?
They're all similar.
They're all similar.
Well, they're pointing to something similar. Something that we feel. We feel energies.
Can you give me an example from the Bible where he uses energy?
Sure. I don't have the Bible on me, but Paul says that the energies of the Spirit, or that divine energies, heal us.
Where does he say that?
Think in Romans. But the word energy, I don't know, the Greek word is definitely in the Bible and used in that way of we experience God's energies. And that's kind of where I get that assumption from, that God exists is from his energies.
And so because of that, then you assume that the word energy must mean action.
Well, yeah, we don't... How do we know God? It's by his actions. It's not by being him. There's two ways to know. It's either being or experiencing their actions. So
you rely upon the Bible to define the word energy, and that leads you to it meaning action.
Well, no, the church fathers, and then I think
which church fathers?
Saint Basil. What's his name? Gregory of Nyssa.
Are you running?
I'm walking. It's really cold in Minnesota. But yeah, like a tree.
Like a tree what?
So, how do I know a tree?
I didn't ask you anything about knowing a tree. So why are you trying to give me a sermon about trees?
I don't know.
Does it matter to you if your beliefs are true or not?
Yeah.
And how have you verified your belief in a God to be true?
How have I verified? I assume it's true. I experience different actions.
What actions do you experience that convince you that God exists?
I would call them divine actions.
Yeah, what actions?
You're right. Maybe they're just human actions, or something actions. I'll think about that.
That's fair. One suggestion from a friend of mine, I really like is to make a list. If you think of things that you consider to be encounters with or actions from a god or godlike thing, write out what that is when it happened, what you really remember, and see if you're remembering it right. See if the experience stands up to questioning.
I will do that. That makes sense. I'll think about that. My goal was to be less annoying today, and I think I did good.
You did all right, Colin. I appreciate you. I'm gonna go ahead and set you down so you can go get somewhere warm.
Sure.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
W for Colin. I thought it was a different Cullen, but I think it was the same Cullen.
I don't think so.
Was it a different Cullen?
I'm pretty sure that's a different Cullen, but both Cullens are associated with orthodoxy, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, I
No,
thought the other Cullen had a different
is holding a
kind of
guitar
accent.
in his profile picture.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, it is him.
Same.
Hello?
No, it's him. He says, I thought so. At first, I thought it wasn't, but by the end of the conversation, and especially when we were at
Things were a little
Metaphors,
too parallel.
yeah.
I see.
But we do have no one at all. Shit.
Damn poltergeists.
Damn poltergeists. I have a poem. Haven't looked at it at all. I keep wiggling my way out of it. Must be the energy in the room.
Because he doesn't want you debating. Interesting. I wonder why. I see. Well, if you're still here in this wonderful space, and you have not come up and been brave to have your beliefs questioned, you should do that. We could get at least one more, I think.
Maybe. I'm 3 stanzas from the end, and I'm loving this poem.
I'm excited if you're excited. I think it was more so a case of separating professional from personal trip. I have very little of that left in me as well. I'm beginning to think no one has a belief to question.
No, I don't think so. I think it's time to share the live out to those people that we know like to come back for the poem.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just about ready. I gotta second guess myself on the last line. That's probably good enough, and I'll ruin it anyways. Oh, hey, Polly, thank you. I'm just finishing up the last little bit of proofreading here.
Thank you. I've had millennia to practice grace. But I'd be remiss if I took all the credit.
it's gonna have to do. It gets a little iffy here, but we'll deal with it. We'll do it live. Fuck it, we'll do it live. It's gonna have to do. But I appreciate you, Morgan. Thank you for asking your questions. And, of course, being questioned a little bit there.
Always.
And big W's for our mods. Thank you guys for helping keep this place the wonderful place that it can be for the best audience on TikTok. And thank you all for being that best audience. Thank you for tapping the screen, for sharing the live, for asking your questions, for really just being here, for being amazing like you are. Thank you all. Even the sleepers, of course, especially the sleepers. But most especially all of you, thank you for sticking around to the end. If you want to be a part of the community, of course, there is a Discord link in the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one does take you there, and you'll just want to make sure that you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, or the Cash App, and want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated. But I thank every one of you for doing that. I forgot the words coming out of my mouth as they were coming out of my mouth, which is a good sign that I need to go to sleep. But I think before I do that, there is one thing left. Behold the field within the field, a frequency of felt design, where energies refuse to yield, but resonate in phrases fine. Observe the vibrational truth of meanings, softly left unclear, each syllable a hint of proof, each claim a fog that sounds severe. The wave is deep, the current wise, it oscillates beyond the plane. No measure dares to verify, yet certainty remains unrestrained. Here, language hums but never lands, a choir tuned to almost sense. With gestures broad and empty hands that mime the shape of evidence. The words don jab coats made of air, They sparkle, bend, and softly glow, invoking science's silhouette without the work of needing to know. Each term is stretched till meaning thins, elastic truth in constant play, where depth is claimed by how it spins, not by what's anchored or if it stays. And so belief begins to dance, not rooted, tested, nor confined, a wiggling of wordplay's chance to feel profound while leaving all or none behind. For when all meanings meant to move, to pulse, align, and resonate, nothing is there to be approved, and nothing at all was spoken straight. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.